rowing the boat of stories. Yeah, I will not look at your face. I will not look at any of your faces or raising your hands. No, 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 no. It's okay. It's quite a few. Okay, both your hands. Good stuff. So what we'll do is, okay, so what happens, rather let's just do it because I can see a lot of hands that haven't gone up. Let's kind of, so what we were trying to do yesterday was, trying being the operative word, we were trying to get into rhythm with each other. Yeah, and we were doing that through this poem, which we will try once again. Some of us know it, some of us will just learn. The idea is to pick up your oars. Can you all pick up your oars? And you all imagine you're sitting on a boat that you are supposed to row yourself. Yeah? And you do this. Nao chali. कहानी की नाव चली, हमारी कहानी की नाव चली लंबे सफर पे, सामान घर से निकाले गए, इधर से उधर से निकाले गए, कहानी के घर से निकाले गए, और कहानी की नाव में डाले गए. Very simple, okay? But the idea is to sort of do this in rhythm. हमने जैसे किया वैसे नहीं करना है. Okay? What I'm going to do is I'll just give you a count of 4. We tried it yesterday 4 times. Failed miserably. But हम कोशिश करेंगे. कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं. हाँ, ये देखिए बुरा मान गए कुछ लोग. The last one is actually much better. Yeah, you're right. No, yeah. हाँ, नहीं, I'm so sorry. Don't speak too soon, huh? You're going to try it now. No. Sure. It was much better. We really got pretty good at it. So once again, I'm going to give you a count of 4. So this is how we're going to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. नाव चली, कहानी की नाव चली, हमारी कहानी की नाव चली लंबे सफर पे, सामान घर से निकाले गए, इधर से उधर से निकाले गए, कहानी के घर से निकाले गए, और कहानी की नाव में डाले गए. That's what we need to manage somehow. हाँ? देखिए कल हम बहुत उम्मीदवार थे, बहुत होपफुल थे कि हो जाएगा, है ना? So, yeah. All right. Okay. So let's try this once again. 1, 2, 3, 4. लंबा हो गया थोड़ा. फिर से करते हैं. 1, 2, 3, go. Now. कहाँ? घर से निकाले गए, इधर से उधर निकाले गए, कहानी के घर से. क्या बात है, क्या बात है. Right, you were definitely much better. क्या बात है. So what happens once we know how to row this story of this boat of stories? What do you think happens? What happens at the end? There's no end actually. What happens? What's this? कहानी नाव में डालते चले, तो कहानी नाव में जब डालते चले जाते हैं तो क्या होता है आपके हिसाब से? नाव बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हो जाता है. और क्या हो सकता है? या नाव बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हो जाता है. जर्नी बहुत, हाँ, नई नई जगह पहुंच जाते हैं. कहानीज ट्रैवल, वी ट्रैवल विद देम. और क्या होता है? क्या बात है, सफर सुहाना हो जाता है. वी कनेक्ट विद ईच अदर. And I think that we get the whole world in our hands. Yeah? Not just the 2 oars, the 2 chappus, the 2 hottus, but the whole world is in our hands. And that's what you're going to do right now, okay? So today's an easier day. This is your line, by the way. It's a simple song. We're all going to sing this. And this is how it goes. We've got the whole world in our hands. 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 Simple, na? 1, 2, 3. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world In our hands, we've got the whole world. In our hands, we've got the whole world in our hands. One more time, we've got the... Louder. In our hands. Louder. In our hands, we've got the... We've got the... Okay, what else we've got? We've got books and stories. In our hands, we've got books and stories. In our hands, we've got books and stories. In our hands, we've got books and stories. Yeah, this has to be now. Once again, the rhythm comes in place here. It can't be, we've got books and stories in our... Ho gaya, 4 ka count nikal gaya. Okay, we'll try this again. We've got books and stories. In our hands, we've got books and stories. In our hands, we've got books and stories. In our hands, we've got the books and stories in our hands. What else have we got in our hands? We've got memories. In our hands, we've got memories. In our hands, we've got memories. In our hands, we've got memories in our hands. We've got memories. In our hands, we've got memories. In our hands.
You to Neev Literature Festival.
So I think this is a better opportunity for the kids to enhance their reading skills. Actually, it's a great opportunity for the kids. Maybe once maybe if we go to our past, okay, we used to have these kinds of fests during our graduation things. So I want the kids to experience how a literature fest to be. So what makes them fluent readers, or how do you, how efficiently you can read, or something like that. So maybe she can talk better.
Yeah, I think
So maybe
great.
Yeah. So you are excited about the fest, right?
Why are you here? What are you looking for?
I'm actually here for the authors.
The authors, any
Yeah.
favorite?
I'm not even sure who are gonna come, but I'm excited to see.
Okay, and how about books? How many books do you read?
Many books.
Many books. Okay. Thank you so much.
Children, I can see a couple of children. Children, what do we have in our hands? I can, no, not, yeah, the masked children. No, nothing? Rhyme and reason. We've got rhyme and reason. I'm coming to you. In our hands, we've got rhyme and reason. In our hands, we've got rhyme and reason. Yeah, children. What else have we got in our hands? We got pens and pencils in our hands, literally, pens and pencils in our hands. We've got pens and pencils in our hands. We've got pens and pencils in. For the Bangalore people, we've got traffic jams. Pollution in our hands. In our hands, we've got pollution in our hands. One last thing. What and candies? We've got chocolates and candies. We've got
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I welcome you all to NLF 2017.
I think this is amazing what Neev is doing. I hope to be there next year as well. I truly believe these places are helping children to become who they really are.
I drew pictures of a character from Tom Watson's book Stick Dog and Stick Cat.
I've met hundreds of kids here and they're all so smart. It's such a privilege to be here.
We should definitely have more best ideas.
I write every single day.
You may be small, but you are spunky. They will not accept what is told to them without questioning.
We had a session with an author. Yeah, and we also got inspiring.
It's always fun to be with kids because you can only expect the unexpected when you're with them.
Love to read, read to love at Neev Literature Festival. We want to create readers for life.
I had to draw my own superhero, and I did.
I love the buzz and the energy at Neev Lit Fest.
We did drawing, and then we did sticking.
What I do is I just have characters. They're really kind of kooky characters. I quite love them.
I think it inculcates a greater sense of reading and reading for joy.
We attended the write a comic of the blog.
Today, we will have the pleasure of hearing and interacting with renowned literary figures and simply soak in the joy of the literature world.
It's really important to have this kind of a literature fest for kids in a school with all the parents and teachers, all the stakeholders together. This was the first version of the Neev Lit Fest. We want more and more people to participate in this. We want more authors to participate. We look forward to doing this year on year and making it richer and richer.
How has the festival been so far?
The festival has been pretty interesting. Yesterday I came as a guest, today I've come as a volunteer. I've checked out a lot of things here and it's been a lot of fun so far.
What has the footfall been like?
The?
Footfall.
I don't know what that is. Oh, yesterday in the evening time there were a lot of people. I don't know about the morning. Right now I'm pretty sure many people are just coming because it's quite early. We should see later for the day.
And what do you think about the book awards yesterday?
They were pretty interesting. Some things were not expected as I thought it would be happening. As like the events that turned out was not what I expected.
The books you thought were going to win didn't win?
Yeah.
Okay, so which books were you rooting for?
A couple of them actually. Some nice ones.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Way that we felt when we were children, right into adulthood. So how do writers, who are all grown up, explore universal questions and feelings in the stories that we write? How do we make them personal for our readers, who may be like way younger than us, and also some generations removed? So the authors in our panel will share their experiences. So to get started, Aditi, Anushka and Rasil, could you just tell us, like a sort of warm-up, what are the themes that you keep going back to in your stories? Are there certain themes? You could start if you like, Rasi.
So it's, as someone who's only written 2 books, the themes, there are no repetitive themes just yet, right? I'm not even sure I've explored that side quite. But the themes that when I look at the world around me, the themes are sort of, they just percolate up on their own. You know, it's about, for example, at the moment, I'm sitting here on stage and I'm sharing it with fantastic authors, but I'm sharing it with Anushka Ravishankar, people. And I'm so excited because I have been reading her books since I first came back to India 15 years ago. It was the first book I ever bought. And when I was told that I would be, on this panel, the first question in my mind was, do I really belong on this panel? And I sort of went further down to figure out what was this emotion that I was feeling. And this emotion that I was feeling was one, am I worthy to be on the stage with this person? And so if you pause there, it's done. But then if you go further down, go dig a little bit deeper. When was the first time I ever felt this emotion where where I didn't feel worthy? And that goes back to, I remember very clearly being on a stage with a group of people and actually being very knowledgeable about something, but somehow not having that sense of, I belong there. So I think, I can't say like they're repeated themes, but they're emotions that are consistent with all of us. And you may feel something as an adult, but you just go back a little deeper and you find how you felt it as a child, and you just start from there.
Yeah, I agree with that, the things that the things that occupied you as a child somehow do continue into adulthood. So a lot of my books tend to be about animals, and it's not because I think children like animals, but because I feel that myself. I've never had a pet until very recently, but I still have written about pets, and the other thing that again has continued from childhood is a feeling of how we share the planet with animals, but when animals come into the human spaces, we always react with such aggression. And that theme has also been repeated in several of my books. There's also...
Sitara, you're a student at Neev. Could you tell me what you think the value of the festival is to students of our school and that of schools around India?
I think that this school promotes reading definitely for younger children, and more so about Indian books, because we're so exposed to literature from around the world, but we don't really get any exposure to books that are by people who've been through the same experiences as us because of the geography similarities. And I think one thing Neev does really well in the Lit Fest is promote this by giving us a wide range of selected and quality literature for children about the places that they live in and things that they might experience because of the places they live in.
Wonderful. Are there any particular books you'd like to recommend that cover Indian stories?
Yeah, I mean, the shortlisted books in the Neev Lit Fest, of course. Out of that, I think Wounds by Somnath Thore, Wounds, yeah, by them. It's really, it's a deep book with really aesthetic graphics, and it definitely makes you think about something. And for any aspiring artist, young artists out there, it would definitely be a good place to start.
Thank you, Sitara.
Yes, let's begin with the song. Are you ready to dance with us? Okay, let's begin with the song. Clap, everyone. Everyone.
Abadak, tabadak, tadad kudum, gadana, bidana, tadad kudum. Abadak, tabadak, tadad kudum, gadana, bidana, tadad kudum. Natak, beatak, chow chow chung. Natak, beatak, chow chow chung. Gosh taranga, boom bang boom. Goshtaranga, boom bang boom. Everyone. Goshtaranga, boom bang boom. Goshtaranga, boom bang boom. Abadak, tabadak, tadar tudum. Kadana, pidana, kadar kudum. Abadak, tabadak, tadar tudum. Kadana, pidana, kadar kudum. Natak, beatak, chow chow chum. Natak, beatak, chow chow chum. Goshtaranga, boom bang boom. Come on. Goshtaranga, boom bang boom. Everyone. Goshtaranga, boom bang boom. Goshtaranga, boom bang boom. Sani dha pa ma ga re sa. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa. Sa re ga ma pa da ni sa. Sa ni dha pa ma ga re sa. Ilkaku pitaku satak sulum. Boo boo ha ha putranchi dum. Ilkaku pitaku satak sulum. Boo boo ha ha putranchi dum. Mishanchi resh वेगवेगळे वेश मिशांची रेश वेगवेगळे वेश आलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी जादूची भांडी टांगटिंग तुम आलीची आपली माकडाची शेपटी जादूची भांडी टांगटिंग तुम गोष्ट रंग बूम बँग बूम गोष्ट रंग बूम बँग बूम एव्हरीवन गोष्ट रंग बूम बँग दिस साइड गोष्ट रंग बूम बँग बूम गोष्ट रंग बूम बँग बूम गोष्ट रंग बूम बँग बूम
Teacher, Neev, what do you think is the value? So you're a teacher, Neev. What do you think is the value of having such a festival for our community and that of other Indian schools?
Very valuable, I would say. One of the things is that books are not being read as much as they used to during my time. I know libraries are shutting down, and I think this is a great way to try and get people to feel interested in books once again, for those who've lost interest. Yeah.
And so what do you think is the value of telling particularly Indian stories? Because that is one of the major focuses of the festival and the award.
I think it's very important, and it's something that has been discussed among educators for a very long time, and that is the books you read shapes your personality, and if the books you read are not Indian, then you grow up with metaphors and impressions of life that are really not rooted in your own culture, and that's a very sad thing to happen. Yeah. So, Indian books, books on India, written by Indian authors, on Indian themes, great.
Are there any books that you've seen here that you've particularly enjoyed thematically? We heard a discussion yesterday about voicing the little herd, in which they were speaking about a lot of things that we're now suddenly seeing in Indian literature. Were there any books that you'd like to recommend, or any themes that you'd like to see in upcoming literature?
I'm very bad with remembering the names of books. I'm horrible. I never seem to remember names of books. But I found quite a few, particularly in the young adult, and I think I just read one on a conversation between two bisexuals, another one on gay people, in an eminently readable form, in a way that makes, if children were reading it, they would begin to look at these things very differently when they grow up and they face reality. They will hold a very different view. I can't seem to remember which book they were, but I think it was a deliberate selection, and I think it's a great idea to have done it that way. Yeah.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Miss, you're a librarian. Could you tell me a little bit about the state of children's reading currently?
Yeah, myself Vinita. I'm here with Neev in the PYP library a couple of years, and the trend what I'm seeing is there is a big, great achievement with the children's reading and how they come here, because we've started this reading thing right from the beginning, from the preschool, and now when they reach the grade ones and when they go to the PYP and then MYP, there is a remarkable change in how we bring up our children, and when I see the children outside, there is much difference. So I would say that the more we mold them into these kinds of literature festival, and the more we try to bring them naturally how this reading could be implemented in their everyday lives, that makes remarkable changes in them as a reader. So yeah, I mean, as a parent, as a teacher, as a staff, I would say that this reading should always it should sink in your everyday lives. Yeah.
And Miss, how do you think the evolution of reading habits have occurred during the last few years? Do you think with the increased access to social media, particularly during the pandemic, has reading decreased or increased? Because I know the impacts are quite disparate for many people.
I would say that yes, before pandemic, pre and post pandemic is a remarkable change in the field of library, in the field of reading. Earlier, the traditional library had much importance, but with this pandemic, we along with the other population, we learned that how reading can be molded into the technology. How book could be, it need not have to be a physical one. It can be like in any source, like reading could be a reading, not with the printing, it could be with the online, anything. So I would say pre-pandemic, even we had a feel that how a library could sustain in this COVID time, but yes, we achieved it, and our readers are all here. You can see that even pre and post-COVID, the readers have increased. It's not come down. So yeah, we can change with the trend.
And Miss, do you have any advice for parents who are struggling to get their children reading as a parent and a children's librarian? What would be your sort of number one tip to encourage children to read and also read relevant stories to their contexts?
Yeah, definitely. I was going through some of the sessions yesterday where there were nice tips which was given to the parents and the elders for their children's. Basically, you involve the children in these kinds of lit fest, get them to some of the libraries, communities, join mainly the readers community, and try to get this as naturally. That's what I would say. Don't force it, but then just get into that, let that sink. Again, that's the word which I would like to use. Sink that into their, whenever you're gifting something, give something which a book which the child likes it. Know the child, what the child's interest is, and then try to include that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Is it really fair to ask us all to be fair? Do we, is it fair to do this to this next generation of kids and the ones who will come after them? Do we raise them with so much this question of self-worth that keeps coming up, right? Because so much of how we feel on the inside is based on how people treat us from how they see it, how they think they understand us from the outside. So that's kind of I suppose it's a question of, those are the questions I keep asking. My first book was about how someone recovers from embarrassment and shame. And it's, a lot of kids are like Teflon. I mean, I was Teflon. That incident in the book came from my own life. I dropped my pants in front of my entire co-ed class. And I recovered. I went back the next day. It didn't even occur to me to think that, I had shamed myself. But not every child is like that. So what if I hadn't been that kid? What if I couldn't go back to school the next day and face my peers, knowing that I had embarrassed myself? People were making fun of me. All sorts of things were happening in that room. The teacher thought I'd done it on purpose, for example. So I think those are the kind of questions you bring up, and then you step away from it, because at the end of the day, the book is really not about me. It's an incident that came from my life because it was funny, and I thought, how could I explore this differently? It's really about a child somewhere who's had some situation happen to them, and then how they've recovered from that, or how, again, you show them a path, you can recover from it. It's up to you whether you take it.
Speaking for myself, I think as a child, I've always had a huge awareness of nature and trees especially, and also an awareness of the sky, water, trees. And I think it comes into the writing just in passages of prose sometimes, which is, I hope, evocative. It's been a question with me, and it is even until today. What is the relationship between myself and nature? This thing that gives me so much of peace, that keeps me so alive in what I look at. And I don't know, I mean, I guess because I was also a very quiet child, I'm addressing the quiet child in the reader as well, the quietness. And, you know, those moments, I find that that recurs a lot in the writing.
What do you think has been the impact of the Neev Book Award? I think one of the biggest things that Neev Book Awards does is helps us talk about Indian authors, which we are not able to do otherwise. And the fact that these authors come in later, it adds more value to these to this entire experience. Also, it's like already being shortlisted and it's vetted out so well. So it really helps us that way. So. Yeah, we do have a wonderful collection of authors and books. What do you think is the importance of fostering this kind of love and recognition of Indian children literature on the long run for students? Have you seen an impact in your students in the run-up to the awards of the festival? Oh, for sure. Because you know, as an English-speaking school, we you know, rely a lot on you know, the quality of the books, which we because of these sort of awards, you know, we have rich Indian English books that come out, which otherwise get lost in, like, you know, when you do a lot of research and lists. Obviously, we're not making, like, the Indian authors are not making to the top yet, but awards like this help us bring them in the forefront, and also these little herds voices that we don't really hear because they would get missed out, and you know, they're not marketed that much. These little herd voices, say the story of Jamlo, or the last year the book Unga, which were from the tribal belts of the nation, they come forward, and yes, students have read it. They are now they look forward to that rack. Thank you. Thank you.
And how are they related to literature and books? To start things off on this beautiful Sunday, we welcome Ms. Sujata Narona, educator from Bookworm Trust, to head a conversation revolving around whether the pandemic and the digital world have repositioned the ideas that we hold and the ways in which we view the world in relation to the library. A big round of applause for Ms. Sujata, please.
Yeah. Since Asha's there, I'm gravitating here. Do you mind if I?
The books.
Yeah. I hate fish. We have 2 fish tanks. We've had so many dead fish. We've had them fly out and like writhe and die on the floor by the books. And I have traumatized my child because I did not let him bury the first fish. I chucked it in the toilet and I flushed it in front of him and I said, I'm done with these. But we still have another 15 in the house and a lot of snails. Yeah, I think these incidents are really interesting because sometimes, I know I shouldn't do this, but I get away with it, so I do. I put my phone on record when I speak to people who I find interesting. So kids, not all kids, some kids. And while they're in the car driving home from football practice or wherever they've been, they'll have these funny conversations about teachers and about other students and about their siblings, and they'll say some really nasty stuff about all of them. So, and then they'll be, you know, hitting each other and doing all sorts of things. They just don't understand a hands-free zone, like they don't get it. So all of that sometimes gets recorded on my phone, just their voices. And I do the same thing with people who are much older. For example, a few days ago, my 90-year-old Bua passed away. And I found 2 conversations that I had recorded with her on the phone because I knew that at some point I was going to lose her, and I would not be able to retain her memories in my head. So I recorded her voice, and all the stories that she told me are there. And somehow they will one day weave their way into something. But I think it's like just a little data gathering. You don't know what you're going to do with it, but eventually it's going to come in handy. Kind of. Do you have anything to say about experiences from childhood? Anything that
I think everybody has that one teacher who was just incorrigible and, did really horrible things. And now when I think, in our times, there were so many. I think now it's a very different relationship. I have to say that because I'm teaching now and I have to always come off as the good guy. But growing up, when I think about some of the stuff that the teacher said that so traumatized me, I realized it was just really funny. And if somebody heard it, it's not me who should have been embarrassed as that little kid standing in a corner, like sidling up to the wall. She should have been embarrassed. So it's really fun to take stuff like that and sort of exaggerate it and blow it out of proportion. And I think this is something that people just relate to because everybody has one mean gene in their body that enjoys this kind of, humor. So it's tantamount to Neville Longbottom in, turning, in Harry Potter, turning Snape into his grandmother with this.
Minutes, ask you to read the question and pass it round. If any question stays with you, we'll start talking. And there are blank cards. So if you have your own question, which I believe you have, remember the space exists for you to bring your question to this conversation. These cards have two sides, so just flip it around. You may think it's blank and actually I've written, Okay, thank you so much. Any questions at this point on this structure that seems completely mad? Ma'am, that will come. I'll just pass to the back. And can you pass right at the back? And we'll just pass this around, yeah? Vinita, you're looking dreadfully confused. Is there something you want to ask me? Kiran and Lovely have mics and they'll go around. Read the question and pass. Just keep the question in your mind. That means you can ask the question of leaving libraries and thinking, in what way has this impacted us? If you just pass so people read, yeah?
That's a little bit of what I said, that fantasy and reality thing. And in Zen and I especially have explored that because, in children's heads, there are lots of things that seem very real to them, so they find it, I'm saying they, but the fact is that I remember what it was like as a child, that line between fantasy and reality is really very thin. So things that are in your head seem very real to you. And that's actually what the hair frizzing is. I don't think it really happens. I wonder if anybody's hair frizzes when they're angry. But, to answer your question somewhat, I don't have any techniques as such. What I do, I think what all of us do as children's writers is that we really can tap into, as you said, we tap into our childhood easily. And that's not something that everybody can do either, because I know I've spoken to friends who write like for adults, and they've told me, we don't know how you do this because we cannot write for children. It's a certain quality that is of not quite growing up. I said this in my talk yesterday, that there's this book by Alison Lurie called Boys and Girls Forever, in which she analyzes some children's writers. And the point she's trying to make through the book is that children's writers in some way don't grow up at all. So she's talked about Hans Christian Andersen and even Dickens, I think, and who wrote Peter Pan? Barry. And how all of them have never really grown up. They all have some element of the child still in them. I think that is kind of essential to being a children's writer. If you don't do that, then you're writing down to the child. You're writing to a child somewhere there, and then it can get didactic, it can get kind of preachy and instructional. So unless you can be that child as you're writing it, and really, you can only write for yourself. Yes. You cannot write for anybody else. You can only write for the child that you were or still are somewhere in your head. Otherwise, it does end up being writing down to children. I think that's the one quality that we have and need to hold on to as children's writers.
Yeah. It's not just the good stories or so holding on to your childhood, the childlike quality is wonderful because, like you said, otherwise you're going to be writing down to somebody. But I think there is also, and it's in every other context, this would not be an ability, it would be a disability. But in this case, to hold on to your childishness also to remember what it feels like to sulk or to be mad at something which, you know, it's okay. Tomorrow somebody can come and put it in perspective, but today I just want to be mad about it, you know. And remembering these things also, how you felt, because what I feel is that no matter how much wisdom comes in with the passing of years, there are still unresolved issues which remain within us as pieces of the past and, like I was saying, become your present. So I think that's the...
It can also be your pet animal, literally anything, anyone, any option. Yeah.
I saw a few bookstores which I used to go shut down. So I think the impact must have been really immense in that a person takes a decision to stop his business. So libraries should have seen much lower footfalls and times people coming and engaging there. So that's my guess on how it would have turned.
Anyone else? So in the work that we do, and I'm jumping in only because of time, we perhaps had our busiest active work life during the pandemic. And that's because we chose to not stop our work. It's because we believed that children deserved books. So we started a home-based copying Swiggy, one bike and a home delivery program. We put books in bags and dropped them in community. So passing the parcel, it was called passing the bag.
So it made other people laugh, and I think that's all you can hope for, is that you keep joy inside you, and then you share that joy in one way or the other.
Me? Okay. I don't think I do anything in particular. I think I think one thing you need to do is not be afraid to look a little foolish sometimes. You know, you shouldn't be embarrassed about appearing not adult enough and not grown up enough. I don't think I need to do anything much. Yeah, I find that quite easy to do, to be silly. So.
Aditi? I think, like you, I dance. I dance in the shower, and it's just this music all around. But I think the thing that really keeps me joyful is eating chocolate, hiding it from my kids and eating it. I feel like a martyr because I'm saving them, you know, from all that unhealthy stuff. But the fact is that I just need to eat all the chocolate. And then I have this one dog outside in my street. I have 7 of them, but the one... This little dog's name is Murli Krishna, but he's called Muli. And he really keeps me going. He really keeps me alive because he's always...
I, Vineet Singh, would like to welcome one and all to a beautiful and warm morning at Neev Academy at the world of books, characters, imagination and creativity. Love to read, read to love at Neev Literature Festival. We want to create readers for life.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. NLF 1.0 is Neev's dream to create a platform in India that brings together creators, readers, and influencers of children's literature from India and around the world. I welcome you all to NLF 2017.
The kids were amazing. It's always fun to be with kids because you can only expect the unexpected when you're with them.
They are my stars. They are my path.
For an artist and for a writer, the world is never still.
Thank you, Mrs. Kavita Gupta Saberwa.
We'll see you next year. Oh, and all the Neev parents and kids, we'll see you Monday morning.
This was the first version of the Neev Lit Fest. We are hoping that that going forward it gets owned up by the community. We look forward to doing this year on year and making it richer and richer.
That's the whole story about. So these are these really fascinating, larger than life. It's not even larger than life. So when you read mythology, there is a term called suspension of disbelief. Okay, that is something. Basically, it means that you have to keep your rational mind, away and come here and just immerse yourself in the magnificent, weirdness that is there in mythology. And all of these have their inherent stories. So these sages, they didn't, they were not like the Jataka tales or Panchtantra where you have moral at the end of each story. These are very open-ended, stories, and that is what is wonderful about mythology, that you try and figure out yourself, what, did whatever happen for good, or did it happen, was it not a fair thing? So for example, there are children who came to me and said that it's not fair that a horse should be killed to, create a higher griva, So yeah, so everyone has their own takeaways from it, but I think that is the flexibility and how mythology helps us interpret, things.
There's a
So
different perspective.
absolutely, yeah. I think a lot of interesting things to take away from this. So you can, in this book, the 17 stories that.
Yes. Welcome. Do you?
Yeah. So, I had to leave in between because there was an SOS call. But you all were discussing about, and it's been a recurring theme even yesterday, that children being powerless or lack of agency. And I think Rasil really summed it up well, that they do have agencies. We just have to create that opportunity or show them. And when I'm a teacher, I've been a teacher in 20 years of my life, right? And when I look at our students, I feel they do have the agency. But this question is for students who are in the tier 2 cities, where we really see that there might not be agency or they might be powerless. So as very progressive authors or publishers, what do you think is your role in reaching out to that larger audience, really making it universal?
I think one of the things that we do in our work is many of us also try to at least talk about these things, to even bring it to light that there is this happening, is one way to give everybody a sense that this is not something that needs to be ignored. It is happening, and maybe in time it can be addressed as well. So sometimes we mention things in our stories which don't have an immediate solution, but we take care to mention them. Powerlessness, yeah.
There
Forms
is,
of
Hello, my name is Rahul. Are you okay with having a few short questions? All right, thank you. So, firstly, what do you think is the importance of Indian children's literature in a child's life?
I think you cannot have literature. You cannot not have literature in a child's life. Okay, it's when we were growing up, there were not so many books, but you know, our grandparents were the books, and they are the ones who told us stories. But I think growing up, you realize that one person will not have all the stories in the world to be told, and you need these books to get you stories from across the world, across the country also. Yeah. And I think books are something which help children to learn a lot of things in a very subtle manner, you know, without spelling it out, without, you know, saying that this is the moral of the story, or, you know, this is what, you know, very subtly they have messages packed into the books, which the children, maybe not immediately, but it lingers in their minds, and they, you know, kind of realize its importance much later in their lives. And I think that is a very important part of reading, you know. It's not something like if you go to a, you know, live, if you watch YouTube or something like that, people always are in your face, they, you know, giving you messages, telling you that you should do this, you should not do this. Books don't do that. And I think that's something that as a parent, I really value, you know, for children.
Thank you for that. Also, when you look at children's literature, why do you think children need to read Indian? Why do you think Indian children need to read Indian children's literature as opposed to any other children's literature that might be Western or foreign?
So, children can read all kinds of literature, right, from all around the world. I think literature from all around the world are important, in fact. It's not necessary. But the important part of reading Indian literature is that they can immediately connect, right? So, when I was growing up, again, we used to read Enid Blyton. That was the only book that was available. The kind of picnics that they had and the kind of, you know, things that they did, I knew that I could never do it. You know, the kind of, you know, edge of the forest cottage that the kids used to live in with their families. I was not doing that. I was staying in a multi-storied in Mumbai. So it is never my relatable thing. Of course, it is fantastic. It lets your imagination run wild. But you also need stories which are closer home, which helps you gain empathy a lot, understand your own people, and especially India, because you know, India is not one language, one country. It is multiple countries, and I think to know stories from each and every state, you know, that is a richness which no other country actually enjoys. You know, in our country, if we have 29 states, we have 29, you know, thousand or maybe 29 lakhs of stories, which no other country actually can boast of. So I think to tap into that and, you know, make that part of your life is very, very important.
Thanks a lot. See you.
Really, it's all about who has the power. And that's what I like to write about.
Yeah, it's exactly, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's about power dynamics. And kids recognize that there are power dynamics where they are. There is no teenager who doesn't stand up to their parents, so they have agency. But within certain environments, agency, what does agency actually mean? Is it I must do something? It also means I must exercise restraint. So understanding where you are at that moment in time, assessing that situation, deciding whether you want to step in and do something or you want to step back. Both are actions. So, so I do, you know, I think kids in that sense, they may not recognize it that way, they may not identify it or speak about it that way, but they recognize that they have to play and swing between the two worlds. And that's what they do in books as well. So you may take on your parent at home in a fight, an argument, or whatever, but you may not take on your teacher or your principal or your neighbor. But you can negotiate your way in that space. And I think that's what characters do. So when they empower themselves or they exercise agency, they're doing something that they can. And I think that's really all you can expect from young people.
There's one more thing I just wanted to say is I've observed over a period of time that most of the way we control other people in a civilized manner is through guilt. We do this a lot because that's the thing that keeps people in. And guilt is the best way that you don't have to give a reason, a logical or an honest explanation for why you expect another person to do something. You don't have to give them an explanation as long as you can make them feel guilty. And sometimes I think that as writers we should also address that part. Is, you know, what are the pitfalls of that? And how much does it cost you your agency, not just as a child, but as you go right through life?
Guilt works really well for me as a parent. Let's not.
Okay, let's not meddle with that. Sorry, Russell, I'm so sorry.
All right. So we're pretty much out of time, I think. So thank you, everybody, for being here with us and listening.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everyone.
Is passing you by. So we're thinking, how do we slow it down? And one way is really slowing it down, is consciously giving time for sitting with a book for much longer than you would normally do. And you'll be stunned at what your observation power brings, the questions you ask, the detail you notice. This is reading. This is deep reading. So to not forget that. The other thing is doing, which is also very much a part of reading, which is what I do with something that I know. I can talk about it, yes. I can write about it, yes. I can think about it by raising questions. I can extend it by doing something with this, you know, content.
Time for a short interview, Edda.
I have to look at it. Oh gosh, then it will become so... Okay, tell me. Yeah.
All right. So why do you think children's literature in India does not get the recognition or the publicity it deserves?
I think we need, I mean, the more parents and children come to events like these, where there's a brilliant display of the fabulous work that's coming out of Indian, you know, by Indian authors and by Indian publishers, creators, illustrators, designers, the more it's going to happen. So I know it's going to happen. I know it's going to happen when they see it, when they get aware of it, when they become aware of it. I know they come and pick up books by Indian authors. It's fine. It's fine. It's going to happen. I know. I mean, right now there's just too much of outside influences that are coming in here at the moment, and it takes time. Ours is a very young. Our children's literature field is very, very young at the moment. So it's just getting bigger and bigger. It'll happen. I just wish and I just hope that more and more parents start exploring it for themselves, because once they do it, that's how the children also start enjoying, you know, once they see their parents enjoying it, the children will also start enjoying it.
All right. Thanks a lot. Lovely talking to you.
I think this is amazing what Neev is doing. I hope to be there next year as well.
We think of children as leaders for tomorrow. It's only spaces like this that create a space for children's own voice to emerge. I truly believe these places are helping children to become who they really are.
I drew pictures of a character from Tom Watson's book Stick Dog and Stick Cat.
I'm so happy to be here at the festival. I've met hundreds of kids here and they're all so smart. It's such a privilege to be here.
Bangalore is, I've been told, it's a reading city, and the more you read as a child, you become storytellers, you draw more, you write more.
We should definitely have more success like this.
Really small, but you are spunky. They will not accept what is told to them without questioning.
We had a session with an author, and we all really inspiring. So we had to make up a character, an imaginary character which looked really strange, and we also had to think of a riddle.
Neev Literary Fest has been one of the most professionally organized and efficiently handled fests I've been to.
What I do is I just have characters, they're really kind of kooky characters. I quite love them.
I like school literary festivals for the reason that the world of writing becomes very real to them. I also think it inculcates a greater sense of reading and reading for joy.
ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
These rallies, anyone tried it? Very popular. Yaman. It is actually the most popular, so popular in this country that her Ghana, from ad films to film.
Mother would receive a phone call and say that, you know how much of bucket of muck I've removed from your daughter's hair today? I mean, that kind of bond. But Malli loved Pati's massages. And then after the massages, Pati used to love, okay, I'm having a problem with this mic. Or koi mic nahi hai? Ye. Okay, I hope this doesn't. But after the massages, Pati used to sit with Malli and
give her some Sudoku puzzles. She would sit with her and talk to her about all that happened through the week in her school, talk to her about homework, talk to her about a lot of things. But Malli was not, I mean, she was happy with all these things, but Malli waited for one particular moment. Weekends meant that Party would make her rasam. Now, for all those uninitiated, rasam is this broth, if you want to call it, a soup, if you want to call it, that you mix with rice in South India, especially in Tamil Nadu, and you have. Now, that rasam was so good that Malli, she would handle everything, but she would wait for that particular rasam. And as Party would go into the kitchen and add those spices, take out this really beautiful vessel called iya chumbu, something made out of lead, which would, you know, almost the tomatoes, the spices would interact with the tin in that and make it even more tangier. The taste would just get enhanced. And as the rasam whiffed into Malli's, you know, wherever Malli was sitting, she'd say, Party, and she would go and hug her Party and she'd say, Party, you're the bestest rasam maker in the whole wide world. And Party will say, yes, I know. She said, Party, you're so good. Will you also teach me how to make rasam, please, Party? And Party will say, one day, Malli, I'll definitely, I will. But Party, please, 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 I really want to know how to make this rasam. I want to make it myself perhaps one day. She said, Malli, you're too young, but I will share the recipe. And then the rasam would be over, and Party would have just tempered it with mustard, cumin seeds, with nice and generous dash of ghee, and the rasam would come out of the kitchen onto the dining table. Malli would be sitting there, her hair slightly wet because she's just had a hair bath, hungry. You know, I don't know if all of you, but after a hair bath, after a prolonged hair bath, you actually feel very hungry. So Malli was no different. She would say, Party, 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 Party. Can you do that? Party, 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 Rasam Party, Rasam Party, Rasam Party, Rasam Party. And she'll say, okay, Malli, I'm bringing the rasam. And first she would take a plate and heap that entire rice into a mountain. Can you do that? Can you do that? I don't know when was the last time you had so much rice, but yeah. And then Malli would make a nice big hole, like how you have the top of the volcano. Can you all make a hole, children? Yes. And children at heart, yeah. And as Party came in with her rasam in the iya chumbu, she would ladle a generous ladle of rasam. But before that, what else do you think goes on to the rice? We just melt. That also generous, because it was Malli. So nice, generous dollop of ghee, and then the rasam, and it would just flow all over the rice, and it would fall. And Malli was so, I mean, she just wanted the rasam to be into her mouth, into her heart, into her soul, into her tope. She just couldn't wait. It was hot. It was hot. It was right from the stove onto the dining table and onto her plate. And Party will say, Are, dheere se bhai, where is the rasam going? She says, no, I can't wait. And then as, you know, nothing else mattered to Malli. Just that rasam was on the plate, and that she could, even the accompaniments were very secondary. It could be a potato roast, or it could be some puriyal, or whatever, or papadam. But the rasam was most important. And as she ate, Party just saw her. Nothing else mattered. I mean, everybody else was in soft focus. They were zoomed out of her life. Only the rasam and the plate of rice. And as she ate, she again said, Party, you promise, na? You'll teach me how to make rasam. She'll say, yes, Malli. So every weekend, imagine that you go to your grandparents' house and you do this. Are, who will not fall in love with Malli's Party? But then, if only all stories have a happy ending. In this case, at this point of time, Malli, her life changed because her party had to move on to another world. It completely changed everything. Malli couldn't fathom, I mean, she was a young girl, but 7 years old, and she said, why would party go away? How? She couldn't even relate. She didn't know how to even explain her grief. And then came the first weekend, and she didn't have a home to go to. But more worse than that, she didn't have party's rasam. And party, maybe, she didn't know. I mean, her whole life was like a rainbow without colors. It had just vanished. And on Monday, she came back and she threw her school bag on the sofa and she said, Ma, I don't want to go to school. And Ma was shocked. Malli was somebody who loved going to school. She said, why not? What's the problem? She said, no, Ma, we have to take something that we love and talk about it. And I don't want to go to school because I love my party and I can't take her to school. See, Amma was also going through her grief, but she had to keep her, she had to make sure that Malli didn't grieve further. She said, now let me see. Why don't you take all the things that Malli enjoyed with her party? You enjoyed playing Sudoku. You enjoyed playing games, puzzles. You enjoyed doing so many things. Why don't you take those? Why don't you take those as a reminder and talk about the Sudoku puzzles? You talk about whatever, all those love. Maybe you could even take the bottle of oil that party used to do all your hair massages, and maybe you could talk about those head massages and the banter, the conversations that you had with party. But Malli, she wasn't convinced. I mean, she said no. And as she was hugging her mother, her eyes fell on the kitchen counter. And on the kitchen counter was that beautiful iyachumbu, that vessel in which party made her rasam. And she said, Ma, I know. Can I take party's rasam? Amma said, why not? But then Malli didn't know if Amma knew how to make party's rasam. Amma made those calls. She called her brother, she called her sister, she called Chitti, she called so many people. Everybody gave bits and pieces of information, you see, because party had never shared that recipe. It was always, taken for granted that party will always be there. Why do we need a recipe from party? And then Amma said, no sweat, let's prepare the rasam. So she gathered all the spices, she took the tomatoes, she diced them, she put everything together. But even as the whiff of the rasam came from the kitchen, Malli didn't even have to taste it. She felt sad again. She felt so sad that she started sobbing, and that's when her appa came, and her appa said, listen, maybe you could take this vessel, you could take the iyachumbu, and put the bottle of oil, the Sudoku puzzle book, everything, and talk about it.
Only happened some 7,000 years ago, but let's say with 3,500 years ago old, if they are that old, that is. And they come from, where do they come from? Where are these lines from? Central Asia, yes, pretty much. And they come from, and they're later documented at least in the Rig Veda. And this is called the creation song, the creation hymn, Nasadiya Sukta. Imagine 3,500 years ago, people were critiquing and reflecting and questioning and probing. आजकल के लोग बोलेंगे, how pointless. आजकल के बच्चे बोलेंगे, what a brr thing to do. And as they were critiquing and probing, they ended up questioning the very purpose, the very wisdom of God Almighty. सृष्टि का कौन है कर्ता? कर्ता है वा अकर्ता? Is he the doer or the undoer, or at least the non-doer? ऊंचे आकाश में रहता, सदा अध्यक्ष बना रहता, वही सचमुच में जानता या नहीं भी जानता? He may truly know everything, or maybe not. And as you read this Nasadiya Sukta, this creation hymn further, these people, these 3,500 years old people, Vedic people, they end up questioning the very origin, the very existence of God as well. बताइए, हमसे पूछना चाहिए था. हमें सब कुछ पता है, हम सब कुछ जानते. बताइए किस भगवान की ओरिजिन के बारे में जानना है आपको? हम तो आपको किस राज्य में, किस डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, किस शहर में, किस मोहल्ले में कौन से भगवान पैदा हुए थे बता देंगे. उनके जन्म स्थान पे गूगल पिन भी ड्रॉप कर देंगे, और ताकि कोई कंफ्यूजन ना रह जाए वहां एक भव्य मंदिर भी बना देंगे. यू सी, वी लिव इन द टाइम ऑफ solutions and certainties, whereas our Vedic friends, they seem to have lived in the time of questions and possibilities. आजकल के टीचर्स हमसे पूछते हैं ना, टेल मी बॉय, व्हाट इज द आंसर टू दैट क्वेश्चन? उस समय के तो टीचर्स भी पूछते होंगे, आओ वत्स बताओ आज कौन सा प्रश्न लेके आए हो. कैन यू इमेजिन योर टीचर्स आस्किंग दिस? आई कांट. सो इट्स नॉट आवर फॉल्ट, इट्स आवर टीचर्स फॉल्ट. छिपा था क्या, कहां, किसने ढका था? उस पल तो अगम अतल जल भी कहां था? इस सवाल का जवाब we've known, thanks to the Purans, we've known for a long time now. हमारे हिसाब से ये अगम अतल जल और कोई नहीं, हमारी गंगा ही है. The Ganga that originates from Gomukh in Gangotri and then goes right up to the Bay of Bengal. हमारी गंगा ही है. यही नहीं, all the rivers that you know of, Yamuna, Saraswati, Narmada, Tapi, Kaveri, Krishna, Godavari, Brahmaputra, सबकी सब गंगा ही है. सारे नदी नहीं, इनफैक्ट सारे तालाब. आपका क्या है, कौन सा लेक है यहाँ? बेलंदूर लेक, उमियम लेक इन शिलोंग, द दल लेक इन श्रीनगर, द माउंट आबूज लेक, ऑल द लेक्स इन नैनीताल, द वेम्बनाड लेक, द सिटी लेक इन भोपाल, सबकी सब हमारी गंगा ही है. यही नहीं, द नाइल इन इजिप्ट, द मिसिसिपी इन यूएस, द नॉर्थ सी, the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, the Indian Ocean, सब की सब हमारी गंगा ही है. The water running in our bodies, in our taps, in our nadis, in our nalas, सब के सब गंगा ही है. Ganga is all water on earth. Purans, by the way, gave us one other piece of very valuable information, and that is that they introduced us to the concept of Dashavatar. You know the Dashavatar? Well, let's see. Let's begin. Matsya, Kurma, Varaha. आएंगी, कल की आएंगी, लेकिन नहीं. नरसिंह, वामन, परशुराम, राम, Balram, Krishna, that's a good point. Balram, Krishna, then comes Kalki. And as per a few other scripts, Balram has been thrown out of the equation, Krishna has replaced him, and Gautam Buddha has kind of fallen into place, fallen into the fold. This to me, by the way, is was the first ever merger and acquisition that happened in the history of humankind. But that is another story altogether. We'll come to that. The one thing that we must all know is that these avatars, these Vishnu avatars, did not all happen at the same time. They happened in 4 different periods called yugas. And each yuga ended with some Vishnu avatar killing some demon, because that fellow, that demon, had become so powerful that the entire earth had gone into this zone of imbalance and chaos. So Satyug ended with Narsingh killing Hiranyakashipu. Treta Yug ended with Ram killing Ravan. Dwapar Yug ended with Krishna and the famous Mahabharat war and lots of people dying in the process. And Kali Yug will end with Kalki, who is here, not here, we don't know. Huh? Is there?
That have lots of dents and scars and pokes all over it.
So now, because we spoke about, can you just, we need to have a Rasam song also. Are you all ready to sing a Rasam song? Yes? I need full participation. So Goshtarang ji, आप भी जरा join कीजिए. आपके पास mic है क्या? हाँ, मिल जाएगा, वही. Is the Shruti okay? Yeah. Take the juice of a tamarind ball.
Tamarind ball.
Take the juice of a tamarind ball.
Taste the juice of a tamarind ball.
Cut tomatoes, dice them small.
Cut tomatoes, dice them small.
Add a spoon of rasam podi.
Add a spoon of rasam podi.
A pinch of hing is necessary.
A pinch of hing is necessary.
Add a spoon of rasam podi.
Add a spoon of rasam podi.
A pinch of hing is necessary.
A pinch of hing is necessary.
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 Some salt and pepper indigo.
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 Mix it up, simmer low.
Mix it up, simmer low.
Add, what is it?
Temper this in a dash of ghee.
Temper this in a dash of ghee.
With mustard.
ತಗೋತೀರಾ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಜಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಶಾರ್ಟು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಶಾಲಿನಿ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ It's only signing, that's it.
Ready to eat.
Ready to eat.
Ready to eat.
Thank you so much. Just the book. We'd like to show you some illustrations, because a picture book, a story like this can come to life only when there is a teamwork. We have somebody from the publishers, Karadi Tales. Daya is here from Karadi Tales. Is Shobha here? No, okay. And we have 2 authors, Janaki Sabesh and Dhwani Sabesh, and we have 2 illustrators. We have Vaijayanti, who did the storyboard, and Pallavi Jain, who just breathed colors to the illustrations. So this is the EHO.
Excuse me, sir, excuse me. Some Shruti Srinivasan. Shruti or Srimati or Shalini Srinivasan.
Towel. And then this is a spread that we so love, is about her caressing that yellow sari, and from which you see that medical report falling down, and that's that in her neat handwriting. Party is not only given the recipe of the rasa powder, but also how to make the rasam. And then the last image. So now Party's rasam is now Malli's rasam, and also Dhwani has written an entire for the adults who want to know more about what is rasam. We have a whole, including what is an chumba, entire a little story about what it is all about, and she has and a recipe for Malli's rasam,
which you can all make at home.
But you'll need to buy the book. All right. So one last time, I'm just going to sing. You don't repeat. Just we both will sing the Party's Rasam song again. Just.
ओ ये हट गया, माइक हटाई दिया आपने यहाँ से? हेलो, हमने क्या किया था? So anyway, no problem. We don't have time. Okay, your line is Ganga Ri Ganga. Do this. Ganga Ri Ganga. Once more. Ganga. Hey Ganga Tori. Ganga Tori लहर सभी के मन भाए. गंगा तोरी लहर सभी के मन भाए. सभी के मन भाए. सभी के मन भाए. गंगा तोरी लहर सभी के मन भाए. Episode 2 is called Ganga Maiya मान जाओ. Now, once again, later in Treta Yuga, there was a big country with a big kingdom, with a big fort, with a big... I'll take care, don't worry. With a big palace. And Mahabali, later in Treta Yuga, only the gods lived that long, no? Much later in Treta Yuga. This king's name was Sagar. Now Sagar wore a big...
Hello, my name is Raghav and I'll just be asking you a couple of questions about the Neev Literature Festival. So, before coming to the festival, were there any expectations of the festival that you had, or was there anything you were looking forward to?
I was looking forward to to buying books, which I'm now going to go do. So so I think expectations met as far as that goes. So yeah.
Based on your experience so far, short or long, what do you think of the atmosphere? What do you think of the students and the children here?
I mean, so far it's been fun. I've done a reading, and the kids were great, and I'm enjoying the atmosphere. I like all the sort of bookish conversations happening and so on. So it's been nice.
All right. It was wonderful. It was wonderful speaking to you, and thank you for coming to the festival. Thank you.
Now Indra saw this as an opportunity and stole that horse and hid it deep down under the ground in the hermitage of a man who happens to be my namesake. He was a Muni. Now, Sagar had 60,000 sons with one queen called Sumati. Look at the irony of it, huh? A woman named Sumati had 60,000 sons. Kya mati mari gayi hogi bechari ki. So this Sagar fellow, he tells his children, 60,000 children, you have to go and find that horse for me. मतलब इन 60,001 आदमियों में से किसी एक को भी ये आइडिया नहीं आया कि कोई और घोड़ा ले लेते हैं. But anyway, तो वो सारे के सारे, all these 60,000 sons go about looking for this horse. They look left, right, and dig a lot of earth, 70% of this earth to be precise, and then found this horse tied in the hermitage of Muni Kapil. Now Kapil Muni was in deep sadhana. He had no idea of Indra's mischief. And these 60,000 sons, they started shouting. 60,000, by the way, is 1.5 times Chinnaswamy Stadium. Imagine as many people shouting, chor, chor, chor. So Kapil Muni opened his eyes with rage. And so fiery was his glance that each one of those 60,000 brothers turned into a heap of ash. Now finally Sagar was distraught. अब उसके इकलौते 60,000 बच्चे लड़के जो ठहरे, इकलौते ही हैं, पता नहीं 60,000 किस हिसाब से थे. So anyway, so he asked his grandson Anshuman to go to
So for those of you that haven't read your work, could you tell us a little bit about the thematic context of your work?
I tend to write about issues of justice and the search for the self in the other. And even though they do present in many different ways and through very different stories, I think the essential search is always that, for the self in the other. And I do deal with things like equality and justice a lot, and I find myself doing that more so now.
So could you tell me the importance of, you think, telling these kind of stories with these particular themes? We're thinking about justice, for example. We heard a lot on various panels yesterday about thinking about the importance of social issues in terms of various systems of oppression in children's literature, particularly Indian stories. So could you tell me the relevance of that to you?
I think that times are pretty polarized now, and not just in India but across the world. And there seems to be, I think, issues of inequality and communal disharmony were always prevalent, very much so. But now there seems to be an open sort of a declared war against the other, I would call it. And I think that books are a way of doing this, of sort of bridging these gaps in the understanding of people, in the minds of human beings, to bring in a certain humanity into the consciousness of people. Because just because you're a human being doesn't mean that there's the humane quality. And I think that needs to come out, because that is the challenge in these times.
And my next question would sort of be about the evolution of the power of books. I think, obviously, we've had these for a long time. How do you think they've evolved in the era of social media, post-pandemic? Do you think the power of books, or the attention given to books, has reduced or increased with that? And because you're making a very important point about the sort of healing power of books. So do you think that is more or less effective? I mean, with social media particularly.
I think social media has, to some degree, so there are two sides to this. To some degree it has taken away from it because people's attention spans have become shorter. So if you read a sentence construction today, the attention span leaves room for shorter sentences and very quick messages, which is coming from the short messaging service, right? On the other hand, because of social media, I think books are out there, brought to the attention of people more. And so I think there's always the two sides dilemma that one has to deal with. But at the end of the day, I think a book needs to sell on its merit, because it's able to touch the hearts of somebody, connect with a person, with a reader, and with, the resonance needs to be there. And that is where it sort of, stands on its own.
So in your experience, has social media been democratic for Indian authors? We learnt over the past few days of, sort of undermining of Indian authors as compared to Western voices. Do you think it has been democratic and has enabled a lot of Indian authors to, market their books better, to engender more attention for Indian authors?
Definitely, it has given everybody a forum to come out there and to share their work and to share their views. Unfortunately, sometimes those views are shared very lightly because words are free, and so it's easy to just say anything at all. That is hurtful because one can hide behind the anonymity of, social media. However, everything has its bad and good side, and if you want to take the good of it, then I think that there are a lot more writers who are coming up and are able to share their work and share their thoughts because of social media. As regards to democratic, I think the children's literature or the Indian let me talk about children's literature in India is a community by itself, and I don't know whether if somewhere across the world some of the books that we wrote, or many of the books that we wrote, went out there. I'm not sure that our books have that kind of universality that, say, an Enid Blyton had, because she talks about magic and, food and about, school stories and stuff like that. We have that too, but in the Indian kids lit scenario, I'm finding that authors are starting to address issues that are very pertinent and very relevant to the Indian scenario. So in that sense, we make our own world and we live in it. So.
Wonderful, thank you.
Father of Hanuman, Vayudev. दूसरी तरफ से Vayudev आ रहे थे. Now, the wind god was mostly invisible. So our friend Durvasa, Rishi Durvasa, he bumped into wind god. Now what happens when a strong gust of wind and anger collide? Bilkul, you get a tornado. Yeah. And there was a tornado, and as soon as there was a tornado, Rishi Durvasa ke ek baad ek kapde utar ke udne lage. Now all the other gods would sort of bow their heads down out of shame and embarrassment, but Ganga was really enjoying all this. And when the last of Rishi Durvasa's clothes came off, Ganga burst into laughter. And as soon as that happened, Rishi Durvasa, young girl, you laugh at me, treat me like trash. How bitter. I curse you to go flow on earth and let them trash you and litter. Ganga said, Rishivar, I'm sorry, a reflex action, I couldn't help it, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You young girl, you laugh at me, treat me like trash. How bitter. I curse you to go down, flow on earth, and let them trash you and litter. Oh, wait a minute. So Rishi Durvasa has actually given us the license to trash and litter Ganga, huh? Not that it makes any difference to us, but very interesting. So we can actually have chips, Ganga ke ghat pe baith ke, chips khaya, फेंक दिया, पेप्सी पी, फेंक दिया, जितना कूड़ा करकट करना है करके फेंक सकते हैं आप लोग. और अगर कोई कुछ कहे तो आपको बोलना है, इट्स नॉट माई फॉल्ट, दुर्वासा जी ने कहा है. And I live in Delhi, I don't have a problem, because Yamuna, which is already quite buri halat mein, but Yamuna goes and sort of joins Ganga. So I will now go and sit outside Yamuna and I will litter, trash, throw whatever I want to, and if someone comes to me, I'm going to say, it's not my fault. Durvasa ji ne kaha. Wait a minute, we just learned that all water on this planet is Ganga. So your Belandur lake is also Ganga. Go ahead. You can just go and trash, throw whatever you want to throw in that. If someone comes and does anything to you, or talks to you, or scolds you, all you need to do is sing the song. It's not my fault, it's Durvasa. 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 Can you do this? It's not my fault, it's Durvasa. It's not my fault, it's.
इस बार उसने अपनी चोंच खोली, रूरू नाचता हुआ गाने लगा. कोई सर को हिलाए रे, हमो, कोई पैर पटक दो रे, दुप 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 दुप, कोई कीचड़ में सोए, खच खच खचक, फच फच फचक, कोई पानी में दौड़े, कोई सर को घुमाओ रे, कोई सर को घुमाओ रे, कोई पैर पटक दो रे, कोई कीचड़ में सोए, कोई पानी में दौड़े, और जोर से बोलो रे, क्या मालूम है, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, जो भी कुछ है अच्छा है, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, जो भी कुछ है अच्छा है, सच्चा भी है सच्चा है, जो भी कुछ भी अच्छा है, का 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 ओके, थैंक यू। स्टोरी का नाम था रूरू राग और ये कहानी लिखी थी नताशा शर्मा। थैंक यू। गाना बोलना है आपको, एक बार गाना बोलेंगे? चलो। कोई सर को घुमाओ रे, कोई सर को घुमाओ रे, कोई पैर पटक दो रे, कोई सर को घुमाओ रे, प्लीज सिंग। कोई पैर पटक दो रे, कोई सर को घुमाओ रे, कोई पैर पटक दो रे, कोई कीचड़ में सोए, कोई पानी में दौड़े, और जोर से बोलो रे, और जोर से बोलो रे, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, बुरा नहीं कुछ अच्छा है, जैसा भी है सच्चा है, अरे बुरा नहीं सब अच्छा है, तू जैसा भी है सच्चा है, अरे बुरा नहीं सब अच्छा है, ला ना 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 ना। ओके, थैंक यू सो मच।
Not the one you and I have always known about. The problem was that Durvasa was a very shrewd rishi. He created the first fake news of mankind. He made us all believe that it was this tapa of Bhagirath that brought Ganga down. But Ganga was already cursed. Because he wanted his curse to continue. He wanted us to constantly litter and make Ganga dirty. And since us, we humans, we have this inherent predisposition to fall in line with everything that is fake, including the news, we've been following Rishi Durvasa. But now you know what Bhagirath Prayas is. So all you need to do is, and you need to decide first whether you want to keep saying, it's not my fault, Durvasa ji ne kaha hai, or do you want to really, really support Bhagirath in his prayas to keep Shiv's jata safe?
A request to all the adults, please don't leave. The next session is for you.
If whatever you decide will have an exponential impact on what happens next. Because you may not know this. Actually, some of you know this because of today morning. But some of you may not know this, that you've got the whole world in your hands. Let's sing that. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world In our hands, we've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world. In our hands, we've got the whole. In our hands, we've got the whole world. In our hands, we've got the whole world in our hands. We've got Ganga Maya. In our hands, we've got Ganga Maya. In our hands, we've got Ganga Maya. In our hands, we've got Ganga Maya in our hands. We've got forests and trees. In our hands, we've got forests and trees. In our hands, we've got forests and trees. In our hands, we've got forest trees in our hands. What else have we got in our hands? We've got Bhagirath Prayas. In our hands, we've got Bhagirath's Prayas. In our hands, we've got Bhagirath's Prayas. In our hands, we've got Bhagirath's Prayas in our hands. A long phrase. What else have we got? Can someone help me get that? We've got Durvasa's curse. In our hands, we've got Durvasa's curse. In our hands, we've got Durvasa's curse. In our hands, we've got Durvasa's curse in our hands. We've got the whole world. In our hands, we've got the whole world. In our hands, we've got the whole world. In our hands, we've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. So we've got
Give me a place to read, a whole new world to see. Reading is the best, not just for a test.
Reading makes you smart, it's like food for your heart. Reading can make you kind,
It's like jogging for the mind.
I love to read, I read to love. I love the words that make a song. I love to read, I read to love. You love to read, come read along.
I read every single day, the world has so much to say. Even when I'm feeling sad, it's not so bad. On the way to school, between breaks or on the move, we can share a dream, cause we like to read.
I love to read,
You love to read.
I read to love.
You read to love.
I love the words
You love the words
that make a song.
That make a song.
I love to read, I read to love. Come read along.
You love the words that make a song.
It was not something he really liked, and he wanted to get rid of them. Ravana, of course, is upset, but he said, okay, fine, I'll keep a condition. And the reason for the condition and all, you have to read in the book. I'm not going to that, but he keeps a condition because I'm kind of just giving you the relationship with math here, okay? So he says that if you want to get rid of the extra heads, you have to fail in your favorite subject, okay? And guess what is Tanuj's favorite subject? Exactly, right? So this boy is really worried. He's like, yeah, this is my favorite subject. I'm so good at it. How do I fail in an exam? You know, even if I try really hard, I'm not going to be able to fail. But then how does he do that? That's again something that you can read the book. I'm not going to go into that. So that was my first book. Very unwittingly I bought, and of course Ravana is my favorite character from mythology. So I've written a lot of trivia about, you know, all the good things, you know, Ravana stands for. So you can read that. Srinivasa Ramanujam, of course, it is an out-and-out math book, right? It's about the mathematician. You try, and of course, it's again written for a very young reader group. So I have kind of introduced, you know, some of the concepts of, you know, that Ramanujam dealt with in a very, you know, child-friendly manner. So where is mythology there? So mythology, you'll not find it in this book. But in my 3 years of research on the life of Ramanujam, I also went to all the places that he had been to. So I went to Kumbakonam, and on the street that his house is, you know, it is, you know, you have the iconic Sarangapani temple. And so every day he gets up in the morning as a child, he listens to the chants coming from the temple, he looks at the beautiful gopurams with, you know, the gods and goddesses sculpted into them. And his mother is a great devotee of goddess Namagiri. Okay, so of course Ramanujam also became a great devotee of Namagiri. In fact, he said that the, you know, ideas, mathematical ideas that I pour into the papers are not my own. It's Namagiri sitting on my tongue and dictating, and I'm just a medium, right? And he also famously, of course, said that an equation has no meaning if it is not kind of expressing the thought of God, right? So he was extremely religious, and when he was young, his mom, you know, kind of told him a lot of stories. Like our parents and grandparents have told us stories from mythology. His mom also told him a lot of stories. So that is the connection here. And then, of course, you have demons and demonesses of Hindu mythology. And you'll all be raising your eyebrows and wondering, where does math come here? But I'm not going to go into that now. That will come later. Next. Okay. So at this point, I want to ask all of you, what do you think is math? And why do we need math? Anyone? Ashwin, of course, you're a mathematician. You're not allowed to answer. Anybody wants to kind of say, what is math? What do you understand by math? Yeah.
So math is basically like math is basically like numbers, and it's like 90% like and it's 90% like it's like common sense, not exactly common sense.
Basically, in newspapers, we talk a lot of serious topics. Yes, it has to do with what is happening in the country, what's happening in the city, what's happening around the world. And there's a lot of this pleasant stuff. There's a lot of bad things that happen. There's a lot of scary things that happen. There's also a lot of serious things that happen which just seem so dry and boring and all that. And then all of these things are there in the newspaper. And the newspaper, as a result, is of course extremely heavy. It's not like your children's book or like a fun book that you read for fun. It's a very informative sort of book, space. So in order to lighten the space up a little bit, to talk about very serious topics, but in a way that is understandable to everyone, or if you're reading a lot of long articles with a lot of words in it, a nice way to break that sort of seriousness is to talk about the same serious topics, but in a funny way. Little jokes. Right? Do all of you know memes? Basically memes? Yes? Yeah? Memes? So, political cartoons? I'll just give the 2 seconds to that. Cool. So just to recap, as I was saying, the newspaper deals with a lot of serious topics, and a lot of serious topics that are discussed in long form, which means that anywhere between 800 to 1500 word long stories are written about things which are very serious, and then when you say it in like a funny way, people respond to it better, right? When they talk about that's why everybody likes memes.
Once all his stories were exhausted, I discovered I could get a never-ending source of stories from books. Since then, whenever I picked up a book, I would never like to put it down without completely reading it. The first book series I remember reading was The Littles by John Peterson, followed by Magic Treehouse. Over the past several years, I have read The Land of Stories by Chris Collifer, E.B. White books such as Charlotte's Web, Stuart Little, and Trumpet of the Swan. Most recently, I enjoyed reading Wings of Fire by Sutherland and Diary of a Wimpy Kid by Jeff Kenny. My favorite genre is fantasy, and I also like reading history books. When we relocated from USA to India a few months ago, my biggest worry was if I would have enough books to continue my reading. I am so grateful to Neev Academy for encouraging students to read books and giving us the opportunity to check out books from the various collection in the library. Thank you. Happy reading.
Thank you, Uma. We'll be having our last speaker for the day, Baruni. If you'd like to come on stage.
Hello everybody, so my name is Baruni and here at Neev we celebrate the Neev Literature Festival, which I really enjoy because I like going to all the sessions, listening to all the authors and most definitely buying books. But my love for books also comes when I was really small. I remember my mom would tell me these animal stories and every night she would have to make up more and more to feed my brain. I remember one about a white peacock who desperately wanted friends, but colorless, a little squirrel helped him along the way. Later, when I first came to Neev, I remember my library teachers and my homeroom teachers would have read aloud sessions, and they would pause and ask discussion questions, which would make you think from different perspectives. Like when we read Fancy Nancy, the girl wanted her family to be more like her. But then our teacher asked, do you think she's ashamed of her family because she's not like her, or do you think she wants to fit in with her family or her family to fit in with her? This really boosted my learning. And today, my favorite genre is mystery. Because at night, when I finish my homework and I'm finally in bed, I love to pick up a good mystery like Feluda and read about him investigating threatening letters sent to different clients. So to conclude, I would like to thank everybody who has helped and boosted my learning along the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bud.
With mathematics and mythology. So as a writer, where do I find, or where do generally writers find inspiration in mathematics to write about? So the first thing is mathematical concepts. Okay, so like we talk about numbers, we talk about small concepts like addition, subtraction, the operations that happen. We talk about concepts like infinity, right? We have theora like Pythagoras theorem and stuff like that. So a lot of interesting books have been written. These are just a very, handful of these books, but these are books which bring, math in a very fun way into the life of a child, right? Lovely illustrations, and the concepts are broken down in such a child-friendly manner that you feel like even I, at this age, love to read these kind of books, right? Picture books are evergreen. There is no age limit for them. There are a lot of books by, I think, Pratham also, which, Tulika also, I think, which deal with mathematical concept. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the photographs here. But this is one way in which you can, get maths into, for adults. I fell in love with math actually after I left school, right? I'm an architect by profession or an interior designer, but for me in school, I did like math, but the way it was taught was not the best, and I didn't really love math at that time. But after I've left school, I've read up so many books on maths, right? There's a book called Numbers, which is wonderful. There's a book called Euclid's Window, sorry, which is really nice. And then, of course, I was telling Ashwin yesterday, Fermat's Last Theorem, right, by Simone Singh. So these are books which really introduce, mathematical concepts to you in such a fun way that it's literally unputdownable. You don't feel like, it's a textbookish kind of a thing and it's droning. You really want to read those books. So that was one way to engage with mathematical concepts. The next one. The next one is, of course, to talk about mathematicians and their lives. So biographies like I engaged with Ramanujam and his life. I spent 3.5 years researching him. So you get to know a lot about, what is it that drives mathematicians,
I shrugged and rushed to my room, shut the door and bolted. My back hurt a little, but I ignored the pain as Isha and Tara's voices floated back to me. Without thinking of what I was doing, I stripped down to my underwear and turned to the mirror to look at myself. My mouth dropped open in shock when I realized that Isha and Tara had been right. I looked disgusting. These rolls of fat on my stomach, my chubby arms, my thick ankles, even my neck was fat, I thought. Dismay grew sharply inside me as I saw myself for the first time as others saw me. No wonder they had said those mean things. Until this moment, I had never been seriously bothered that I was fat. I loved food and I loved to eat, and my parents had never stopped me from eating what I wanted. In school, I had heard the odd joke now and then calling me fatso or moti, and although the words hurt me, it had been for a passing moment and I had let them bounce off me. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror any longer. Taking a deep breath, I walked away and sat down on the bed, still in my underwear. I hated my body. I pinched my rubbery thighs, my non-existent waist, and looked down at the fat hanging from my arms. I was truly disgusting. I deserved to be laughed at. Everything that Isha and Tara had said about me was true.
सूखे टुंड लगते हैं सब अल्फाज जिन पर अब कोई मानी नहीं उगते। बहुत सी इस्तिलाहें हैं, इस्तिलाहें इस टर्म्स एंड फ्रेजेस। बहुत सी इस्तिलाहें हैं जो मट्टी के सकोरों की तरह बिखरी पड़ी हैं। गिलासों ने उन्हें मतरूक कर डाला। मतरूक इज ऑब्सोलीट एंड ही इज काइंड ऑफ टॉकिंग अबाउट हाउ द वर्ड्स आर डिस्कार्डेड जस्ट लाइक earthen pots were thrown when glassware kind of took their place. तो बहुत सी इस्तिलाहें हैं जो मट्टी के सकोरों की तरह बिखरी पड़ी हैं, गिलासों ने उन्हें मतरूक कर डाला। ज़बां पर जो जायका आता था सफ़ा पलटने का, ज़बां पर जो जायका आता था सफ़ा पलटने का, अब उंगली क्लिक करके बस एक झपकी निकलती है। ज़बां पर जो जायका आता था सफ़ा पलटने का, अब उंगली क्लिक करके बस एक झपकी गुजरती है। बहुत कुछ तह बतह खुलता चला जाता है पर्दे पर। किताबों से जो जाती राब्ता था कट गया है। राब्ता इज कनेक्शन एंड जाती इज पर्सनल। किताबों से जो जाती राब्ता था कट गया है। कभी सीने पे रख के लेट जाते, कभी गोदी में ले लेते, कभी घुटनों को अपने रहल की सूरत बनाकर नीम सजदे में पढ़ा करते थे, छूते थे जबी से। ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट रहल इज बेसिकली द बुक स्टैंड। हम लोग अक्सर ऐसे बैठते थे ना, किताबों को पढ़ती है, ऐसे लेके किताब रखी है और जबी इज फोरहेड, ऐसे बैठ के पढ़ रहे हैं, वो छू रही है किताब हमारे माथे से। दैट्स द काइंड ऑफ थिंग इज काइंड ऑफ रेफरिंग टू। किताबों से जो जाती राब्ता था कट गया है। कभी सीने पर रख के लेट जाते, कभी गोदी में लेते थे, कभी घुटने को अपने रहल की सूरत बनाकर नीम सजदे में पढ़ा करते थे, छूते थे जबी से। वो सारा इल्म तो मिलता रहेगा आइंदा भी। इल्म इज नॉलेज, आइंदा इज आगे भी। वो सारा इल्म तो मिलता रहेगा आइंदा भी, मगर वो जो किताबों में मिलते थे सूखे फूल, क्या बात है ना। वो सारा इल्म तो मिलता रहेगा आइंदा भी, मगर जो किताबों में मिलते थे सूखे फूल और महके हुए रुक़े। रुक़े इज मैसेजेस, महके हुए फ्रेग्रेंट मैसेजेस, लव ना, प्यार भरी चिट्ठियां एंड ऑल दैट। वो सारा इल्म तो मिलता रहेगा आइंदा भी, मगर वो जो किताबों में मिलते थे सूखे फूल और महके हुए रुक़े। किताबें मांगने, गिरने, उठाने के बहाने रिश्ते बनते थे, उनका क्या होगा। क्या बात है। So anyway, if you go with Gulzar's perspective, I don't think there can be any prizes for guessing as to who's leading the race between pixels and print at the moment. Let's learn more on this during our next masterclass by Katie Day and Nadine Bailey. Katie Day is an American who has been overseas for over 30 years. She has a master's in children's literature from the UK and teaching and librarian degrees from Australia, earned long distance while living in Asia. Active in international school teacher librarian networks, she has been heavily involved in the development and management of the Red Dot Book Awards in Singapore and the Bangkok Book Awards in Thailand. She is currently working at Tanglin Trust School in Singapore and has also lived in Thailand, Vietnam, Hong Kong, and the UK. Online, she uses the Librarian Edge as her blog and Twitter handle. Nadine Bailey is an experienced teacher librarian. She has lived and worked in Asia for 16 years, the last 8 in the IB environment. She is now the middle school teacher librarian at the American School of Dubai. Nadine is passionate about diversity and enhancing a multicultural, multilingual environment. She's been involved in the NBA and Neev Festival since its inception. Please welcome Katie and Nadine, friends.
Earth and the moon is 384,000 kilometers. So how much tall would Mount Meru be is for you all to imagine, right? Again, suspension of disbelief. So this is what I think is fantastic about the whole idea of math and mythology, the abstractness of, that connects both of them, and the idea that using math, how the people who actually conceived mythology have kind of created such a larger-than-life universe that we can immerse ourselves in and have fun. I'll just, because I talked about, Ramanujam, I'd just like to conclude by saying that mathematicians, since ages, have always wanted to measure the length of the equator. They've been obsessed with it, okay? Any mathematician you see, their biography, they would have tried to measure the length of the equator. Ramanujam also wanted to do that. So in 1914, he didn't have calculators, he didn't have computers, nothing. He measured, using his own calculations, he came up with the figure of 40,078 kilometers as the length of the equator. Now, why is it difficult to measure the length of the equator? Because Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's an ellipsoid, okay? So it makes it all the more complex. So he came up with the figure of 40,078 kilometers. And today, with all the computers, satellite, imagery and everything at our disposal, the number is actually, they have calculated as 40,075 kilometers. So it was just 3 kilometers off, right? So I think that is the beauty of Ramanujam. That's the beauty of mythology that I talked about. Thank you so much.
Reading that book now that it's been 12 years. And if you don't know the Deep Work one by Cal Newport, he is great. He has so many good points about focus and attention and deep work. And then, of course, there's Marianne Wolf, who has been a Neev, book club focus, and she is, again, very, very worth reading. Now, Marianne Wolf also, you can read if you don't want to read the whole books. She's done articles online and talking about the skimming as the new normal and the screen-based learning changing kids' brains. Now, the one thing to say about the skimming is Nadine and I will go, well, we skim all the time. Skimming is a really, really useful skill. It's, again, in the proportion, it's not black and white, but yeah, we all skim. It's not all bad. Now, this was an article that was in the New Yorker last week, which I thought was quite apropos, and it's reviewing a book by the Axios website founders. And Axios is a news website, and so journalists, they're summarizing the news, and they've written this book saying this is great, this is what everybody should be doing. And the New Yorker said it's basically how to write bluntly, tweet provocatively, and deploy emojis properly. But they're kind of dubious of it, and it reminds me when I have these secondary school students come up to me in the library and ask if we have a subscription to these online websites, like Blinkist is one of them, and they basically summarize a lot of the very contemporary, a lot of business and self-help books. And so you don't have to read the whole book. You can subscribe to Blinkist, and it will just give you the gist of it. And I kind of look at them and say, like, no, I'm not going to subscribe to that. I want you to read the whole book. There is a benefit to reading the whole book. But
I just want to interject there as well. You know, when we say we skim a lot and skim and scan a lot, we're a little bit like those birds who are flying over the ocean, right? And they fly and they fly and they fly. And then when they see the fish, they dive deep to go and get that fish. So that's the kind of skimming we're referring to. We don't only skim.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Okay, Nadine.
Okay, so when we were talking about this whole thing and collaborating together, I said to Katie, but that's Ray Bradbury. It's Fahrenheit 451. So if you'll remember, this book, written in 1953, one of the things that was happening in this society of the future was that everything was being abridged to accommodate short attention spans. Does that sound familiar? 1953. And he is foretelling the kind of thing, the kind of society we are in now. And then it reminds
Hi, my name is Neev. I'm just going to interview just a short 2-minute interview. So how has the festival been for you so far?
Wonderful. Do I even have to look at my face? Am I do I look super excited? Yeah, so I'm just having a blast here, and this is so beautifully organized, and we're just very happy to be here. I mean, it's such a joy. I can't even put it in words, and just very heartwarming, especially coming back after 2.5 years, right? So it's beautiful to interact with kids and talk to parents and just be around books and the space and the lovely weather. Everything is just perfect. Can't ask for anything better. Okay?
On the note of the pandemic, I was just wondering, what has been your experience in terms of the impact of pandemic on reading of students, or just generally the ability to tell stories, or the amount of people hearing these stories?
Yeah, I mean, as everybody else who took on online mode, medium for working with students, I did take on that kind of work, and so I think my interaction with children was very important for me to keep my state of mind free of any stress and anxiety. So I did do a lot, and I sort of wanted to, more than writing, I felt connected through reading sessions and writing sessions online. So it was difficult in the beginning, but slowly, as everyone else, I tried to adapt and learn from the experience. So yeah,
adapt feels like a very valuable word, and I think it's wonderful. Both your stories are also very uniquely grounded in India in all senses. They're covering Tukpa. I remember very serendipitously reading Tukpa for All right before we went on our school trip for Ladakh, and it was just such a wonderful encapsulation of culture. So, I mean, broadening from that, what do you think is the value of children, particularly young children, growing up with Indian stories?
I think it's super important, for us to be able to see ourselves in books, and especially picture books, because the power of picture books, I can't stress enough. And when you start young, at an early age, I love catching children, with stories about just reflecting, the Indianness and the beauty of the landscape of India, the nature essentially. And nature is beautiful anywhere in the world, and humanity is beautiful everywhere. So I just like to believe in the warmth and love that we all share, and the kindness and the beauty in the culture that we have here, which is also universally very very much there outside. It's just that we hear stories of all kinds, and it's beautiful to bring them to everybody that I just try.
We've had a lot of discussions over the past few days of also voicing the little herd in terms of people who have sort of been undermined through our history of books. So, I mean, I suppose my question is, what kind of themes would you like to see in books? And, are you seeing more inclusive books thematically? And what is your hope for children's literature at India at 100?
Yeah, I mean, we have a long way to go, definitely, because this is a beautiful time to be writing for children, in India. And because there's a lot happening, book festivals, book fairs. So it's just a fantastic time to be an author and an illustrator, who I'm sure everybody will agree with me on this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In some keywords and just search the entire document and find those keywords. The scrolling option, just keep on scrolling down. I have a teacher at school who said to me, you know what? I have books on my own iPhone in the biggest possible font that there's only like 5 or 6 words per screen. And when I stop at the traffic light, I scroll up and read another few paragraphs, and then I put a little color to show where I am. And this is how I go through the traffic in Dubai. The text size adjustment, as we get older, it is great not to have to buy those big print books, but to be able to adjust the size. And also for our dyslexic students, they can adjust the background color. The cream color is more friendly for dyslexics. And also they can use a dyslexic font, which is very important for them. Our students, when I give them permission to read like that, I get wonderful feedback for them. They feel encouraged. They feel like I'm on their side. And as well, my learning support teachers come to me and they say, when we went to that library session, the teacher said we are allowed to. So they really feel like they need our permission to access things in the way that's probably going to help their learning the best. Very easy to deliver, right? When I need a book, I just go to Overdrive, I buy it, and within like 10 minutes, the kids can access it. So that makes it very nice for easy and gratifying. Whenever we go on holiday, my kids want to take a lot of books, or at least my daughter wanted to take a lot of books. It's a lot easier to travel with a Kindle or an iPad. Reading in the dark, and you can annotate pretty well as well, and keep all your annotations and access them very easily.
And I'm going to add one more affordance that ebooks gives us as librarians. Not only this, we do control the ebook supply in our schools, so we can just go and press a button and it's there, which is magic. But the other thing is, when we have really great books in the library, we can get those books back in 3 weeks, guaranteed. Because when I book talk a book and somebody goes away, we don't charge fines. So there's some teachers that just keep books for months and months and months, and I'm like, I really, really want to book talk that to somebody else. Could you return it? But when it's an ebook, it just gets returned whether they like it or not, right? Because but you can put holds on books. Anyway, for as librarians, we do
when
like
I buy classroom library books, we'll buy 10 or 15 for the classroom, plus an audio book, plus an ebook. So students have multiple ways of accessing the text, and some of them want to read and listen, particularly the English language learners. They can find out how to pronounce things, they can look words up, they can jump onto the net to get some context.
So this is, and again, I think we can talk about the magic, this is a new book, 2022. I read about it on Twitter, and it's open access. You can just go and read this right now, and it's all about embodied cognition. And the chapter that relates to reading and writing is chapter 7. So embodied cognition is this approach, it says that the 4 E's, they call it the 4E approach to cognition, argues that cognition does not occur solely in the head, but is also embodied, embedded, enacted, or extended by way of, I like this, extracranial, outside your brain, processes and structures. And I'll summarize the article for you. They'll say, the role of our hands and the close connection between fine motor movement, perception, attention, and cognition can hardly be overstated. So they are also saying this embodied cognition, our hands, our bodies, the way we interact with books is still so, so, so important. Yeah. Anyway,
And I'll echo that for writing. When I was learning Chinese, just writing those characters stimulates the motor part of the brain, and it just makes the language a whole body thing. Right, reading in the COVID years. Okay, let's do this again. Who increased their reading during the COVID years? Who decreased it? And who stayed the same? Increase, yeah, okay, great. Who decreased their reading? Whose brains were petrified? Yeah, there were a lot of people whose brains were petrified. And who just stayed the same? Life is normal. Very few life is normal. Good on you. Okay, during the COVID years.
So, how has the NLF been for you so far? Are you liking it? Or?
Yeah, it's been wonderful, and I think it's lovely to see so many children interested in reading, interested in books, and also interested in authors. I think when we were young, we didn't have, this option of, having accessible authors, talking to them, asking them questions. So I think it's really great that NLF brings this together and makes it possible.
So just a quick question. So what do you think is the importance of having Indian children's literature in a child's life? So for them to be able to read it and have access, what's the importance of it today?
It's very important because I think when, people see themselves in books, not just for the sake of representation, it kind of brings them closer to the world at large, to feel that, their experiences are not isolated, that their experiences are part of a larger thing. And it's very validating to see yourself represented in a book, whether it is, your community, whether it is your nationality, your gender. So I think it's really important to feel that, for this validation to appear in the form of books, because books are like the last, books give you that sense of belonging to the world at large.
Last question, any quick tips for readers or writers?
So, not so much as, quick tips, but I think it's really important to keep reading and not give up on it. It's very easy to give up on reading these days because we're constantly inundated with a lot of, TV shows, OTT platforms. You constantly want to binge watch something that seems more easier than, losing yourself in a book. So you have to find that balance between, reading something and consuming content, mindlessly. So I think you have to keep at it. Sometimes reading becomes a sort of a struggle for people, but you can't give up.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming as well.
Are coming and taking over our forest. They're cutting down the trees, and there is excitement and intrigue in the story. And Greta being Greta, she tries and does what she can as one person. She stands there holding a banner, and then one person grows to 5, 10, 15, and you have the beautiful illustrations when all the animals come together. This story has a beautiful ending. The giants come to a wonderful realization. The forest is a forest again. Sorry, spoilers. But there is a nice line, there's a nice page at the end of the story that says, Greta's story ended happily, but the rest of us are still living through that story. Our story hasn't an ending yet. So there's a note of hope, and there's also a note of reality. And more beautiful, it ends with small ways in which we can make a change. As children, as human beings, be it bicycling.
Hello. So tell me, what brings you to Neev Literature Festival?
Exploring new things.
Exploring new things. So what did you explore?
Like knowing about the authors.
Okay. Any books you read so far? Which is there on the... Okay, tell me about your favorite author that...
Ruskin Bond.
Ruskin Bond. Anyone else? Favorite author that you want to see at Neev Lit Fest at some point in time? Any favorite author you would like to see in Neev Lit Fest next year? Come on, quick.
Michael Michael Morpurgo.
Chetan Bhagat.
Anyone else? Come on, quick guys. Okay, tell me two words. Okay, one word and we'll do it quick. One word that come to your mind about Neev Lit Fest. Okay, I'll just randomly, one word that comes to your mind.
Happy.
Happiness.
Happiness. Don't repeat.
Connectivity.
Wow.
Learning things.
Learning things.
Intelligence.
Intelligence.
Learning.
Learning. Will not repeat. One word. Thinking. Thinking.
Exploring.
Exploring. All right, we're going to do this together. We'll jump and we will say reading take us to places. We're going to do that? All right, on the count of 3, look at the camera, jump and say reading take us to places. Here we go. 1, 2 and 3.
Reading takes us to places.
One more time. One. Okay, we say we love Literature Festival.
We love Literature Festival.
Thank you.
And she managed to change the mindset of a very strong-willed man, her father, and he began teaching her. And the rest, as they say, is history. And I was fascinated by it. I mean, many years later, as things are, she began to be known more for who she was associated with. She was the wife of Pandit Ravi Shankar, and things like that became more in the press known. But she herself was a recluse. She stopped performing. And as a musician, you know, and in the musician community, we love performing, we love the claps, the adulates, the encore, one more, awards. Who doesn't love awards? She didn't want any of that. When I tried to reach out to her and I said, I'm writing a book. And she said, you know why? Because I love this quality that for you it's about music. That's the purest form of worship. You know, for you the end goal is music itself. So why are you writing about it? You know, that's defeating the purpose. She didn't want to be written about and things like that. It took a little getting around. But how else would some stories be known if we didn't write about them? And the way I chose to do it is, I, again, haven't written a detailed biography of her life. I've picked on that one anecdote I spoke about, you know, when her music was discovered, serendipity, how her father eavesdropped and listened to her talent, and you know how that unfolded when she was a child. And what typically happens is, you know, children read about this one incident, they get the essence of her values, of who she was, the personality, the talent, dedication to music, and then they go and they Google more about her, and they come to know all the rest of the facts anyway. But fictionalizing it, taking us through the mind, and it's written in first person, is one of the reasons why, you know, you use real life. Is bottom right, Annapurna Devi with her father, Baba Alauddin Khan, and this is the magic in my fingers. My favorite author, Michael Morpurgo, one of my favorites. And he, too many books to name, but something he does in each and every one of his books, he weaves fact and fiction. Not just fact and fiction, there are personal history, stories other people have told him, historical fiction, he'll have different settings, and he'll weave them all into a single story in a very, very fascinating way. This is just one example, based on the story of a real-life hero, Walter Tull, and he was the first black soldier in the First World War, and he was also an ace footballer, and he faced racism on both counts. But he didn't write about Walter Tull. He wrote about a young boy, also Michael, whose grandfather he discovered one fine day was this man in the war who wasn't receiving a medal, though he was nominated for it because of racism. And what does he do now to change that? So he's taken the essence of that story, and he said the same thing in many interviews, you know, this was a story that deserved to be heard. These were the stories that we may not have known wanted it. And I love that line. I'm not really a writer, and the sheer honesty of I'm really a liar, because all of us are. We take the truth and then we twist it in ways you may or may not recognize what comes from it. We change it a bit. Reason 4 or 5, unbelievable but true, because, next slide, there are some stories that if we didn't know they were real, we might not even take them for true. I remember I watched this movie, The Wolf on Wall Street, and coming out of the theater, I heard someone say that if we didn't know that this was based on real life, it would have been so over the top. We would have said, you know, this is wild imagination, but sometimes truth is, as they really say, the old adage, stranger than fiction. And I heard of Sujata Sahu. She is in the top left. Sujata Sahu's wonderful journey. She returned to India, to Gurgaon after being a teacher in the States, and luckily for her, she was a trekker. So that's what she did on a vacation, and once she went to Ladakh, and on one of those treks all by herself, she lost her way, second lucky thing, and she came across a school with 2 children and I think 5 teachers. It was skewed, and you know, where are the rest of the children? This is the school, 2 children, 5. And she discovered that those 2 children had traveled about an hour and a half or 2 hours each way on foot to get to that school, which is what drove their teachers likewise to make very similar journeys. And she went walking further, and you know, she found another second isolated, similar incident, and she said, what can I do as a person to make change? She went back, she thought about it, took 2 years, bringing together a few more people, and she set up a foundation called 17,000 Feet Foundation. And they do fantastic work with schools in Ladakh. 17,000 feet is because that's the highest they've ever been to work with a school in remote Ladakh. And if, you know, I've been there, so if any of you are familiar with the terrain, you know, that is the journey, the altitude, the climb, everything almost seems to be against you sometimes. And what did she do in these schools? She set up libraries. She gave them books, she set up playgrounds, you know, things you take for granted in a school. She didn't do anything very different from giving them the basics. And she started a program, which is the program I actually first heard about before I heard of her, because a couple of my friends joined up their program, posted their photo. They call it voluntourism. So you could volunteer for them to be a part of these projects, and be a tourist in an authentic way. They would take you around Ladakh. So I found
always trying hard to support something or someone, and in this case they're really trying hard to support environment. Now we're going to tell you the story of this gentleman called Romulus Whitaker. He lives in Chennai, and he's a herpetologist. Do you know who's a herpetologist? No idea. Radha will tell you this.
Do you all like snakes? Who likes snakes?
Yeah?
I like. And how many of you are scared of snakes?
I'm not.
Yeah, see more names. Some backbench name, also hands are going up, you know. So it is very common, you know, this fear of snakes. It is as common as the love of snakes, because I love snakes. I think they are just fantastic, fabulous things, and they are very badly misunderstood. So scientists who study snakes are called herpetologists. Okay, so Ram Whitaker, who Vijay was talking about, is a herpetologist.
So, do you need my mic? Do I need the mic? Do we need the mic? Can you hear us? Yes, sir. Okay. So, how old are you all?
12.
13, 14.
I, Vineet Singh, would like to welcome one and all to a beautiful and warm morning at Neev Academy at the world of books, characters, imagination and creativity. Love to read, read to love at Neev Literature Festival. We want to create readers for life.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. NLF 1.0 is Neev's dream to create a platform in India that brings together creators, readers, and influencers of children's literature from India and around the world. I welcome you all to NLF 2017.
The kids were amazing. It's always fun to be with kids because you can only expect the unexpected when you're with them.
They are my stars. They are my path.
For an artist and for a writer, the world is never still.
Thank you, Mrs. Kavita Gupta Sabarwan.
We'll see you next year. Oh, and all the Neev parents and kids, we'll see you Monday morning.
This was the first version of the Neev Lit Fest. We are hoping that that going forward it gets owned up by the community. We look forward to doing this year on year and making it richer and richer.
And we discussed which of these are we sharing with children, and we want them to know that even though there are very few that have been able to restore, and statistically very few that have been able to go back to what it was, it's possible. It's possible if you come together. There was a little hope in that ending, and we actually therefore chose an ending that is not the thing that happens most frequently, but has happened. So presenting children, you get to choose the kind of story arc that you want to take, what you want to present. And for the last point, I'm going to actually go to the next slide, and I'm not taking you through the slide, it's very complicated, but I'm just saying there is a reader for so many different types of books. It's not just fiction and non-fiction, there's a whole gamut of genres today that lie between these: creative non-fiction, narrative non-fiction. And I grew up as a fiction lover. So I think what happened, we of course grew up on The Faraway Tree and Arinid Blyton's, and I missed out on perhaps hearing and reading, I now feel in retrospect, a lot of stories because I didn't pick up a wider variety of books. And I think for those lovers of fiction, this is just one small way for that set of readers to bring them into the wider fold, tell them some of the real stories, because this really does happen. Post-story, Googling and finding out more about what actually happened, how you can be a part of it, tends to happen. How am I doing on time? Okay. And that is why fiction. So how does one go about? Honestly, it would be just really much easier to make it up, to use your imagination. A lot of people have said, oh, that's nice, you just found a story and you used it. That wouldn't have needed too much work. But, oh my God, there are real challenges for all those out there who are writers and who want and just sort of see how this works for you. And the first is research, and more research.
How have you been enjoying the festival so far?
It's a fantastic festival, and we missed it for the past couple of years because of the pandemic. And so happy to see so many parents and so many children bringing their children, on a Sunday morning, and it's so good to see this buzz, got children waiting in line to get
period of time. You're giving them dialogues, perhaps. You're presuming a lot. So to actually think about how that person was in that time, how they thought and felt and interacted with each other, it's difficult. Choose a point of focus that I spoke about. That what part of that story do you really retain? And approvals. Very important. Even though this is fiction, something I'm careful about doing is, when you're talking about a person, you need for them to be comfortable with you doing that. And maybe a person, a foundation, a movement, involve them while you're writing that story. And even after all that, there is a publisher talking to his poor author, and he says, our legal department has looked over your wonderfully researched memoir and says, please remove all exaggerations, inaccuracies, slander. Though it may be easier to just add a few wizards and dragons and publish it as fantasy. And I have been, I really relate to this because I've really been through that. Are we comfortable putting this out there? Can we presume that this is, what she may have thought and felt in that moment? It's walking a tightrope. This is one last question that the wonderful Neev team put to me when they were saying, can you talk about real-life heroes? Why use real-life heroes, and must they be larger than life? Do we want to make them too realistic? Then will people sort of not get that inspired by the pendulum? Or do we make them superbly heroic, but then they might be so much larger than life that you don't even relate to them, then they're superheroes perhaps. So it is a bit of a pendulum, a little bit of a balance. But I'll leave you with this last quote that I really love by a writer called Orson Scott Card. And next slide. And what he says is, and we end the way we began, talking about heroes, and they may do things big or small, but the things they do, the values they espouse are larger than life. And what we have to do is find that essence and find ways in which we
How have you been enjoying the festival so far?
It's a fantastic festival, and we missed it for the past couple of years because of the pandemic. And so happy to see so many parents and so many children bringing their children, on a Sunday morning. And it's so good to see this buzz for children waiting in line to get books signed and attending sessions. I just finished my session, and it was a full house, and it's remarkable how they interact. It's a great thing. I think we need to have more such festivals all across India.
We've heard over the past few days a lot about the evolution of Indian children's literature, particularly with the increasing focus on social media. How do you think that's affected you in terms of publishing? Has there been a clear impact? Because the impacts I've seen have been quite disparate with different authors.
Really? See, social media is an absolute boom. What we had to spend money on and could reach only a certain amount of people. Now social media is global. Like, I can do a post on Instagram, and then it's open to the world to see. It's a showcase that is available for everyone anywhere with internet connectivity to be able to see. And how publishers and how authors themselves use this as a tool to market their books is up to them, really. I would say the social media, as far as books are concerned, is a huge boom in terms of marketing and getting the word across.
We had a panel, a very interesting panel yesterday about voicing the little heard voicing the little heard, hearing voices that have otherwise been marginalized. And a point came up in there about whether social media is truly democratic or not. And I think from a publisher's point of view, it sounds like you're saying yes. Do you feel that it has been that way, it's turning to be that way? Is it become sort of an echo chamber for certain biases?
I'm not really certain how true this is. It's not like the social media is restricting that anybody from joining on the bandwagon, or it's available
in terms of like traction that books get. Is it democratic in that sense? So do Indian authors, for example, get
as much?
Yeah.
There have always been biases, in every industry, and there are Indian authors who do get, space over there, and there are others who don't get it. And sometimes I think that every book, it's a strange thing to say, and that every book also has its own karma, Why are two books which are published and released at the same time in the same year, and both equally good, and maybe one even better than the other, but one gets the awards and the mileage and the author gets the celebration, and it's not it's not the time for the book. I don't know. This is being philosophical, which probably does not answer your question, but I think that I don't think social media is undemocratic. I haven't experienced that, but I don't know. There might be a different point of view. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Thank you.
The true life story, so that people have that connect as well. Any more from this side? Are we out of time? Okay. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that fantastic discussion. I would
Oh, it's not over till it's over. This is the audio. Who believed Anne could ever sit still? Ooh, we've got a contender. Twenty-ninth. Ooh, we have someone flaming ahead. What did she receive? It was a family tradition. She received red carnations from her spouse. Okay, 2 more questions. Trick question. Butter wasn't eliminated, they just got 1 less ration. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's all right. 10, as somebody here in the audience very correctly was shouting. Okay, Neev, you are number 1. Nesh is number 3. Nesh is number 2, and number 1 is SS. Congratulations, 9 out of 12. Was that hard, easy? Okay, let's switch back to the presentation and then we'll just do our conclusion quickly. Hope you enjoyed that. Okay, we're a little over our time. We're going to jump to our slides and quickly go to our conclusion. Right, conclusion. We cannot ignore the future. It's going to happen whatever we do. There is this new ecology, and some of our capabilities may decline, but they will be replaced by others. There is a lot of social impact of digital, and as we learned yesterday, reading is a social activity. Online books, e-books and audiobooks are still a small percentage in India, as we learned from this latest report. Pratham Storyweaver is an exception to this. They're making great progress. And finally,
we just wanted to say that denial is not a strategy. So there are no digital natives. Everybody needs instruction and guidance on how to get the most out of this, the most out of print and pixels. And of course, it's a both rather than an either or situation. And then we just have our slides at the end, so you can go back later and read some of those reports and the research. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, no time for questions. You can contact us on Twitter.
It's written by Sri Vidya Venkat and Nayantara Surendranath has done the illustration.
बारिश आई बहुत जोर की फट से गिर पड़ी. You know, I'm from Lucknow. You know Lucknow? Lucknow is in UP. Yeah. In Lucknow there are two bahats. Bahat is a word for very, a lot. Yeah. One is bahut. When I sort of troubled my parents when I was a child, they'll say, "Dekho beta, tum bahut pareshan kar rahe ho." But when I trouble them even more, they'll say, "Bahut jor ke kantap marenge bataye de rahe hain." So this is not bahut, huh? This is bahut. Huh? Okay. Once again. इंसी विंसी स्पाइडर चिमनी में चढ़ी. बारिश आई बहुत जोर के फट से गिर पड़ी. सूरज चाचा चमक उठे और कर दिए सब कुछ फाइन. और इंसी विंसी मौसी चढ़ी चिमनी अगेन टाइम. The last line does not have a makadi mausi, huh? Because if you add makadi, we'll have a rhythm problem. We've been having a rhythm problem since yesterday. We've sorted it out this morning though. Yeah. I got it right. Once again. Insi winsi makadi mausi chimni mein chadhi. बारिश आई बहुत जोर के फट से गिर पड़ी. सूरज चाचा चमक उठे और कर दिए सब कुछ फाइन. और इंसी विंसी मौसी चढ़ी चिमनी अगेन टाइम. All right, now you do this. You know this well. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. और इंसी विंसी मौसी चढ़ी चिमनी. Again time. क्या बात है? Good job. Okay, have you ever seen the horizon? Two hands. Okay, where have you seen the horizon? I can't hear you. Horizon, by the way. Where else? Never, yeah. Where else have you seen the horizon? Who else? Yes. Maldives, so by the sea. Yeah, when the sun kind of goes down or comes up, where the earth, yeah, yes, go ahead. Where did you see the horizon? Yeah, where the sea and the sky seem to be connected to each other. Yes, go ahead. In Goa, good stuff. So sea, huh? Yes. Possible through the mountains as well, yeah? So it's the place where the sea and the sky, where the earth and the sky seem to be connected to each other. Are they actually connected to each other? No? But you know, a long, long time ago, the earth and the sky were actually connected to each other. And this was a very, very good time, very happy time. You know why? Because when the earth and the sky were connected to each other, we were connected to our ancestors who lived in the sky. You know who our ancestors are? Who are our ancestors? People, not just people, everybody who lived before us. Yeah? Is our ancestor. So such a good time because the earth and the sky were connected. We were connected to our ancestors. And since the earth and the sky were connected to each other, our ancestors were able to send stories to us. And since the earth and the sky were connected to each other, we learned so much from our ancestors. And most importantly, since the earth and the sky were connected to each other, we learned a lot from the mistakes our ancestors had made in the past. So, if the lion's ancestors made the mistake of overeating a certain kind of deer species, the lions on earth ate less of those deer species. If the deer's ancestors, yes? Did they send what to us? Recipes. They sent stories. So stories would include recipes as well, I'm sure. Very likely. Yes, totally. So since the lions' ancestors learned, lions' ancestors sent stories to their lions on earth, and they were able to learn from them and eat less of deer. If the deer's ancestors made the mistake of overeating a certain kind of plant species, the deers on earth ate less of those plants. If the plant's ancestors made the mistake of over drinking a certain nutrient from the soil, the plants on earth drank less of those nutrients. If the human's ancestors made the mistake of felling and cutting a lot of trees, the humans on earth cut down even more trees. If the human's ancestors caused pollution on earth, the humans on earth caused even more pollution. If the human's ancestors wasted a lot of water, the humans on earth wasted even more water. If the human's ancestor trashed and littered on earth, the humans on earth trashed and littered even more. So you see, when the earth and the sky were connected, we all learned from our ancestors. What we did with that learning is another matter altogether. But one day, one fine day, the sky decided to separate itself from the earth. And as it separated itself from the earth, it started moving away and away. And then the humans on earth, they started running helter-skelter. They started blaming each other. They started complaining to everybody. This is one thing that humans do very well, by the way. हम complain और blame बहुत अच्छा करते हैं. Let me tell you something. I've come from Delhi. In Delhi, I know these two people, two friends of mine, Ramesh and Suresh. So Ramesh was one day, he was talking to Suresh and he was saying, Suresh, why does Delhi get flooded during rains? Because everybody trashes these drains all the time and litters on the drains, and then the drains get clogged up. Is it? I mean, sorry? No, this will go on for 10 more minutes. You give me the red signal straight away. We'll make it quicker, yeah? I think about 10, 12 minutes, Gauri, haan. Yeah. It's okay now? Okay, yeah, so it's lunchtime now. Alright, so Ramesh told Suresh that Delhi gets flooded because we all sort of litter and trash the drains and Delhi gets flooded. And then Suresh said, Arey yaar, Ramesh, this is very bad, yeah? Delhi has no civic sense altogether. We shouldn't do this. And then, so I actually live in a suburb called Noida, which is separated by Delhi by the river Yamuna. And we have this thing called DND, which is Delhi Noida Direct. I don't know why is it a bridge called Delhi Noida Direct. How do you make indirect bridges? I don't know. But that's called DND, huh? I see there are a lot of people who've recently learned the difference between biodegradable waste and non-biodegradable waste. You know the difference? Yes. Yes, absolutely. So this plastic is biodegradable? No. And the flowers inside? They are biodegradable, yes. So every morning when I cross over this DND, I saw a lot of these people who've recently learned the difference between biodegradable and non. So what they do is, Yamuna is this holy river. So they drive over to their offices, they stop by the bridge and they come over, they go to Yamuna and say, Jai Yamuna Maiya. I've just learned, no? So then they kind of do this. Jai Yamuna Maiya. Yeah, Delhi people. Anyway, so what was happening? The sky had started separating from the earth and was moving further and further away. And as this was happening, the sky particles were breaking down into small pieces and they were falling down back towards earth. And the first beings to notice that were the donkeys. They saw these sky pieces fall and they thought, they use their hind legs quite a bit, no? So they thought if we sort of do this kind of kicking, a lot of these particles will go up and join the sky. But that didn't happen. We'll talk about what happened. So, basically, they're kicking up a lot of dust and a lot of soil and everything. So those sky pieces are also in the sky. These are also up there. And there is a lot of mess. There's a lot of smog. Very high SPM. What is SPM? Anybody? SPM is sab jagah phela matter. The AQI went over 1,500. What is AQI? No air quality index. AQI is ab kya fayda index. Is there a point getting to know the AQI? Can you do something about it? No. So, what happened? All the particles, the dust particles went up, the sky particles came down. Okay? So, the sky particles came down and the dust went up. This is for you to do. Sky pieces came down and the dust went up. Can you do this? Sky pieces came down and the dust went up. Sky pieces came down and the dust went up. Once more. So the people, human beings, they started saying, oh, this is a lot of mess, a lot of smog. Sara DG sets, the generator sets, band kar do thode din ke liye. Factories band kar do thode din ke liye. Oh, odd vehicles will come on odd days, even vehicles will come on even days. This is what we do. We basically skim through the surface. We like to do that. We don't want to really find the cure. We just find treatment. We eat medicine, bukhar goes down, we get bukhar again, we fall sick. That's what happens. So nobody wants to go to the root of the problem. Had we gotten to the root of the problem, what would we have found? We would have found that donkeys are at the root of the problem. Yeah, it is because of them that all this is happening. What was happening? Sky pieces came down and the sky. Now crocodiles, who otherwise don't really do much, they saw all this smog, all this fog and everything, all this pollution, and they thought that if they'd roll in the water and do some chup around, this water will really help bring the smog levels down. So crocs rolled in the water, chup. This is for you again. Crocs rolled in the water, chup. We go at the back. Sky. Pieces came down. Crocs. Sky pieces came down and the dust went up. Crocs rolled in the water, chup. Once again, the adults, you're not doing it. You are the problem. Pieces came down and the dust went up. Crocs. There was a lot of keychad, a lot of mud. Mud, keychad on the floor, keychad on the trees, keychad on the buildings. What do you call keychad in Kannada? Mud, wet mud. Keychad, let's stay with keychad, alright. So a lot of keychad everywhere, huh? But there are few animals who really like keychad. You know who they are? Pigs. Buffalo. Hippos, yes. Donkeys also, definitely, why not? Donkeys, cow. Elephants, human monsters under the age of 12. But pigs, of course, pigs actually don't just like keychad. When they see keychad, they think there is a party going on. So they roll in the keychad and the party begins. Yeah? So pigs rolled in the keychad and the party had begun. Yeah? Pigs. Now you have to dance this well, okay? So pigs roll in the keychad and the... Yeah, once again, pigs. Once again. We take it from the top. Dust went up, crocs. The water, chup. Pigs in the keychad and the... Once again, sky. Crocs. Pigs. Good job. So this new K party was happening, and the pigs and the donkeys and the elephants and the hippos and the rhinoceros and even the snakes, the insects, the lion, the tiger, everybody joined this K party. Yeah? Everyone was enjoying rolling in the keychad. That right then, the problem posers came. Which were? Humans. Good. You know yourselves well. So the human beings came and they said, what are you doing? You're having a party here. Look at the sky. It's going further and further away. We need to do something about it. Come on. So for the first time in human history, human beings had actually made some sense. So all of them got together and they thought high and they thought low. So once again, they all thought and they all thought they thought and they thought. But that's where human beings' sort of ability ends. We think and then kind of gets over. That right then, so both human beings and animals got together, but right then what happened was our Makdi Mausi sort of came sliding through from somewhere and she said, maybe I can help. So the animals gathered around her and said, Makdi Mausi, you're too old and weak. No, hang around. We'll figure something out. Makdi Mausi said, no, I'm sure I'll be able to help. Give me one chance. And then the human beings who've got big heads, and even bigger tongues, and no connection between the two. They came up to Makri Mausi and they said, Makri Mausi, you're very small. It got worse. Makri Mausi, you are even smaller than our fingernail. It got even worse. Makri Mausi, this is the job of a woman. This is the job of a man. You are a woman. I mean, this is the problem. This is what happens when you have a big head and a big tongue and no connection between the two. But the good thing was, Makri Mausi's head and tongue were in their places. She knew there was nothing wrong in being old. She knew there was nothing wrong in being weak. There was nothing wrong in being small. And there was most definitely nothing wrong in being a woman. So Makri Mausi started spinning a web. And for that to happen, you all have to get up. Because Makri Mausi spun. Can you do this? You all know the floss better than I do. All right, Makri Mausi spun. Once again, Makri Mausi spun. Let's take it from the top. Keep standing. 1, 2, 3. Sky came down and the dust went up. Crocs rolled in the water. Pigs rolled in the keychad and the party had begun. And Makri Mausi spun. Good, once more. Sky. Dust went up. Crocs. Chop. Pigs rolled in the keychad and the party had begun. And Makri Mausi spun. We do this in song once. Keep standing. One, two, three. Sky pieces came down and the dust went. Crocs roll in the water. Chop. Pigs rolled in the keychad and the party had begun. And Makri Mausi spun. Sky pieces came down. Dust went up. Crocs roll in the water. Chop. Pigs roll in the keychad and the party had begun. And Makri Mausi. And as she spun, thank you so much for spinning. Sit down. And as she finished her spinning, she had this big ball of web. Yeah? Can you please help hold this big ball of web? She held one end of that ball, and then she threw that ball of web towards the moving sky. You have to do that on a count of 3, okay? 1, 2, and 3. And it unrolled and unrolled. Unroll it. Unrolled and unrolled. And unrolled and unrolled and unrolled and unrolled and unrolled and unrolled and it missed by a whisker. So what did she have to do? She had to spin some more. You have to get up again. Once again. Look, I promised you I'm going to work up an appetite for you. All right, 1, 2, 3. Sky pieces came and the dust went. Roll in the water, chop. Pigs roll in the keychad and the party had begun. And Makri Mausi spun. Sky pieces. Kya baat hai? Pigs. Makri Mausi spun. Now this time around she had a lot of web. So she picked up the previous web, she collected it, and she had some new web. She put them all together and made a bigger ball of web, held one end of it, and once again on a count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and it unrolled and 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 yes, It latched onto the sky. It latched onto the sky. Good job. And soon after that, Makdi Mausi began this long, long walk on that web towards the sky. She reached the sky, made another web, and went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until she was convinced that the earth and the sky were connected once again and the sky had stopped moving. And now when she came back, the humans, they were excited. They said, Makdi Mausi, you are a rocking girl. And the dance that you guys were doing, they called it the M2, N2, R2, F2 dance. The Makdi Mausi Naach Nachaiya Rock and Roll Filmy Floss. Makdi Mausi Naach Nachaiya Rock and Roll Filmy Floss. And then last time, Makdi Mausi spun a web. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to get up. And this was, everything is connected now, so it's all fine. This was the longest web that she ever spun. And with this last web, the one end of this web, she connected to our ancestors who lived in the sky. And the other end, she connected it to all our hearts, hoping that now that we are once again connected to our ancestors, we will learn from those ancestors once again. We will consume less and conserve more, and trash less and waste no more. Can you put your hands on your heart and say this once? That we'll consume less and conserve more and trash less and waste no more. So if you ever are walking outdoors and you see a spider's web by the tree, look at it very carefully, because it's very likely that one end of that spider's web is going right up to the sky and keeping us connected with our ancestors, with the hope that we can do better. Thank you. And now you can go and have lunch.
I think this is amazing what Neev is doing. I hope to be there next year as well.
We think of children as leaders for tomorrow. It's only spaces like this that create a space for children's own voice to emerge. I truly believe these places are helping children to become who they really are.
I drew pictures of a character from Tom Watson's book Stick Dog and Stick Cat.
I'm so happy to be here at the festival. I've met hundreds of kids here and they're all so smart. It's such a privilege to be here.
Bangalore is, I've been told, it's a reading city, and the more you read as a child, you become storytellers, you draw more, you write more. We should definitely have more fests like this.
Really small, but you are spunky. They will not accept what is told to them without questioning.
We had a session with an author. Yeah, and we also got inspiring. To make up a character, an imaginary character which looked really strange, and we also had to think of a riddle.
Neev Literary Fest has been one of the most professionally organized and efficiently handled fests I've been to.
What I do is I just have characters, they're really kind of kooky characters. I quite love them.
I like school literary festivals for the reason that the world of writing becomes very real to them. I also think it inculcates a greater sense of reading and reading for joy.
I, Vineet Singh, would like to welcome one and all to a beautiful and warm morning at Neev Academy at the world of books, characters, imagination and creativity. Love to read, read to love at Neev Literature Festival. We want to create readers for life.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. NLF 1.0 is Neev's dream to create a platform in India that brings together creators, readers, and influencers of children's literature from India and around the world. I welcome you all to NLF 2017.
Were amazing. It's always fun to be with kids because you can only expect the unexpected when you're with them.
They are my stars. They are my path.
For an artist and for a writer, the world is never still.
Thank you, Mrs. Kavita Gupta Saberwa.
We'll see you next year. Oh, and all the Neev parents and kids, we'll see you Monday morning.
This was the first version of the Neev Lit Fest. We are hoping that that going forward it gets owned up by the community. We look forward to doing this year on year and making it richer and richer.
Give me a place to read, a whole new world to see. Reading is the best, not just for a test. Reading makes you smart, it's like food for your heart. Reading can make you kind, it's like jogging for the mind. I love to read, I read to love. I love the words that make a song. I love to read, I read to love. You love to read, come read along. I read every single day, the world has so much to say. Even when I'm feeling sad, it's not so bad. On the way to school, between breaks or on the move, we can share a dream, cause we like to read. I love to read, you love to read. I read to love, you read to love. I love the words, you love the words that make a song, that make a song. I love to read, you love to read. I read to love, you love to read. Come read along. You love the words that make a song.
Where's the children's literature section?
Children's literature? Seriously? Sorry, what? What?
Literature?
Children's? No way. Seriously? How seriously? Literature?
Are you serious?
No. Seriously?
Seriously?
You're not serious. Yes.
We're serious. That's right. It gets better and better. That's serious stuff. Seriously, mind-blowing. Seriously good. It's really good. Seriously. Finally, it's happening.
Wow, you're taking children's literature seriously?
Where's the children's literature section?
Children's literature? Seriously?
Sorry, what? What?
Literature?
Children's? No way. Seriously? How seriously? Literature?
Are you serious?
No. Seriously?
Seriously?
You're not serious. Yes.
We're serious. That's right. It gets better and better. That's serious stuff. Seriously, mind-blowing. Seriously good. It's really good. Seriously. Finally, it's happening.
Wow, you're taking children's literature seriously?
दुर्रा कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा तितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा. ओके लवली. तो बात 700 साल पुरानी, 700 years. बात 700 साल पुरानी, सुनो ध्यान से प्यारे. हैमलिन नामक एक शहर था वीजर नदी किनारे. यूं तो शहर बहुत सुंदर था, हैमलिन जिसका नाम, मगर वहां के लोगों का हो गया था चैन हराम. क्यों हो गया था चैन हराम? माइस, इतने चूहे, इतने चूहे, इतने चूहे, गिनती हो गई मुश्किल. जिधर भी देखो, जहां भी देखो, करते दिखते किलबिल. बाहर चूहे, घर में चूहे, दीवारों और दर में चूहे, खिड़की और आलों में चूहे, थालों और प्यालों में चूहे, ट्रंक में और संदूक में चूहे, फौजी की बंदूक में चूहे, अफसर की गाड़ी में चूहे, नौकर की दाढ़ी में चूहे. पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण जिधर भी देखो चूहे, ऊपर नीचे आगे पीछे जिधर भी देखो चूहे. और चूहे देखने में कैसे थे? दुबले चूहे, मोटे चूहे, दुबले चूहे, मोटे चूहे, लंबे चूहे, छोटे चूहे, या यू वांट टू से, हां, काले चूहे, गोरे चूहे, भूखे और चटोरे चूहे. चूहे भी वो ऐसे चूहे बिल्ली को खा जाएं. चूहे भी वो ऐसे चूहे बिल्ली को खा जाएं, कुत्ते उनसे डर के भागें, चीलें जान बचाएं. चीलें इज ईगल, द लायन ऑफ बर्ड्स. तो चूहे भी वो ऐसे चूहे बिल्ली को खा जाएं, कुत्ते उनसे डर के भागें, चीलें जान बचाएं. चूहों से घबराकर एक दिन राजा ने किया ऐलान कि जो उनसे पीछा छुटवाए पाए ढेर इनाम. देखिए कितना बढ़िया राजा है, अपनी प्रजा के बारे में, अपने लोगों के बारे में, इज थिंकिंग अबाउट हिज पीपल. गिव हिम अ बिग राउंड, इज अ गुड राजा, गुड किंग. या तो चूहों से घबराकर एक दिन राजा ने किया ऐलान, जो इनसे पीछा छुटवाए पाए ढेर इनाम. सुनकर यह ऐलान वहां पर पहुंचा एक मदारी. मस्त कलंदर नाम था उसका, मुंह पे लंबी दाढ़ी. झोले से बंसी निकालकर मीठी तान बजाई, जिसको सुन के चूहा सेना दौड़ी दौड़ी आई. अब कहां कहां से आई? कोनों खुदरों से निकले और निकले महल अटारी से, सुनकर उसकी बंसी की धुन बच्चे दौड़े आए। सुनकर उसकी बंसी की धुन बच्चे दौड़े आए, कुटियाओं बंगलों महलों से दौड़े दौड़े आए। अब ये बच्चे कैसे थे देखने में? दुबले बच्चे, मोटे बच्चे, लंबे बच्चे, छोटे बच्चे, दूर के बच्चे, पास के बच्चे, साधारण और खास से बच्चे, हंसते बच्चे, रोते बच्चे, जाग रहे और सोते बच्चे, गांव के बच्चे, नगर के बच्चे, गली मोहल्ले डगर के बच्चे। लाखों बच्चों का जमघट चल पड़ा मदारी के पीछे, जैसे कोई जादू उनको लिए जा रहा खींचे। ले गया दूर शहर से उनको वो 6 फुटा मदारी, नहीं रोक पाई बच्चों को शहर की जनता सारी। बिगड़ गई हैमलिन की जनता, बिगड़ गई हैमलिन की जनता, पहुंची राजा के द्वारे, बोली तेरी बेईमानी से बच्चे गए हमारे। नहीं चाहिए ऐसा राजा करता जो मनमानी, वादा करके झुठला देता, ये कैसी बेईमानी। राजा से गद्दी छीनी, राजा से गद्दी छीनी, दे डाला देश निकाला, और खुद हैमलिन का राजपाट जनता ने ही संभाला। नए राज ने मस्त मदारी को फौरन बुलवाया, माफी मांगी और मुंह मांगा पुरस्कार दिलवाया। सारे बच्चे वापस पहुंचे अपने अपने घर पे, पूरे शहर में खुशी मनी और दिए जले दर दर पे। सेवा का वादा करके वो तो मेवा खा गया, मेवा खा गया रे वो तो मेवा खा गया। राजा वो खुद बना मुझे प्यादा बना गया, प्यादा बना गया मुझे प्यादा बना गया। हो मत फड़क मेरे दिल यूं खुद पे ना गुर्रा, तू ही था ना समझ उसे जो दे दिया तुर्रा। 1 2 3 गो, दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा। कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा, दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा। कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। कुर्सी पे जो बैठा उसे मैं बादशाह समझा, और खुद को समझ बैठा मैं चीड़ी का दुर्रा। दितन 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 डब डब दुर्रा। कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा, कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। कौन है मदारी यहाँ कौन जमूरा। थैंक यू। So this folk tale, this famous folk tale rather, of course, you all know about it, first appeared in the writings of Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, and then of course Brothers Grimm. It was famously retold by Robert Browning, and about 30 odd years ago it came to India, or Safdar Hashmi really rewrote it in Hindi. That's the one I recited. So please once again give it up for Safdar Hashmi. By the way, Hamelin is actually a town in Germany, in north central Germany. And Weser is a river that flows past it. And if we dig into available records out there, we realize that Pied Piper of Hamelin is much more than just a folk story. There's a half-wooden private residence in Hamelin which has an inscribed plaque in stone that says 1284 AD, on the 26th of June, the day of St. John and St. Paul, 130 children born in Hamelin were led out of the town by a piper wearing multicolored clothes. After passing Calvary near Koppenberg, they disappeared forever. An entry in Hamelin's records dating 1384 states that it is 100 years since our children left. I'm sure if we mine into the available information, we'll find a lot more in this story that finds resonance with our lives today. Until then, let's mine into ancient historical texts for today's day and age. This is a masterclass by author and historian Devika Rangachari, wherein she'll look at women who carved a niche for themselves as described in traditional Indian texts that go back 100 years or hundreds of years, along with a richly detailed Queen's series of historical fiction, Queen of Ice, Queen of Earth, Queen of Fire. The author invites us to see that while these accounts may be from an era far removed from our own, the stories continue to resonate with us. Devika Rangachari is an award-winning writer whose book Queen of Ice by Duckbill was on the White Raven list, won the Neev Young Adult Book Award, was shortlisted for the Sahitya Akademi's Bal Sahitya Puraskar, and has been optioned to be made into a movie or television series. Her other books include Queen of Fire, which was a Parag Honor List 2022, Queen of Earth, Parag Honor List 2021, shortlisted for the Neev and JK Author Awards. The Train to Tanjore, 10 Indian monarchs whose amazing stories you may not know, Tale of Love and Adventure, Swami Vivekanand, A Man with a Vision, Harshavardhan, The Merry Mischief of Gopal Bhand, The Wit of Tenali Raman, and Growing Up.
नाटक पीठक चाव चाव चुम गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग बूम गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग बूम गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग ऐसे करो गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग बूम अबड़क तबड़क करार तुडुम करना फिरना करार कुडुम अबड़क तबड़क करार तुडुम करना फिरना करार कुडुम नाटक पीठक चाव चाव चुम नाटक पीठक चाव चाव चुम गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग बूम करो गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग बूम गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग बूम गोष्ठ रंग बूम बैंग बूम सानी धा प म ग रे सा सारे ग म प ध नि सा सारे ग म प ध नि सा सानी धा प म ग रे सा Surum, Trangirum, Itaku, Sagaxurum, Trangirum, Mishan Chirish, Bengwish, Mishan Chirish, Bengwish, Aliji Apni, Makachi Shetty, Jaduchi Bandi, Something Tum, Aliji Apni, Makachi Shetty, Jaduchi Bandi, Something Tum, Gostaranga, Bang Bum. Gostaranga, boom bang boom, everyone. Gostaranga, boom bang boom. Gostaranga, boom bang boom. Gostaranga, boom bang boom. Gostaranga, boom bang boom.
Nice. आप नीचे बैठ सकते हैं. यहाँ पे. Sit down here. All the kids. Come. You can sit down here, facing towards the screen. Facing towards the screen. Facing towards the screen. Sit here, yes, you can sit here.
Give me a place to read, a whole new world to see. Reading is the best, not just for a test. Reading makes you smart, it's like food for your heart. Reading can make you kind, it's like jogging for the mind. I love to read, I read to love. I love the words that make a song. I love to read, I read to love. You love to read, come read along.
I read every single day, the world has so much to say. Even when I'm feeling sad, it's not so bad. On the way to school, between breaks or on the move. We can share a dream cause we like to read. I love to read.
You love to read.
I read to love.
You read to love.
I love the words.
You love the words
that make a song.
That make a song.
I love to read. Come read along.
You love the words that make a song.
Harappan civilization, the Indus Valley civilization. That sounds really exotic, and everyone is going to want to read my books. The first obstacle you will immediately stumble upon is that you do not have sources. Or you do not have sources that actually speak to you in a manner that is going to make any sense. And the further back in time you go, say you get to the old Stone Age, or basically the Stone Age, the old, new, middle, whichever one, there you run into a worse problem, because that is actually what is called prehistory, before there was any writing. And for all practical purposes, even the Harappan civilization is prehistory, because although it is actually proto-history, because we have written records, we do not know the script. So it is as good as not having any written sources. So it is better, if you want to start writing historical fiction, to base your story on something that you can actually access and see and understand, and probably not do what I have done, because I've also based a lot of my stories in a time period for which the sources are barely there. So I'm not just a historian when I'm writing, I'm also a detective trying to cover up certain holes in my knowledge, and I'm also a psychologist, because I need to know how people behaved and thought and so on and so forth, and put myself into different people's shoes and so on. So it's not a question of this is between me and my writing style, I will sort of make this wonderful story come alive. It's about you donning several hats at the same time and trying to pull off a story without too many sources, and which will not have people running at you and saying, look, this is nonsense, this can't have happened, and this is completely inaccurate, and this is just doesn't pass for history. So I'm going to just tell you a little bit about how I wrote this book, Queen of Ice. Queen of Ice, for those of you who haven't read the book, is about Didda, who ruled Kashmir in the 10th century for around 50 years, 25 as informal ruler and 25 as formal ruler, and who was one of the toughest and strongest rulers that Kashmir has ever known, and who also managed to give Kashmir a period of peace and prosperity that it never saw before or since. But the minute I decided to work on her for my doctoral thesis, this is when I said, oh, let me just look at women from my PhD research, and I immediately drew a blank, because all the narratives that I read on Kashmir had only two things to say or not say about Didda. One was this silence, wherein Didda was not mentioned. So there were these 50 missing years where there was just mention of men who ruled before her or after her, and there's this curious gap. So immediately you start wondering what on earth happened in that period. Or I would routinely come up against statements like, yes, there was this woman ruler called Didda, but my God, she was a woman ruler. Should a woman actually be wanting to rule? So clearly she was more a man than a woman. And in that case, should we not examine her morals? Did she go to temples? Did she pray? Was she of good character? Now, let me tell you that all through history, when you're reading historical narratives, there are always two standards for judging male and female rulers. The men will always be judged by their contributions towards extending the kingdom, towards fighting battles, towards building structures. It doesn't matter how many people they killed in the process, or what blood and gore they resorted to in the process, but that is what contributes to their glory. But the minute a woman figure emerges, it is immediately about their religion or their good character and their morals, and all about, was she kind? Nobody asks if a king was kind, but that question will definitely be asked of a queen. Was she kind? Was she generous? Was she pious? Did she do enough for the cause of humanity? And so on and so forth. Why is it relevant in today's day and age? Because you just need to look at the newspapers to know these are exactly the standards that are still used to judge prominent men and women figures of today. So the man can literally get away with murder in all senses of the word. The woman can't. The woman needs to be seen as a family person. Yeah, she might be a very great politician, but does she look after her children? You know, does she cook at home? Does she do all that and so on and so forth? So as you can see, what was happening all those years ago has a direct resonance on today's day and age. So what are the sources for Didda? Once I discovered that there was a problem and that that was a woman who existed and that I needed to uncover her history, what I immediately understood was that she did issue inscriptions that have barely survived. She did issue coins that have barely survived. Some of them are badly damaged so that even if they're there, you don't understand what's written on them. But then you have this text called the Raj Tarangini, which just translated means River of Kings. And it is a 12th century text written by this person called Kalhana, who decided in the 12th century that he was going to be a historian, and he was going to chronicle Kashmir's history, and he decided to do it in the time-honored way of all historians, which is to see what have other historians done before me. So he actually went and looked up buildings, coins, inscriptions, texts, everything so that he could get an authentic history out. And
के फूल बांध दिए, एक एक को मांध दिए।
तब आई बारी राजा की, रौनक थी सारी राजा की।
वह आंखें धर धर मलता था, पर बस नहीं कुछ चलता था।
कपड़े का नाम निशान नहीं, सोना चांदी सामान नहीं, खड्डी तो बिल्कुल खाली थी, गुंडों ने खूब संभाली थी। बुनते दिखते ताना पाना, बुनते दिखते ताना बाना, क्या क्या मैं ही नहीं रहा दाना। फिर लानत इस राजाई पर, हाकिम हूं अकल पराई पर। जो परजा बुद्धू जानेगी, क्या रोब हमारा मानेगी। बस बोल उठा, क्या कहने हैं, क्या कहने हैं। कपड़े तो बेशक पहने हैं, पर इसकी रास नहीं करते, दिखते सब पानी ही भरते।
कपड़ा बनकर तैयार हुआ, गुंडों का बेड़ा पार हुआ।
वह विदा हुए, रुखसत मांगी, दम लेने की फुर्सत मांगी।
तब आई बारी दर्जी की, तब आई बारी दर्जी की, पोशाक बताई मर्जी की।
चल रे चल,
हाँ
त्याला इथं लाव,
हाँ
त्याला तिथं लाव,
हाँ
त्याला इथं लाव,
हाँ
त्याला तिथं लाव,
हाँ।
चल छाती 56,
56,
ढेरी 55,
55,
दोन हात 32, 32, 12,
32, 12,
अख्खा पाय 40,
40,
कंबर 47,
40,
47,
47, 47, 47, 47,
कर 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 कच
कर 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 कच।
हवे लाचतो, सुई टोचायचा, नसलेलं कापड हाती धरायचा।
कर 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 कच। कर 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 कच।
हा कुर्ता, हा पायजामा। जाता था, सुकड़ा शर्माया जाता था।
खुद दरबारी भौचक्के थे, कहते वाह 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 उचक्के थे।
अब शहर सवारी जाएगी, प्रजा सब वारी जाएगी।
थे अक्ल के राजा बेढंगे, चल निकले नंगे के नंगे।
बोले हम पैदल जाएंगे। हम पैदल जाएंगे, कपड़े सबको दिखलाएंगे। कुछ टोह मिले दानाई की, किस किसने खरी कमाई की। जिसमें पाऊंगा अकल नहीं, फिर से देखूंगा शक्ल नहीं।
फिर साथ लिए सब दरबारी, सब वर्दी पहने सरकारी।
बीचों में बीच राजा था और आगे शाही बाजा था।
यूं निकला कारवां सबका, नजारा खुशनुमा सबका।
लोगों के भीड़ भड़क थे, लगते धक्कों पर धक्के थे।
कोई मुंह को फाड़े देता था, कोई आंखें गाड़े देता था।
न दिखता कुर्ता पैजामा, न ऊपर का ही वह जामा।
सारा ही ढंग कुढ़ंगा था, राजा तो बिल्कुल नंगा था।
Hi, Miss Vinita. It's great to have you here. I just wanted to ask a few questions. So, firstly, how do you think we can encourage children today to read more?
I think this is a subject that's so live because if you don't read, your children are not going to read. So I keep telling teachers, are you reading yourselves? Are you carrying books in your bag? When you carry books in your bag, are you keeping them on the table? If we are role models for our children. So as adults, are we reading? We're all on our phones. So I think we have to change our habit patterns before children change theirs. So we make reading aspirational.
I think that's a great response. Thank you, Miss. Another question I had is, what do you think is the importance of storytelling in such a day and era?
I think we have stories. We were talking in a panel discussion today about how the ordinariness of stories that don't come out. And I think every moment is a story. And every story has the potential to have that curve. When we tell stories, we become more empathetic, and I think empathy is something that's just far lost in this world right now. We are in a space where we're connecting to people in a virtual world, but we don't know how to connect to people on a one-to-one basis. So when you do stories, when you're a storyteller and a story listener, you become an empathetic person. So I think stories have the power to imagine, to feel for somebody else, and therefore you cannot not have stories in our lives.
Thank you, Miss. Sure. I just had one more question, if possible. Why do children need to read more? If there's any other answer which you have regarding this.
I think if you're reading, you're a leader. When you're reading, you know how to communicate better. And today, if you read, you can write. It's a starting point for so many things, for cognitive development of a child. So you start from that space, and you know, when you tell parents that you need children to read, they may think of it from academic point of view, but really it's about you're developing a child from a complete 360 degrees space. And I would say reading is very peripheral right now, especially now. So I tell children now, right now, at some point in time, if you want to do something in life, let's say apply for a university, you can't do that unless you read. You can't, if you don't know how to read, you don't know how to write. So yeah.
I think that's a great response again. Thank you so much, Miss. We love to have you here at NLF 2022.
I'm really enjoying myself. Thank you so much for having us, all of us here.
This actually happened, you know. And so if you can actually read about Ashoka, the Mauryan ruler, indulging in blood and gore and the Battle of Kalinga, and still talk about him with a lot of respect and reverence today, then you can jolly well read about Vidya and learn what she did. Also, I think a lot of adults regularly underestimate the intelligence of children. The fact that they read means that there is a certain amount of intelligence and discernment right there. You do not have to stand between them and the written word and say that they need to be shielded. No, they do not need to be shielded. They are exposed to far worse on social media, and in fact, you actually don't have any qualms in letting them see whatever they want on TV or on whatever computer games and so on. So there are a few double standards here, but anyway, that is besides the point. So then I had to write this in a way that I initially thought I can't write all the facts, everybody's going to get upset. But then I had this wonderful publisher who unfortunately is not here today, who said, just go ahead and write it. We will market the book. And they actually did that, and it's done very well, and I'm very grateful for that. And I'm very grateful to a lot of you who have loved the book, and, you know, thank you so much. But to write this book was tough, because as I said, I had barely any sources. There's a lot of guesswork involved in reconstructing her life. I also had to do it in a way that seemed logical. I could not just invent things. It had to be accurate or near accurate. It had to be something that would have actually happened at that time. And I also complicated matters a bit by writing in the first person to bring me close to the main character. So I actually had to get inside Didda's head and then write about her. Could I have the next slide, please? This book was even tougher. This book is called Queen of Earth. And this was a century before Didda. This is the 9th century in Orissa, or Odisha as is known today, in the east. And this is about Prithvi Mahadevi, who ruled what is called the Bhaumakara dynasty of Orissa in the 9th century for a certain period of time. And it's very interesting, the circumstances became the ruler. She actually belonged to a neighboring kingdom, but her father conquered the Bhaumakara throne and put her on the throne. Now, she was not a puppet ruler by any means, because she maintained herself on the throne in a very intelligent manner. And as with Didda, had to deal with a male-dominated environment. So had to deal with a lot of men who were trying to throw her off the throne and get to it themselves. But she managed to leave a mark in the history of Orissa in a very remarkable way. But again, as with Didda, either she is not there in narratives of Orissa, or if she is mentioned, it is always in a paragraph titled Downfall of the Bhaumakara Dynasty, and it's, look, a woman's on the throne. That means it's the end. So, and of course, there were a lot of women rulers who came after her. There were actually 6 women rulers of the Bhaumakaras who ruled in succession. So somebody's daughter, somebody's aunt, somebody's, so on and so forth. And of course, the dynasty did end, as all dynasties do. It had very little to do with the women being involved. But she is seen as starting the downfall because she was a woman who dared to rule.
World. As a writer, what I do is the things that I sort of experience in my everyday, people I meet, places I go to, children I talk to, scary things that might happen to me, funny things that might happen to me. Those are the things that actually become the material that goes into my stories. And so that's why, this is why this session is called Literature from the Life and the World. So what I thought I'll do is I will share with you maybe 3 examples from 3 of my books. This first book is called My Sweet Home. And this is actually, it came from, there was, where I live is a place called Okhla. And many, many years ago, there was an incident there. So Okhla it's a kind of largish area, and there are different kinds of neighborhoods in it. And there are some parts of Okhla which have very narrow gullies, and there are many houses all together, and it's quite crowded. And many years ago, there was an incident over there where, the police had sort of stormed a house, and it was called the Butler House Encounter, and the police had stormed the house because they said that there were some young men who were involved in some terrorist activities over there. Now, that went on, and I think there is still no clarity on whether actually that was so or not. But because they stormed that house, what happened was suddenly this place got a lot of attention, and there were a lot of television channels, reporters, and those, television media vans which came and parked over there. And suddenly everybody was talking about this corner of Delhi, which nobody really had talked about before. And I wondered what it was like to be a child over there, you know, to walk out and walk to school, to catch your school bus, to go for your tuition class, to look for the place to play, and perhaps they're surrounded by news vans. So what I did was I did a workshop with 20 children from that area who go to a school. So in that area is a very old university called the Jamia Millia Islamia, which actually I also studied in. I did my MA there. And in that university, the university has kind of grown out of some schools, which it started with as a school. So there are 2 schools which run there, and one is a Urdu medium school and one is an English medium school. And I did a workshop with a friend of mine, Sharna Dastur, and we worked with these 20 children to just try and understand what living over there was like, and whether this encounter that everybody was talking about, whether, you know, it had kind of done something to their everyday life. So when I went into doing the workshop, I decided that I was not going to talk to them about the encounter, and I only wanted to talk to them about everyday life. Like, you know, how do they go to school? What do they like to do? What do they like to eat? Who their friends are, what are the things that their neighborhood perhaps is famous for, things like that. So when we asked them this question, what is your neighborhood famous for, we got kids doing many different things. And some of them talked about the best kebabs. The neighborhood is famous for the best kebabs. Somebody said, it's the weekly markets because you can get everything over there. And somebody wrote the Butler House encounter because the police had falsely killed some people over there, and that's what the neighborhood was famous for. So I could see that in that space of everyday life, the things that, you know, many children who live in other parts of Delhi would say, okay, yeah, we get the best chaat or we get the best biryani, and they said we get the best kebabs. Those were same. Those were common things. And yet, something had changed here, and they felt that they are being looked at in a certain way because this encounter had happened. True or false, it had happened, and that had changed the life for the child. So I began to think about, like, when the workshop was over and the material came to me, and I thought, how do we talk about these things? Because for children outside of that neighborhood, should we not be able to write about the stories that come from here so that they can see, okay, there are things that we have in common. Like, for example, the love for kebabs or biryani or fruit or chocolate, and along with those things that we have in common, there are also certain things which are so different, and maybe we don't know that about each other. And that's where this book came from. And I think that really is a very big part of my work, that I want my work to work as a kind of dialogue that allows us to see.
You're sure they're there? Next to the left floor, yeah.
My friends in the neighborhood all have their father's names on the nameplates. I feel happy that my nameplate is different from theirs. to me, this was a small little story which was so important, you know, that I thought, look at this child, look at her observation, that she's noticed this difference, and it's a difference that she wants to celebrate. In a whole street full of nameplates which have fathers' names, because that's generally what a child is known by. Here is this house that is different, and here is this child who is able to celebrate that difference. So what I did was, then I took this little incident and I then turned it into a story. So in the final book, you get some of the children's writing, and you get 3 stories which I have written, which kind of connect stuff that they shared with me through their art and writing. So if you just turn the thing. So I wrote a story called A New Nameplate, and I'll just read you a small bit out of it. It's about a girl called Yasmin. So the story, then I started to think about the backstory.
Yeah, how are you enjoying NLF so far?
I'm really enjoying it a lot. It's a great meeting place for so many authors and illustrators and editors, and it was just wonderful to interact with the children. I read the story and they said, all of them said, I really liked your story, and I felt so happy. Yeah.
So how do you think we should get more children to read more of Indian children's literature, or like get more of it out there so that children can actually read it and experience it more?
Yeah. So I do think that when it's small children, it's nice if there is some time kept aside in the day for the parent to sit with the child and read a little. Because I think kids really appreciate having a parent by their side when they're reading at first and all that. Of course, we don't when we are older, but at that point of time. And parents are also able to relate what is in the story to the child's own life experience and draw those connections for the child. So it would really help for children to start actually relating to words on a page and pictures and stuff.
Okay, final question. So what do you think is the importance of being able to have access to these kind of books at a younger age?
I think it's really super important for kids to be looking at books like this. It opens their hearts and minds to the communities that they live in, belong to, as well as communities that they are not experiencing, because they can't. Each of us cannot experience everything. So books really help us travel, right? And when we start at picture book level, because the illustrations are so interesting, kids get drawn into them and into the world of the story. I think we would be much less human if we didn't have our imaginations. So I think it's so important.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming to the NLF as well.
There in the first place. I think that's about it. That's what I wanted to say, in how to resurrect again with Harsha. There are inscriptions that he issued which do not mention Rajashri. So if I'm actually talking about Rajashri, I need to go to a completely different source, which is the Chinese accounts. I don't know how many of you remember your history school textbooks. You always have to learn these names of the 2 Chinese pilgrims who came and visited India and left behind accounts. So this was the second of the 2 who came, Xuanzang, who left behind his account. And he is a marvelous source on Rajashri, which no real Indian historian is willing to pick up or comment on. So when you're looking at the subject today, mining ancient historical texts for today's day and age, mining history writing is a minefield, if I may expand that term. And you do not always find texts. I would have loved to have a text for Prithvi Mahadevi and to write Queen of Earth. There was nothing. There was what is called nowadays radio silence. Nothing about her. So, and it's not just a problem of looking at ancient texts. It is also a problem of looking at quite contemporary texts. Also, may I also gently remind most people here, most adults here, when you're looking at texts, history is definitely not mythology. It is not legend. It is history. History is fact. So mythology might represent some elements of truth it is not the whole truth. So do not please pick up some text that is some whatever legend which has come down over the 1000 years. Yes, of course, every text reflects the society in which it was created. But it cannot be read as, oh my God, it was written in the 7th century AD. This is exactly what happened in the 7th century AD. No. So it's just that. So I think I'm going to end here and ask if you have any questions on history, on the writing, or generally. Yes? I think somebody has a mic. Also, if somebody could just tell me how much time is left, because I'm not, 15 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, hi, I'm Akhila.
Hi, Akhila.
Just wanted to know what period of history do you think is least represented in historical fiction? Because I see a lot of people writing and trying to write historical fiction nowadays in different ways. But are there areas you think that are under or dark at the moment?
There are huge areas that are lying unrepresented, like what you call a huge chronological expanse, simply because nobody is going to venture there unless you're a historian yourself. And you know exactly where these sources are. And you know exactly what pertains to this period. So if those of you who do not have a background in history and want to write, by all means write. But just be aware that all too often there is a tendency to write a lot about the freedom struggle because it's easy in a way. You have access to a lot of documentation and, you know, maybe even living sources if you're lucky. But nobody really goes back in time. Yes, a few have ventured into the Stone Age category, but I'm not going to name any book or but a lot of historical fiction in the market today is historical imagination. It is not actually too much fact. Ideally, it should be a blend of fact and fiction. And usually the fiction is what is there. And there is a lot of very arbitrary fact that usually
across the street until I knew for sure that it was safe. And yet somebody came and hit me from behind and I fell. And then I fell in such a way and that I've broken my arm. So he was a bit depressed. Meanwhile, Nida has learned to ride the bicycle. So she organizes it and he comes up. And when he comes up, suddenly he's seeing Nida going round and round. And because he's had this experience, Nida thinks he's going to say, no, 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 no. But instead, he says, yes, yes, yes. So that's a little bit of a turning point. And then things start happening in Nida's neighborhood. And I saw this happening in that neighborhood. Although Nida is not a real character, she's in a way a combination of so many of the little girls that I've met over there. And things start happening in her neighborhood and she starts to get really curious about what's going on. What are these people, what are these words? They're going on talking about something called a protest. What is it? So if you go to the next page, this is what Nida hears and this is what happens to her. That Sunday was cold and sunny and Nida begged Abu to let her cycle. When Dadi made a sound again, he gave in. So Dadi is not very much in agreement with the overprotectiveness that Abba shows. But only from our place to Fahim Khalu's, and I'll be watching from the steps. He sat down with the newspaper and kept an eagle eye on Nida. Sometime later, they heard voices in the distance. Hum kya chahte? Azadi. Wo pyari pyari azadi. Nida stopped to listen and Abba put down his newspaper. The voices grew louder. Abba's beard twitched. He told Nida to stop cycling and come inside. Just then, Simi Baji rushed out of the neighboring house. Assalamu alaikum, Chacha, I'm off. Abba's eyes grew round. Where are you off to, Simi? There seems to be some trouble. Listen. So Simi Baji is the one who helped her learn to ride the cycle. Can you go to the next page? The voices rang out again. Hum kya chahte? And this time, Simi Baji joined in. Azadi. Nida got off the cycle. What do you mean, Baji, Azadi? We got Azadi in 1947. We did a skit in school about it. Yes, 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 said Abba. Even though Abba was using his newly learnt word, yes, 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 his beard was definitely twitching. and his eyes were round like puris. A procession of people entered their lane. They were mostly women, young and old. Some were carrying the tiranga, some placards. They were all chanting, moving together. Simi Baji ran to join them, waving to Nida and Abba. Abba's flapping arms had caught hold of Nida, holding her close as the marchers went past them. Nida gave him a hug, and as the marchers turned the corner and the voices faded, Abba's beard seemed to regain its normal position. Over the next few days, this became a regular thing in Nida's world. Hushed conversations inside the house and loud sloganeering on the streets. Simi Baji was busy making posters and was hardly at home. But Fahim Khalu and Sitwat Khala did not stop her, unlike Abba, the warrior, who was now permanently in place. Abba's arms flapped when Dadi made the sound and said things like, India is our home, not just this house, or Hum kagaz nahi dikhayenge. Be careful what you say, he said. Words can be trouble. I will just stop there. This is clearly, I don't know, for the grown-ups who are here, you will recognize what this is about. This neighborhood, Shaheen Bagh, where Nida is living, had become the site of a very famous protest. And I know in Bangalore also there was a sit-in 2 years ago when there was a protest against the Citizenship Amendment Act, and people all over the country had gathered to protest against it. Shaheen Bagh had become very famous for that. And so as I was writing the story, all this had started happening in that neighborhood. And I used to go there and I used to see the children were also there, and their mothers and their grandmothers. And so it became part of this. Differently, we know that today people have to be very careful in the way that they're using words. And so for me, it becomes, children may not get that part of it, but for me, when I write it, this too is something that is part of the story. That the reason we are writing about it is because we want to talk about what is happening in the world that we think is not right. That words actually should not be contested, and people should have a relationship with words in which they are free to use them the way that they want to, instead of being censored and bullied for, and often arrested for what they have said.
You want to read about. The whole point is to appreciate that history is a very interesting story, and so the more they read, the more interested they're going to get in the subject. And you as grown-up readers, if you are interested in it, just go and read up more actually. If you're interested in Queen of Ice Winds in that period, just read up narratives set in that period or that even today talk of that period and see, do they mention these women at all? You know, how do they mention these figures? And what exactly did Nida do? Because I had to compress about 1 million facts on her into, again, 40,000 words. So I have left out a lot of very interesting things about her. So if you really want to know, go read up, and, you know, and that way you will get to read about more interesting people, and you can just, the journey is endless. You can just go on and on, you know, educating yourselves. So it never ends. Any other questions?
May I ask a question? So it is somewhat similar to what she asked, but probably not, I don't know. To what extent is your interpretation of a historical character influenced by your reading or experience with the real characters around you or in newspapers? And if that is the case, then, I mean, to what extent could you say that this character is historical and not real?
So when I write, I consciously steer away from having any kind of parallels with the way modern or contemporary people are written about. That doesn't enter my mind at all, because that too, when you write historical fiction, in your mind you have to move back to that space. So you're immediately talking about a different context, a different way of living, different terms, different social mores. And as I said, I usually write in first person, which means I actually have to be that person. So I can't actually carry any modern parallels or resonances in my head. It's only after I've written it, and then maybe then it strikes me that, oh, you know, this is probably very similar to some contemporary character and so on. So I try and stay away from that. I can't answer for other writers of historical fiction. Maybe their process is different, but that's my process. I think you wanted to ask something? No, did she want? Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So, in the Queen of Ice story, you said there was someone who was not like she was more than a boy than a girl. What does that mean?
Okay. Have you heard this? Have you heard this term tomboy? You know what that means, right? So a girl who's doing things that are stereotypically meant for boys. So this might be a girl who likes playing sport, who doesn't like to do what is girly things. So this is what is called stereotypes, which is a way of labeling or assigning certain things to certain people on the basis of a lot of bias, I would say, because there are lots of girls, I'm sure who love to play sports. You probably like playing games. You might hate to play with dolls. But when normally a lot of people say girls like to play with dolls, they don't like to play sports. But if you're a girl who likes to play sport, therefore you're a tomboy. This is pretty much that. It's a bigger version of that, where a woman is actually, a girl when she grows up is supposed to be very much keeping her family and the home as the focus and not anything too much outside of it. So if in that age a young girl is actually, she wants to rule, she wants to sit on a throne, that is seen as something which should only be for boys or young men. So that's why she's seen as more of a man than a woman, which she definitely was not. She was a very, she had no qualms about calling herself a woman. Here, let me mention another thing. A lot of you have heard of Razia Sultan, I think, who dressed as a man in order to gain public acceptance, as if to say, yes, I'm ruling, I am a woman, but I'm actually a man because I'm dressing like a man. Didda had no qualms about saying, I am a woman. You.
Yeah, big fan of historical fiction. Michener, James Michener, he does the big, thick books, and Dalrymple, of course.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Michener, is it on? Hello? Yeah, big fan of historical fiction. Michener, James Michener,
Yes.
do you know his stuff? He really does era pieces, just big epochs, and Dalrymple. I had a question on when you brought up the Queen of Fire. You said you had more of a plethora of information at your disposal. So you had to select out stuff that would really ring true to maybe bring out something in the story that you found interesting. So I myself would like to know how you did that. I mean, was it a personal choice? Because, for instance, I have a very keen interest in pursuing something from Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. I think there's a huge amount of information, very underrepresented, to the point now where they're withdrawn from textbooks in Karnataka. But yeah, so it's sort of the same thing. There's a lot of information, lots of nuggets of interesting facts, but how to create that sense of a great story? How do you go about that for Queen of Fire, for instance? Thank you.
It was a sort of a personal choice, because my instinctive reaction on being asked to write this book, that was actually a book that I was asked to write. My first instinctive reaction was to say no, because there is too much we know about her. What is there about her that we don't know? And then I started asking myself the question, why am I saying that? Do I really know all there is to know about her just because there is all this information? Because in a way, she is as invisible as Prithvi Mahadevi, as Didda. Because nobody really knows her as a woman, as a young person, as a human being. So that is when I made this choice, when I said, no, that is what I should be looking at, because I'm falling into the same trap that everybody's falling into, of thinking we know everything there is to know about her. This is a superwoman, that's it. Enough said. We don't need to know anymore. So I think that was what started me off. I think Lavinya behind wants to say something. Okay, I think that has to be the last question because, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask a slightly different question since mine was connected. There has in fact been a resurgence of historical fiction and, you know, even in media, television, OTT, there's been a lot of reimagining of historical settings and stories. So what's your opinion on that, you know,
So I have very mixed feelings about this. On the one hand, I'm very happy that history is getting a lot of attention and people are suddenly, you know, wanting to follow, you know, what was happening in the past and so on and so forth. Having said that,
काटे खालून वरून 1 2 3 4 अंकच गेले सरून करेक्ट अब फोडणार कसा हो ह्याला डिंक 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 सगळाच डिंक झाला अब कोण संबंध खाईल आजोबांच्या पोटा एवढे त्याचे पोट होईल चलो अब फास्ट केवढा फणस आई great nice
So you have experience as a film writer as well as a children's books writer. So do you think there's an opportunity for both forms of media to come together to increase the reach for Indians' children's books in the market?
One wishes for that, but the truth is that the business works very differently. And to actually buy children's books and convert them into, you know, either television or film is not yet a viable business model. You've seen the movies that kids are watching. They come out of the West. Millions have been spent. Those budgets are humongous. Out of India, we can't afford those budgets, so we don't make children's films anymore. But I think a book with a very emotional story, a little book with a very big heart that doesn't need the special effects, could possibly be the one that proves that there is a space for books in India to be made into good children's films as well.
So maybe short films or animation, something of those sort?
That is always there. Mainstream means big budgets, but all of the small stuff can always be done. All the short film, certainly short films is a great space in which to take children's stories, short stories, and convert. That's something that could really, really grow.
Yeah. Then the second question is, what do you think is the importance of Indian children's literature in a child's life, regardless of where they are in the world or where they come from?
Well, about the rest of the world, I don't know, but certainly as the world grows more inclusive, why should Indians not be part of that conversation around the world in literature? But for an Indian child to read Indian literature is crucial. You know, above all, a book teaches you that you can be a hero or a heroine. It teaches you what a hero is. It teaches you what to admire. It teaches you what to fight for. But you know, if that book only features a hero that's white with blonde hair, blue eyes, or a heroine that's of a different comes from a different space, how can you believe that you are a hero? You're capable of it. So, it's very important to read stories that reflect back to you your reality, that tell you that you have a space in the world, that tell you can be the center of the story, that tell you that you can be a hero too. It's absolutely crucial. So I really wish that Indian children read more books by Indian writers that tell them their own stories.
So how do you think we can increase the reach of these kind of books or get more people to read these kind of books today?
I think that's two problems. The first is the reach. If you walk into any bookstore, if you go to the darkest, dirtiest corner, you'll find a little row of Indian children authors' books. The rest of the store is taken up by Geronimo Stilton. So firstly, we have to get bookstores to put those books up front and display them well. If you don't know it exists, how can you buy it? Okay. Then the second part is expanding the reading habit, which is a completely different conversation. But I will say this. Scholastic does a reading report every year where they look at how people read, and their number one finding year after year is parents who read have children who read. So I think it's not about getting children to read, I think it's about getting parents to read. Parents should read, and parents should read children's literature. Some of the finest writing these days is in children's literature, it's not in adult literature. So the question is getting parents to read.
Okay, then to end on a happier note, and the last question. How are you liking NLF so far?
Oh, I love NLF. Firstly, your setting is so beautiful. And then what you're trying to do is so amazing. Supporting the entire community of children's literature in India, it is amazing. And I'll tell you what I like the best. You guys treat authors like rock stars. And we love it. So thank you so much.
Thank you for coming so much as well. And thank you for agreeing to the interview. Yeah. Thank you.
Right? So, and these are massive, bigger than what is shown in the cartoon with Obelix. These can be like 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet high. And what are they for? Again, quite mysterious, because mostly it looks like they were erected in memory of a hero, somebody who died in battle. But it also seems like sometimes you'll have like 4 or 5 menhirs in a row. And then it seems like they're pointing on a particular day towards sunrise, on a particular day towards sunset. So it's it's not exactly known why all these were erected or what the meanings were for people who erected them 2,000 years ago. But these are also still there in many places around the city. Okay, I'll fast forward from 2,000 years, we'll come down to about the 9th century. And the stone with that dirty cloth on it is really, really important for the history of the city, because that's the first time we hear the name Bengaluru mentioned anywhere, right? So just as an aside, this is what it looks like now. If you go, this is in a place called Begur, not far from Electronic City, in a temple called the Panchalingeshwara temple. And the stone with the arrow, this most unremarkable, very plain, there's no pictures on it, nothing. But it's super important for the city because it's the first time it talks about a battle. It says it took place in Bengaluru. So we know that there's been a place called Bengaluru for at least 1,100 years. But let's fast forward. Everybody's heard of Kempegowda? Yeah, Kempegowda Airport, Kempegowda Institute of Medical Sciences, whatever. With good reason, Kempegowda is all over the city because he's considered to be the founder of the city. This is the city that Kempegowda founded. It's a fortified city, was a fortified city, and planned with a kind of gridiron layout of streets. It doesn't exist anymore, right? The fort is gone, the moat is gone. This is the Google Earth map, which I think is quite cool. So in that square at the bottom is KR Market. It used to be a lake earlier, now it's a market. And the road that's going straight up is Avenue Road. On top you have State Bank of Mysore. So when you're walking along those streets in that area, those are streets that were laid out 500 years ago, right? Okay. A little more in time, 1600s, we get another fort in the city. Wow. And 1700s, we have Tipu and Hyder. And then the British come, they kill off Tipu. And then we get a new part of a city, the cantonment, right? And now the city has grown and grown and grown. So I stay somewhere down there off the map. I think we are somewhere there, like way off the map. So the city is really grown. So that's the history of the city in 5 slides. But let's look at a few things about the city which are kind of forgotten. So I will share some things about buildings, because I really like buildings, some forgotten stories about events, some about people, and some about places, very quickly. Okay, so let's look at this building. So some children from Neev, if there are any here, have probably been to this building. You have? Sorry? Grade 1, yes, grade 1, grade 2. Probably grade 4 also, I don't remember. So we do take children out to this place. Any of the adults been here? Can you recognize it? Can you recognize where this is from? Have you been there? Adults? Parents? You have? Okay. It's Tipu Sultan's fort near City Palace. Okay?
Hello. Am I? Okay. So this is a good question. I really don't know why I write if I have to summarize it in one line, but just an anecdote. So somebody once sent me a photograph. This happens to me a lot. People on social media keep taking pictures of things they see, and they send me photos saying, what is this, what is that? So somebody sent me a photograph of caterpillars and asked me what they were. And I said, they're caterpillars of so-and-so butterfly, and that's why it's on so-and-so plant, because that's the larval host, and the adult will look like this. And then she was completely shocked that the caterpillar would turn into something else. So this was an adult, probably my age, and something very basic we learn in school is the butterfly life cycle, right? But by the time we grow up, and she probably was, I don't know, maybe she was an engineer, architect, CA, I don't know what she was, but she had forgotten that a caterpillar becomes something else. And she said, oh, I just thought caterpillars stay caterpillars all their lives. And I felt, where is this disconnect coming from? So whenever I think, oh, why do I write about all this? I think there are people who might find something out of all these books. I think we must write.
So I would say that 5 years ago I had turned into the world's biggest cynic. After working in environment and conservation, I used to wake up every morning thinking this is it, doomsday, nothing we can do. But then I started teaching, and I realized that if I have to teach undergraduate students and postgraduate students, I can't go there and be a cynic and say, look guys, your education is no use, the world is going to end. So I was forced, in one sense forced, but also it was also the same time that I began to discover Bangalore, and I found that there were a lot of people here actually who were meaningfully doing things to protect the city. It could be the lake activists, it could be those people who turn up early in the morning to protect. Hope to start writing hopefully about the environment, and I think that finally it will be us who write and us who read and us who fight for the environment that will save the planet, so to say.
I just want to say that I think Seema should write a book about cats, which should be a compilation of her Twitter feed as well, because that will make the planet very happy.
It will make me also very happy, I think.
Right? You know, I have one reason literally why I write, and it's because I've spent a lot of my adult life meeting children who are pretty awesome. They are the ones who have come together to build a junior tiger task force when India's tigers were really, really under threat. They're the ones who stood outside Jahangir Art Gallery and made their parents pay for chores so they can raise money for tiger conservation. They're the ones who made the schools a plastic-free zone. And every time I meet these children, I'm just like, you know, you're pretty awesome. And you need stories that kind of, you should have stories that fuel your imagination. And because they are imaginative, they care. And I think that caring, which we adults tend to forget, needs to be nurtured. And I think books is a great way of doing that, and which is really why I write. It's because most of the children I've met are pretty awesome, and I'm just like, here, book for you.
I mean, I thank you for bringing up the caring, because I think that's something you all put in a lot into your work. So how do you do that? How do you write your story so that that caring takes the center of it, right? I mean, for instance, I'm thinking of your book on climate heroes. So if you could talk a little bit about that.
Well, the climate book, I think, was actually, it's just very simple. Again, when we meet children, and a lot of them tell us that they love biographies. And that was quite a surprise for me because I don't. I've never really liked reading biographies. And children often will have questions about these adult figures and all of that. And when Shayoni Basu of Duckbill, Shayoni, Anushka and Ayushi actually asked us to write this book, they said, will you put down 10 people? And Radha was like, 10's not happening. No, you can't distill a whole of India of the kind of conservation and climate movement that's happening into 10. So it took a lot of whittling down discussion to come up with 10 contemporary people doing work. And it was just amazing because almost every one of them came up with this, told us this story, and we realized that it all started during the childhood. Ram was rescuing snakes at that time. Parinita Dandekar was calling up the water board and asking all sorts of questions about some rivers near her house. And that's when it all started, really. And so I think it was just, let's tell the story as honestly as possible. And when you do that, it's just so powerful being able to talk about how Rohan Chakravarti uses artwork to talk about conservation, or how Vidya Atreya works with leopards and to talk about animal-human conflict, or where it's not existent and why is it not. And just children have these questions which make you constantly realize, you've got it. I had a session yesterday morning, and this is something I try all the time, and I encourage you to do it. You ask a child what they want to do about the climate crisis, and literally all of them are like, I'll take action, we're not going to use plastic, we're not going to pollute, I'm going to walk to school. Adults, we'll leave maybe. That's pretty much it, and I think that's the kind of stories we tell, that's it.
When his body was blown, his head came off and it fell and it was still smiling. That's the story. Okay, let's look at, this guy. The Duke of Wellington. What's he famous for? Huh? The Duke of Wellington? Anybody know what he's famous for? Huh? What? Defeating Tipu Sultan. He's more famous for actually defeating Napoleon. But yes, you're right. He actually was in Bangalore he was part of the army that was actually fighting Tipu. But what's interesting about him also is that after Tipu was killed, he was brought in to look after, to establish the garrison, which was in Srirangapatna. So the British went to Srirangapatna, and it was hot and full of mosquitoes, and they were miserable, and they said, we want to go somewhere else. And Wellesley said, no, Srirangapatna is the best. People said, what about Bangalore? And Wellesley says, no, there's no water, there's no grass, there's no grain, we'll stay here. So finally, after he left, as soon as he left, they said, chalo, now we'll move. And so they came to Bangalore. And so that's how Bangalore became IT city, not Srirangapatna. But here's another guy who had a very different opinion of Bangalore. This is a house on the corner of Cunningham Road and Palace Road. It's called Nighton. Any guesses what it means? What does night on mean? It's not the name of a place. It's not the name of any person. Why did they name this house Night On? Any chemists here? Anybody from IISc? There's an IISc connection to this? No? Okay. You'll have heard of the noble gases in school? Anybody heard of noble gases in school? Okay. So this guy, William Ramsay, he's the one who found the noble gases, right? He found argon, helium, neon, krypton, xenon, and he isolated radon. So radon is a radioactive noble gas, which actually is emanated from, it comes from radium. And initially, they were calling this emanation from radium. And then Ramsay said, let's not call it that. It's so difficult to say it. Let's call it night on.
Okay, so start by telling me which master classes you both attended.
So I went to this masterclass about like finding out your own writing style and like finding out your own unique writing style, and it was actually really fun because he talked about how you can like the difference between a character's voice and your own voice. Now sometimes your own voice overpowers a character's voice, and how you need to like learn how to develop different characters' voices and make sure like every character does not sound the same. Like basically voice and personality is very similar, and how many new authors and like writers, they make the character's voice and their own voice the same, and they make the characters do what they want to do, whereas sometimes characters have to do what you don't do, because like sometimes characters are different from your own self. So we were learning about that, and after that we actually did like a very interactive session where we wrote about like different characters in like a scene of conflict. It was actually really fun because like everybody just like wrote like so many different scenes. It was really interactive, and yeah, I do recommend it. It was really fun.
So I went to a place where we know where like art directors, what are the positions from publishing a book. It was really fun because you can go into nostalgic positions and you can know the deep meaning of real stories, pictures. It was really a deep and nostalgic feeling for me because when I was a child, I went to this little position just because of one picture, and I really enjoyed it. And we made like a little book and about a story. It was really fun. Like it was amazing.
Totally recommend. Very interactive.
Yeah, very nice.
Okay, thank you.
White, and he had this really utopian idea of what Whitefield should be like. He wanted to set up this completely self-sustaining community because he believed that Europeans could be farmers as well. So based on this idea, he went and asked the Maharaja for 3,900 acres, and the Maharaja said, take it. And he set up this whole community. He set up this plan for a community that would work on agriculture, that would work on beekeeping, that would be rearing sheep, they'd be making mats, they'd be growing coffee, they'd be growing vanilla, etc., etc. This was his plan for Whitefield. Did it actually turn out like that? Not quite, right? Not quite. But the next time you go to Whitefield, just keep in mind, they were supposed to be doing beekeeping, not really computer science or whatever else. Yeah. You live in Whitefield, yeah. So the guy who started it wants you to do beekeeping. Okay. Last story. One of the things I like about Bangalore is how we've retained our rural bits within the city. So this is in Malleshwaram. It's a dhobi ghat, the largest dhobi ghat in Bangalore. There are hundreds of people, hundreds of washermen who still work here. And many people actually still send their clothes to this place to be washed. What's interesting about it is that, so this I picked because it's interesting to see how places have changed or what their original purpose was, right? So in this case, that little pond there was actually the public swimming pool of Malleshwaram. And that was established sometime in the 30s, if I'm not mistaken. And it used to be called the swimming pool extension. There was a whole area there. It's still called the swimming pool extension, but the pool itself has become part of the dhobi ghats, right? Okay, so that's my the end of my talk. Thank you. Any questions, anybody? If you have time, yeah. Okay. So the question was, how do I gather all these? I do a lot of reading. I do a lot of talking to people. I do a lot of reading. I spend a lot of time poring over archives and reading letters people wrote to each other like hundreds of years ago. So that's what I do. Thank you.
Actor's mother? By the mother? Actor's mother. But the same mother going on mentioned. Doctor same name. Okay, I don't know.
That's like poetry, but in prose. I think really it's just right at the top, I think, for me. Yeah.
If I have to think of the top, Kenneth Anderson's, because the landscape descriptions were just amazing. And now when you go back and read, you know that a lot of the leopards and all were right here, Jalahalli and things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, like you can drive down Hosu Road and be like, right, hang on, Kenneth Anderson was killing a leopard here. Please do a history walk with all of this. It's a long list, but Radha knows which one I didn't let her tell. But Robert Macfarlane and Jackie Morris's Lost Words, which conjures back nature into our lives. And Ranjit Lal, whose editor is sitting right there, Sudeshna. Tigers of Taboo Valley. I think Ranjit and Zai Whittaker write nature so beautifully. That also his Crow Chronicles, which is amazing. Crow Chronicles, yes. So anything he writes about nature, I absolutely love. How about your own books? Which of your own nature books do you like?
So
I have favorites, but I'm not going to say it. So.
Okay. Of the lot that I've written, I think Bijal knows this, she was the editor on the book, but I'm very partial to this book I wrote about hermit crabs. It's called okay. So it's called A Suitable Shell, and it's about a crab. Hermit crabs don't have, they're soft shell creatures, so they need shells, right? So I've written about a crab that goes looking for a shell because it's lost it and all it's finding is trash on the beach. So I'm in love with crabs, especially hermit crabs, but also the fact that we only see trash on all beaches. As pristine as they call it, like, oh, this is the cleanest beach. No, there is no such thing anymore. So it's really heartbreaking to see how much trash is there. So I kind of brought in one heartbreaking element and one favorite thing to write, and it's really close to my heart because of that.
I haven't written so many books, just 2. And you don't choose between 2 children, so I'll say that I like both of them for very different reasons. The Cities and Canopies, the book on trees, because it is the first book, it's your first child, it's always special. And we had a lot of fun writing it. And the second was on leaves. And that was for little kids, and I didn't realize how much I would enjoy writing it. Thanks to Bijal and Pratham for having given us the opportunity. Never thought I would fall in love all over again with leaves. So that's also a very, very special book.
I don't know. But I guess, I must admit, A Cloud Called Bhura is perhaps one of the books that's closest to me because it was the first time I tried my hand at fiction. I've always been a journalist and I've always written articles and features, and as a child I've always loved books, and I said this before also, authors are magical beings. And the fact that I got to write something that was not, it was set in fact in many ways, but it was my first fictional attempt, so I'll always be close to that book. It's about this brown cloud that comes and hovers on top of Bombay, and then these children come to the rescue. So that's, I guess, would be the one. What about you, Shalini? Of mine? Yes. I think I'm really sorry I asked this question. I wasn't expecting it to come back. I don't know. Probably my first book, which is called Vanamala and the Cephalopod, mostly because it has my favorite, like Radha, right? It has all my favorite animals in it. It has octopuses and jellyfish and all my favorite underwater animals. So that's really it, right? I just put in all the animals I liked. So, I mean, I also wanted to ask you guys, because you've all written for adults and children, and I think one of my favorite things about your children's books is that sense of wonder you guys sort of give those books. So, how do you do that? I mean, if you're writing for a child, how do you sort of set out to pitch it for a child?
So I leave it to my editor. So she always tells, yeah. So I ramble and ramble and ramble many pages, and then I ask Bijal, what is the most amazing fact for you here? And she just rolls her eyes and says, no, this page length is not working for me. But yeah, jokes apart, yeah, I do need more words than little.
Poem, Actor's Mother, poet Alan Alberg. This poem is dedicated to all the mothers and fathers who take efforts for the children. Thank you.
That was a lovely performance by Ghosh Tarang. Up next, we have an author with session with author Afra Teshin. She is the author of several fiction and non-fiction books and contributes to various publications like the Indian Express, The Hindu, Deccan Herald, Scroll.in, and Outlook Money. Her picture book, Elephant Bird, was read at 3,200 plus locations in India, from the slums at the Presidential Library on International Literacy Day in 2016, and translated into more than 40 languages.
So I think it's just that, it just passes on, I think it will.
I guess just to share the wonder that I had experienced when I was young, and I just want to see how I can put that into words and share it with the younger kids. But also the fact that nature is absolutely amazing, and you really don't. There is a certain sense. I feel that I have a certain biophilia for any plant, any insect. It's without any, it can be a snake, it can be a lizard, a gecko. So I don't know where I got it, and when I see people who say, I don't like so and so, I don't like a snake, I'm like, why? I mean, what is this thing that you don't like about this creature that is so wondrous? And so that comes in a bit. I found it very difficult actually to write for very young kids. That was the biggest challenge, because mostly it's easier to write for adults, but it's very difficult to write for. Yeah, but it wasn't easy. It took a long time. So I think the wonder that I had been able to witness as a child, and the fact that I should share it with the other kids, if they can at least ignite some love for nature.
Well, I guess one is that I have a very simple theory when writing for children. Do you remember when you were a child, and then there would be these annoying uncle and aunties who would come and be like, "Arey beta, kaise ho? Let me pull your cheeks," and you're just like, "No, do not do that." And as opposed to that one aunt or somebody who would sit down with you and say, "How was your school day?" So that talking down feeling of like, I'm going to stand up and tell you everything about this world and how awesome it is often becomes didactic for me. So I'm always like, just let's sit with the child and have a conversation, which I think both Radha and Seema do very well. And the second is just, it's what Seema said really. I think nature is the true magic that we have. I try to write about it in Savi and the Memory Keeper. I'm trying to write about it for a new book. It's just that, what is bioluminescence? It's just the phenomenon. I'm sure when someone saw it for the first time, you're like, it's magic. Elves' cups, I mean, I'm sorry, those are mushrooms meant for elves to drink from. That is what it is. And all of these, or just the simple act of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly is magical. And I think the moment you talk about this magic, and children are under a spell then.
I also wanted to ask Bijal particularly, right, because I've been thinking of the cloud called Bhura, and there's the sense of magic, but that particular book is also giving kids a sort of sense of agency. So I was hoping you'd talk about that a bit.
So, as a child, I think everyone who's heard me now knows that I was a very introverted child. And I always wanted to do things. I wanted to go on adventures. I wanted to to try out for a role in the school drama, but I was so painfully shy and scared of everything that I just could not do it. And I mean, when I became a teenager, I just had this stage where I was out doing street plays. I was doing puppet shows about pollution, street plays about animal welfare, and it suddenly gave me a sense of purpose. And I just, when I write my characters, I realize a lot of them don't start with agency. They always have purpose, because children always want social justice and change. They have a very strong sense of fairness and unfairness. And so that's why I end up giving them a lot more agency, maybe because I didn't feel like I had it. And children today have a lot more space, often also problematic in many ways. We've all discussed this endlessly over the 2 days. But they have that space, and I think when they see these characters in fiction, I think it gives you hope at some level that I might be a very shy child, but maybe I can say one little thing and it would matter. So I just want my characters to make children seen.
Thanks. I wanted to slightly shift topic here, and I wanted to talk a little bit about access, right? Because since we're talking about climate and we're talking about justice, I wanted to talk a little bit about who gets to read our books. Bijal, I know you work on this a lot, so, but I think this is true for everyone on the panel.
I always wonder who reads my books. And sometimes after I finish writing, I'll be like, I hope nobody reads this, because what if they hate it? So it's a constant swing, you know, from one extreme to the other. And then I wonder, oh, this paragraph turned out well. I hope people read this paragraph at least and not the rest of it. So it's just really too weird. But this is a constant question, you know. I keep wondering who reads these books. But I really hope that it's reaching a wider audience than we think, because we really are in a bubble, you know. The people who we interact with, many times it's the same people who are buying and reading our books, and it really goes beyond, especially when you come to a more niche, you know, topic around wildlife conservation and things like that. There really are a handful of people interested in it, and they really are the ones who are everywhere doing the same things.
And I mean, also the fact that we're all writing in English.
Yes, yeah, that part. I mean, to a large extent, I'm thankful for Pratham Books for taking care of that part, because I think there is a wider reach in terms of, because of the translations. But yeah, for example, the Duckbill book we wrote about the climate heroes, I really want such a wide audience to find out about these people, but I know it's limited because it's in English, and I am limited by the fact that I can only write in English, and I can speak other languages, but I really cannot write in those languages. So I'm just hoping that somebody will be able to read and find a way to, but again, it's just hope. So it's an open question, I really don't know.
Yeah, so whatever writing, translations and is a huge, we would love to have our books in multiple languages, but it is a roadblock. We know we are reaching a very, very minimal number, but I really don't know what is the solution for it. But one thing, at least Karnataka has done through the Panchayat Raj and Rural Development Department, is have libraries in every village. And nice, well-stocked libraries. So that's a great start where, at least having, I know in Kerala where I am from, it's called the Vayanashala movement, which is having a library in a village, really did wonders for the literacy movement and everything. So at least having whatever books, children's books in English, something for them to get interested in, libraries, and then yes, translation is a huge uphill task. Wish we could do more translations of everything that was written, especially for children.
So my day job is at Pratham Books, and all of you have written for Pratham Books, and many people in the audience. And I think for us, it's just like what Seema said, one is to get these books out in many more languages, because really mother tongue language is one of the best ways to get children to read.
Growing up, my base used to shift with the squirrels and the monkeys every season. I used to be either under the falsa tree or the anar tree or the chiku tree or, you know, whatever. It used to keep on shifting. And even today, the residents of our lane, other than us, are some mongooses and grasshoppers and snails and monkeys and maybe an odd cobra or a rat snake. And in fact, the family outings that we would have every week were not to shopping malls or bazaars or gardens or theaters. We would go for long drives in the Aravalis. Have you heard of the Aravalis? So Aravalis are the old fold mountains. They are arguably the oldest geological feature of the world. So we would go there for a drive, and my father and grandfather and aunts and uncle and grandmother, they had stories associated with every other hill and every other stream and every other valley. So that is how, and I could see the pain in their eyes when they saw the hills being cut for highways and the forests being cleared for agriculture and mining and spreading colonies and all that. I could see that pain. And in fact, I have seen my father fight for conservation like I wouldn't do for my own family. And with his government, actually. He kept on fighting with the government, and he had a few sanctuaries declared in that area, 4 sanctuaries, in fact. He was instrumental in having declared those areas as sanctuaries. And he spent his entire life's earnings on the cause of conservation. So, but I am very fortunate even now to live in a space. I'm based in Colombo in Sri Lanka, and I'm really fortunate to have a lot of wildlife around our house. We live in a small island colony there, and the small cottage, the garden borders the lake, and we have sometimes palm civets on our roof. Sometimes if we are trying to park the car at night, we will have a porcupine there in the garage. We have more than 60, 70 species of birds that visit the garden. There are huge land and water monitor lizards that patrol the area. And at night, we have dozens and dozens of fireflies lighting the whole place. So I'm very fortunate to live here because I can't really think of any metropolitan city in India with that kind of wildlife around. And for the last 9 months, 7 months, sorry, we have a constant companion right outside my study window. Can anyone guess what that animal is? It's a baby, and we have been seeing it grow. Can anyone guess? What's that? Lion? No. It's not a lion. Cat? Bear? No. God forbid. Porcupine. Porcupines have been around, but this baby is not a porcupine. A bird. There are a lot of birds there. In fact, right now, just before I came, we have a water hen. You know what a water hen is? No, it's not a hen. It's a water bird. And a pair is there. They have 4 black chicks. Like, they are small fur balls. Yeah, and they are just, around the area. Let's see how many of them survive, because generally the domestic cats and dogs, they actually get to these animals before they reach maturity. So yeah, we do have some chicks. But other than that, for the last 7 months, anyone else can guess what is the animal that is right outside? Deer? No. Elephant? No, it's not an elephant. Giraffe? No, you have to go to Africa for that. Zebra also, you have to go to Africa. And I have a lot of snakes also, by the way, around the house. Many of them grace us with their presence inside the house also. So I'll tell you what this, you can see what the animal is. Meet doob. No, yeah, it is. It is a saltwater baby crocodile. This guy his name is Doob. And he has been keeping us company for the last 7 months. The photograph has been clicked by Aditya. And he's a survivor, right? Because with crocodiles, if they have, laid 100 eggs, maybe 1 to 5 will survive. Because they're very small and they are very susceptible to predation. So in fact, I don't know how he has survived so far, and every day we get up in the morning and we watch him. He has a lot of dangers around because even a kite can come and pick the fellow up, if nothing else. And one of the predators who patrols the house, I'll show that also to him. His name, to you all, his name is Gangaram. So I'll show you. So this is Gangaram, who patrols around our house, and Doob has survived Gangaram also. This is a Komodo-sized water monitor lizard. It's huge, massive. So, yes, he is. The little ones of Gangaram, they keep on roaming around the house. I try to feed them, but they run away. But yeah, this is Gangaram. Okay, and I love snakes. Anybody else who likes snakes here? You like snakes? Huh? You like snakes as? Little pets. When they are little, the little ones can also be very venomous, you know. Do you know that there are no poisonous snakes in the world? No poisonous snakes. Can anyone tell me why there are no poisonous snakes in the world? Very good. What is your name? Ranbir, very good. Can you tell the difference between poisonous and venomous? So poison is ingested. You eat poison for it to take effect on you. And venom is injected. That is why all the snakes, whichever, they are venomous. They are not poisonous. So next time anybody tells you that, oh, we saw a big black poisonous snake, tell them that there are no poisonous snakes in the world. There are only venomous snakes. And I love snakes. I think they are very misunderstood animals. There are around 217 species of snakes found in India, out of which only 60 are venomous. And even out of that 60, only 4 are deadly venomous. The kraits, cobras, Russell's viper, and saw-scaled viper. They are the 4 deadliest ones. And other than that, those other 60 snakes, even if those venomous snakes bite you, you will not die. You might get an allergy or something, or you might get rashes and things like that. You will not die. Even after of the 4 deadly venomous snakes, if one of them bites you, it's not necessary that you might, pass away, because it depends on a lot of factors. One is in which part of the body has the snake bitten you. If it is near the ankle, it will take a very long time for the venom to travel. Or if the snake already had a kill, it has utilized all the venom already, so there's no venom left. And the other thing is, if it just grazes past your skin, then the injection doesn't happen. So even then. But we see any snake around us in the vicinity, we will just go and kill it, right? If there is a rat running around, we'll be like, okay, oh, cute fellow, Tom and Jerry. But but rats actually are much more dangerous than snakes. Can anyone tell me why? Why are rats? Was that? Yeah, absolutely. Have you heard about the Black Plague? 1/3 of Europe's population was wiped out because of the plague spread through rats. And they destroy food grain. So that is a big factor. In 1973, I think there was a huge famine in Ethiopia, and the scientists had calculated that only if the food grains destroyed by rats in India could be saved, it could have fed the whole country. So for every man in India, there are 6 rats, and 6 rats eat 1 man's food. My father, in fact, had calculated some time back that if you breed a pair of rats in ideal conditions, ideal means that half are males and half are females, they don't have predation, they have food and so on and so forth. By the end of the year, there'll be so many rats that if you put them one above the other, the line is going to be from here to the moon. So you will say there are other predators of rats as well. There are, you know, cats, and there are kites, and there are so many others. But none of them can get inside the hole of a rat. Only snake can. And that is why it is always, the rats are always on the move. The fear of snake exists day and night, and they are constantly moving, and that affects their reproduction power as well. So in the olden days, in fact, snakes used to be worshipped in India. Have you heard of Nag Panchami? If you would see any treasure in the olden day movies, there would be a few cobras around. Anyone? Why do we worship snakes? We try to feed them milk and all. They don't drink milk, by the way. They are completely carnivorous, but it is a way of showing our respect. Can anyone tell me? Yes?
It's on the neck of Shiva.
Yeah, that's correct, because Shiva is considered one of the protectors of the last snake that was left on earth, according to a story and mythology. But other than that, why are they worshipped? Nobody? So actually, in the olden days, the wealth of a man was measured in two ways. The amount of food grains that one owned, and the amount of cloth that one possessed. And the enemy of both cloth and food grains was rat. And the enemy of
decide what sort of form it's in. So that gives you an idea of how long you want it to be. If you're writing a book, obviously it will take months to write it. If you're writing an article, maybe a few weeks. If you're writing a blog, you write it accordingly. Whose voice are you representing? You can choose. But obviously the precaution is you can't say I believe that Tirupati did this because he died a long time ago. So that you can say about your friend, you can use the I voice. I don't say it's difficult, nothing really difficult, but it's more challenging to write on an I view. It's always, it's better to practice with third person and then try to pronounce it. Does that answer your question? You have more? No. Someone is here. So you have a question? Or you are helping someone else? Yes, they can be. They can be. Anything can be non-fiction as long as it has facts. Because dinosaurs were here. They were a very long time ago. But you can use. Yeah, they're extinct, but you can still write.
of Sumer in Kumbhalgarh. So every morning and evening at dawn and dusk, we used to go and see the animals. I would generally go at dusk because I am not a morning person anyway. Can anyone tell me why dawn and dusk are the two best times to see animals in the wild? Sorry? Yes. When they are sleeping. Okay, anyone else? Why dawn and dusk? Not too hot. Yes. Because? Sun is beautiful. Might be a reason I need to ask, double check with them. Come to drink water, that is correct. But why do these animals come to drink water at that time? Because there are three kinds of animals. Nocturnal, diurnal and crepuscular. So diurnal are day animals, nocturnal are night animals, and crepuscular are the animals like our cats, which are active the most at dawn and dusk. And all these kinds of animals, either when they are waking up from sleep or they are going to sleep, they need a drink before that. So generally it is that time around when they visit the water holes. So these, we used to go every dusk. So we were staying in this very basic forest rest house. And every dusk we used to go to watch these animals near a forest water hole. It was peak summer and the forest people used to fill the water hole every day for these animals. So like every other day, we were sitting behind some bushes, just a little away from the water hole. My dad was there, a couple of my cousins were there, and my school friend was there. So we all were sitting, And every evening there was a sounder of 17 wild boars. You know wild boars, the wild pigs? You know they have these tushes. So 17 of them used to come to drink water at that water hole. So we were just sitting and one of us might have moved. Some movement they would have detected behind the bushes, and all the 17 of them attacked us. So we were just sitting there, and my father, he slowly raised.
Wondered at how quiet it was. She could even hear bird song. Why did she wonder that it was so quiet? There's no traffic, there's no noise, nothing. Correct. Yeah. So, wait, you left your thing. Baby turned round and saw Alice waving her backpack at her. Baby didn't know why, but she started to run. She pushed the gate open and ran out into the middle of the street. She whirled round and looked for something, anything to stop or hail down. But there was nothing. The tree-lined road was narrow and clean, and it was absolutely empty. Alice finally caught up with Davy. Look, you're being ridiculous. You look like you're going to faint. Come back and rest. Papa says it's a sin to... Davy looked at Alice in her funny outfit, back at the empty street, and then at the cottage behind her. Okay, swear on your papa.
Actually, and even the snake, we tried to chase the snake after that. We went after it. My brother, he went after that and he tried to. So the snake started demonstrating. It was a cobra. It spread the hood and demonstrated a little. We backed off. So the snake also went on its way. So the lesson that I learned was that animals are large-hearted. How many of us will, be quite okay with a snake or a wild boar coming in our backyard or our home? Forget about our backyard or homes. How comfortable will we be if they are even in our lanes or in our city? We will not rest in peace till the time they are captured or even killed after that. So that is one of the great life lessons that I have learned from the wild. So any one of you would like to ask something about any of this? About snakes? Okay. All right, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, so Russell Viper comes now and then. We do have a Russell's Viper visiting us. But no, I haven't been, fortunately. Not so far. I'm not a snake expert, really. I just love them, so I try to go and be familiar. No pets, actually. These wild animals are my pets because I think the pets, I love pets. I used to have a dog, and we do feed a kitty as well. But I have seen what kind of destruction they do to wildlife, actually. So it is phenomenal. In fact, National Geographic, one photographer had put up a photograph. I think you can just find it very easily on Nat Geo site. And it was a cat, and then all around it were the wild animals that it had killed in 1 year. So it's quite a telling photograph. Yeah, so I love cats and dogs, but not, I have one yet. Anyone else? Anything? Yes. I can't hear you. Can anyone? Yeah, because I really feel that other people don't like them and they don't really deserve that treatment, Okay, there are a few deaths that happen in India everywhere, quite a few, due to snake bites. But then many, many more happen on the roads due to car accidents. We don't go and kill the cars, right? But we kill a small snake that we will see around. And in fact, the number of, snakes that are killed every year are in millions by humans. Even if they do kill a few humans, in fact, if you look at US, in India still the numbers are high. In US, every year the number of deaths due to snake bites is only 12. There are more people in the US who actually die of lightning striking them or of bees attack. So I think they are very misunderstood animals. Yes, one last question. We have, there are a few crocodiles because we live in, near this lake and there are canals there. So there are a few saltwater crocodiles. We have seen the big ones there and I'm assuming one of them is the mother. Okay, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Afghanistan. The library was really an old building with full of columns and staircases, टूटे-फूटे दरवाजे, सीलन से जूझती हुई खिड़कियां, फलते-फूलते चूहे और दीमक. You see, the country's budgetary focus was first on military, the second on military, and then somewhere down the line we had the general infrastructure. Education was a mere mention and library was not even part of the conversation. So one winter morning, the military took over the library. General Tiger was the first one to arrive with his commission of majors and lieutenants. Then came a large number of Sahayaks who set up camp on the library grounds. And then a battalion of soldiers steamed in, guarding all the doors and gates and sticking posters which read, "The library is undergoing a military audit for an indefinite period. None of the members will be allowed into the library during this time." The entire library staff, which was just a handful though, they were asked to vacate the library. The entire staff except for the librarian, Mr. Popley. Now, Popley Sahab was a very, very old man. He was past his retirement age, but continued to work in the library just because of his love for books. So first and foremost, General Tiger's concern was with the logistics of the operation, since the orders were that the commission was not to leave the library before having completed their inquiry. So all the procedures for food, for clothing and beds were put in place. The duties were assigned. Each major was assigned a particular branch of knowledge, a particular century of history. Each lieutenant was assigned a particular genre, a particular theme. General Tiger was to oversee the sorting of the volumes and the application of an appropriate rubber stamp, depending on whether a book had been judged suitable for reading or whether it was to be reported to military court. And so the commission began its appointed task. Every evening, the camp radio transmitted General Tiger's report to headquarters. So many books examined, so many seized as suspect, so many declared suitable for reading, and this went on for days and days on end. But the one thing General and his commission were totally not prepared for was that how entangling was this forest of books. The officers would have lost their way in this forest had it not been for our Popley Sahab, the librarian. So one day, a major jumped to his feet, slammed the book he was reading onto the table and said, "This is outrageous! A book about wars that criticizes Afghanistan and speaks well of Unkistan? This must be reported at once." Now, Popley Sahab silently came to him and said, Ye to kuch bhi nahi hai, Janab. Read what these books have to say about Afghanistan. You should put this in your report too. The major glanced through some of these books nervously, but then got interested and began to read and started making notes. After some time, he was found scratching his head saying, "Oh Lord, the things you get to learn." Now, as days went by, the pile of books under examination became more and more massive, but they were no longer subject to General Tiger's rubber stamps. So much confusion had crept into the system that it had become difficult to decide whether some books were on this side of the line or the other side. Now, during one of his checkups, General Tiger was seen shouting at one of his lieutenants, "But why did you pass this novel, Lieutenant? Can't you see that soldiers come off better than the officers in this book? The author has no respect for hierarchy." The lieutenant answered by quoting other authors and other books referring to matters historical, philosophical, and economic. This led to open discussions that went on for hours and hours. And moving silently in his slippers, Popley Sahab joined in and said, "Ye do kitabein bhi dekh lijiyega, aapke bahas ke mudde pe hi hain." Not much is known about the progress of the commission's work. What happened in the library through the long winter weeks was not reported. All we know is that General Tiger's radio reports to the headquarters became ever more infrequent until finally they stopped. The Chief of Military Staff was alarmed. He transmitted the order to wind up the inquiry as quickly as possible and present a full, detailed report. The library, meanwhile, was full of conflicting sentiments. On one hand, they were enjoying their reading much more than they would have ever.
तो बाट के बाटो, इधर आओ, सब आ जाओ, बाटो, सबको बाटो, खीर बाटो, अरे बाटो भाई, खीर खाओ, सब लोग खाओ, खीर खाओ. Okay, thank you.
His speech was a kind of compendium of human history from its origins to the present day. A compendium in which all those ideas considered beyond discussion by the right-minded folk of Afghanistan were attacked. He criticized the ruling classes, he blamed the country's policies, and to add salt to wounds, he called the wars out as unnecessary. The Assembly of Generals was stunned, their eyes wide open. It took them some time to find their voices, which is when they began to shout. General Tiger wasn't even allowed to finish. There was a talk of court-martial, of his being reduced to ranks, of even a death sentence. Then, afraid that there might be a more serious scandal, General Tiger and his group of majors and lieutenants were pensioned off for health reasons. If you happen to visit the library in the morning hours in the near future, you'll be sure to find General Tiger and his friends walking into the library dressed in civilian clothes. Needless to mention, Popli Sahab is always found waiting for them with his pile of books. Thank you. The next session is Meeting of Minds. Why are libraries essential to communities? How do we build more of them? Where do we start? Where do we see the strongest library culture, and how have they brought about change in their communities? What do librarians bring to the reading room?
Hello, I'm just going to ask one short question about the Neev Literature Festival and your experience with it. So, you've been in the festival for quite some time now. What is your experience with the festival been so far? What has been your experience with the students and the audience?
I have to say I really enjoyed it. It's been a very energizing kind of experience because there's just this buzz in the air. It's lovely to see all these people talking, discussing, and just so much of life around books and reading, and it's a lot of intelligent conversations happening, a lot of excited questions also coming. So it's been a wonderful experience. I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Lovely hearing that, and thank you for coming to the NLF. See you around.
Them through her program, Literature in Action. She headed the National Center for Children's Literature. She has represented the country in many parts of the world speaking on children's literature, including Sweden, Singapore, the UK, USA, Germany, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and France. She was invited to the Harvard India Conference. Dhulekha Sarhadi Raj is an anthropologist and author of Where Are You From? Middle-Class Migrants in the Modern World. Her research addresses migrant mobilities, global citizenship, and social cohesion with a focus on South Asia, for which she conducted fieldwork in India, England, USA, and Singapore. Dr. Raj was the Associate Chair of South Asian Studies at Yale and held fellowships at Harvard and the University of Cambridge. She has taught undergraduate and graduate students at Yale, Harvard, and Cambridge. A global nomad, Dr. Raj has lived in Tokyo, Sydney, London, New York, Dubai, and currently calls Bangkok home. She has been a reading advocate in 5 international schools across 3 continents. She is an active volunteer and supports efforts to build conversations between children, schools, and parents on digital citizenship, model United Nations, mindfulness, and an advocate for events that support the lifelong joys of reading and writing. Since 2020, she has served as chair of the High School Principal Forum, ISB, and on Neev Book Award jury since 2018, and in the role of co-chair during what will, fingers crossed, be those crazy pandemic years. Dr. Raj is passionate about poetry and is deeply interested and involved in gathering first-hand stories about India's partition. Sudeshna Shom Ghosh is an editor and publisher based in Bangalore. She's publisher Talking Club, the children's imprint of Speaking Tiger books. She has commissioned and edited a number of well-known and award-winning children's books as well as books for adults in her publishing career of over 25 years. Some authors she has worked with include Ruskin Bond, Subhadra Sen Gupta, APJ Abdul Kalam, Ranjit Lal, Paro Anand, Shabnam Minwala, and many more. She has managed children's imprints like Puffin, Red Turtle, and now Talking Cub. Apart from this, she is a co-founder and librarian at Cozy Nook Library, a children's library that has
Why do you think it's so important for topics like the conservation of nature or mining? Why is it so important for such topics to be conveyed through children's literature?
So these are all, in a way, crises. The environment is seen as a crisis today, and probably the best way for children to engage with the environment and to protect it is through books and through fiction, and because it also helps them get an imagination of what is possible and what they can do for the environment.
What do you think is something that we can do as both readers or as authors to expose the world to Indian literature and Indian authors?
One of the things that we would say is that everyone should have, every school, every ward in the city, every village should have libraries that are easily accessible, stocked with books, with no restrictions for children to take, so that they can read, and multilingual in different languages. Yeah.
Okay, so one last question. Why do you think it's so important for festivals like this festival that celebrate literature to happen?
I think this is a great place to meet not only other authors. As an author, it's not only a great place to meet and talk to the other authors, but a festival like Neev, where you're especially talking to young adults and children, is something that is much needed today, because they are going to be the future of tomorrow, and things like environment, climate change, these are issues that they have to deal with. So something like Neev is very, very critical.
Thank you so much.
And we continue for the rest of our lives. And the best thing about reading is that though the enjoyment of the book is very individual and independent, the reading journey is never one which you have to do alone, because you're always accompanied by books, and you're also accompanied by the characters in the books. You are in a way accompanied by the authors also. So who are our fellow travelers in our reading journey? If you are a child, who would your fellow travelers be? Our family members. Like, can you expand on that? Parents, siblings, very good. Neighbors, grandparents, neighbors. What about sisters and brothers? Yes. Yes, sisters and brothers are a very powerful influence on our reading. You're absolutely right. And what about in school? Classmates, teachers? Teachers, very good. Anything else? Friends, very good. So if I could have the next slide. So these are our fellow passengers, our co-passengers on our reading journey. So it could be a character from a book. You can see Harry Potter there. It could be an author. It could be a grandparent. Next slide. So I don't think we've left anyone out here. We have parents, friends, grandparents, librarian, uncles, aunts. So I guess all of you must be uncles, aunts, English teachers, cousins, indie booksellers. Now, who would you say is the most important in this whole community of people? Absolutely right. In a child's reading journey, the parent is like the supreme commander, whether it's the mother or the father, and the parent has the most impact on the child. Next, who? Next, if you had to mention, who would it be? Teachers. You're too good. Did you sneak at my presentation beforehand? Yes. So teachers are the next most important, and then you have all these other people. So if I were to classify it, put it into two groups, you would have the parents and the teachers, who are the most important people in the child's reading journey. And then I have this whole section of people who I call cool seniors. Now by seniors, you don't have to have gray hair. You don't have to be a grandparent. You could be a cool aunt. You could be a cool uncle. You could be a cool older cousin. So I've classified all those as cool seniors. And I've also given the name book buddies. So you have the young reader, and then you have this wonderful community of book buddies. The reason I've left out parents and teachers is because they're already very involved in the child's reading journey. But they have so many other things to worry about. Like parents are worried about, is my child eating vegetables? Why isn't he doing well in maths? Why is he getting bullied in school? No, so many worries. And teachers, of course, have their own pressures. So how many of you are parents here? Okay, almost everybody. So I would suggest that one of the things you should do is to actively encourage book buddies for your child, because your child is going to really benefit from it. And it's a two-way thing. When you have people of different generations bonding over books, it's very good for the child. It's extremely good for the adult. And we can learn a lot of things about books from children, and they can learn from us. So the first thing that it starts with is we should be willing to accept the child's suggestions. We should be willing to read what the child wants to read, whether it's a comic or a graphic novel or a picture book. And they too should be open to. There should be a feeling of trust. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you all an IQ test. So here we have the young readers and the cool seniors. Next slide. So I'm going to give you an IQ test. You know what this IQ test is all about? Excellent. What's your name? Tell me. Garva Jay Punjabi. Very good. So next slide. So I'm going to give you an intergenerational quotient test. Let me see how much you know about what children are reading today. Yeah, the next slide. Okay, don't shout out the answer. Garva Jay, don't shout out the answer. What does the term manga mean to you? An Indian word for raw mango, stories about patriarchy, graphic novels originating in Japan, type of African oral poetry.
Places it continued, and then we went on to make it a world record. Another incident was in Kashmir, in the north of Kashmir, where I told a story and the children enjoyed it. They were tense in the right place, laughing in the right place, relieved when it was resolved. But there was a discomfort at the end. So I asked, "Kya hua?" And very nervously they're looking, and then they prodded one boy to stand up and ask, "Kya ye kahani sach hai?" And it was about a bear who climbs on the moon. Obviously it wasn't a true story. So I said, "Nahi." And usually that should be enough. But their reaction, like bodily, they went, rather like that magistrate in Goa, you know, shock. So I said, "Kya hua?" Again, this boy was persuaded to stand up and said, "Agar sach nahi hai, to jhoot hai. And jhoot haram hai." And I said, "Na sach hai, na jhoot hai, kahani hai." But they did not know what a story was. These were children, class 4 children, who had been robbed of imagination. And so taking stories to them quite subversively, making them again write their own stories, imagine their own neighborhoods and all of that, with, you know, provided. And the way they built stories after that, the teacher said, "We have not heard our children laughing before, the way they're laughing today."
Wow. Yeah, so, you know, we've talked about two aspects of libraries. One is obviously that they are essential. One is that they are a place of joy. But I also wanted to know that, you know, I said something earlier today which really got Sujata going, because I suggested, I said that our libraries places for literacy. Is that the space where you're supposed to have books where children learn to read? And what is your feeling, Dhuleka, you also, because, you know, you've also seen a lot of school libraries. Yeah, so what is your feeling about that, and what is the balance one can strike between being a place where they learn something and being a place of joy, and why can't they be both?
Before I answer that really important question, I just want to say I feel like a complete interloper on this stage to be amongst these illustrious people who are actually putting books in hands, reading stories in classrooms, and changing the world. I'm an anthropologist amongst amazing librarians here, so I'm really honored to be with all of you. I think the important thing is, in the work that I've done at looking at international school libraries and being involved in international school libraries and helping them to think about diversifying the titles that are on the shelves, which is a really important aspect and something I'm deeply committed to, is that sometimes what happens in those library spaces is, yeah, it's this very linear, pedestrian notion of parents wanting their children to read, and then parents wanting their children to read well, and parents wanting their kids to be ahead of a curve, whatever that curve looks like for those parents. And I keep telling parents, I'll give you a very recent example. I live in Bangkok, as was mentioned, and I have a friend who is Hungarian, married to an American. She's there and just arrived last year. She has a 8 or 9-year-old son. And she lent me Bill Bryson's The History of the World. And she said, "Oh, you've got to read this. I read this to my son as bedtime reading." So I was like, wow, if my 8-year-old can read it with her, okay, I'll read it to my son. My son is going to be 14. By the way, I'll just say this to all the parents. Read to your kids. Read to your kids at night. If it's your only takeaway from me, just read to your kids. So I read this. I started reading this in bed with my son. He would take a page out, and then I finally just said, "You know what? This is really boring." And he said, "Yeah." And I went back to the Hungarian mom, and I said, "Your son sat through that? It's so dense. It's so boring." She said, "Yeah, it's kind of written in an adult form." And I said, "He's 8. How could he even sit?" She goes, "Oh, he hated it." Oh my God, why are you reading it to your kid? And so I just lectured her, pick a book of joy for your kid. Pick a book that invites them in. Don't try to stuff them full of knowledge. Don't try to get them to a certain level or place. The sheer joy of reading will sustain them through their entire lives in everything, because it'll foster that curiosity for them. Now, to me, the library is that ecosystem that allows for the discovery of those books, or as we've heard, the discovery of storytelling, or as we've heard, an essential kind of way of thinking about it, of exposing those who do not have access to books to have that full access. To me, I see this in a spectrum of access issues, but also a way of changing the way we think about libraries. Bringing those libraries. Yeah, I love that story you just gave about books hanging from trees. I heard from one of the librarians who was on stage earlier today, Nadine Bailey, had spoken to us about library systems where they knew factory workers in Hong Kong couldn't come to buy books for their children. So they actually had a program where they would just buy a bunch of books and leave them in the factory. Those factory workers could take the books home and read them to the children and bring them back whenever they wanted to the factory. So is this a library or not? I don't know, but it's putting books in the hands of kids. And I think that, and joyful reading experience is the most important thing, wherever you are in your reading spectrum.
Thank you, Dhulika. Sujata, you want to talk a little bit about that, because you were really upset when I said about libraries being places for literacy.
I apologize that I'm passionate in my thinking.
We all are.
I wasn't upset, upset because I think, it's a strong word for me, but it's discomforting because of, a journey of trying to make place for the library as a space by itself, that it's constantly viewed as a medium toward something. And to me, the library is a space
complete in itself.
Yeah, yes, and in that space, honestly, anything is possible. Joy, learning, wonder, curiosity, it's all possible. But when we look at the library as the means towards you becoming a better reader, the means towards you becoming a better writer, you're actually reducing the library. And for me, that's a disservice to what the possibility of the space is. And so I'm responding and reacting from there.
Yes, but that also brings us to the question of a very important figure in all of this, which is the librarian. And a lot of it, even in schools, one, hears about very well-stocked libraries in, upscale schools, or even, any school. And there is a cupboard of books. But you often hear that, okay, we are not allowed to take that book, or we are till I'm in grade 7, I cannot read a certain kind of a book. And the librarian is seen often as a kind of a watchdog, and more than something else. So what is that something else? Maybe Paro, you want to talk about it. Have you come across any fantastic librarian? And
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I've come across some amazing librarians. I know that, for me, as a child, going to the library was to serve out your detention period. That's the only time I ever went to the library, because we had a witch for a librarian whose main purpose was to protect the books from the children and keep them as far away as possible.
Please tell about the naphthalene balls. About the
yeah. So when, again, at the National Book Trust, we were going to set up these libraries in villages, and just before that, or 4 or 5 years before that, had been this huge government spending called Operation Blackboard, where books were bought by the million of rupees and distributed free to libraries, to set up libraries. In Rajasthan, we asked about them. In fact, in one place where they had a cupboard, the cupboard was facing the wall with a lock on it, so that there was no way to access the books. And we said, but why are you keeping the books away from children? And you couldn't blame them once you heard the answer, which was that in March, when the physical verification of things comes, or of the material you've been given, and if you don't produce a book because a child has lost it, it's the price of the book is deducted from their salary. So they couldn't afford to give the books to the children. But in Maharashtra, when we went there and I asked about the Operation Blackboard books, they said, yes, we use them. So I said, how did you use them? And the teacher and the librarian said, we read that letter which accompanied the books. And in the fine print, it was that the official shelf life of a book is 3 years. So for 3 years, we wrapped the books up in naphthalene balls and put them away. Now, 3 years later, the books are officially dead. We've brought them to life and are now distributing them. So it is but sadly, there is no training of librarians for schools. At least the last I know, that in the library science teaching in universities, there is no specialized teaching of how to run a school library, which is surely different from running a university library.
Right. Yeah. Sujata, you have a librarian course. Yes. So do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Paro, because that's really the reality in our system of how we look at in education at librarians, that you're offered something called, listen to the term, but you're a library science degree. Yeah, and science, as you know, is founded on this idea of classification, categorizing, correct? And we've got specialists, there's no doubt, in ordering a collection, but it ends there. So our librarians are trained efficiently to put order, to record keep, and maybe to retrieve, because they know their order. But we know that the journey of children with books, particularly children who do not necessarily come from high literate backgrounds, has to be enabled by educators, correct? And so this space was a black hole, and about 11 years back, with support from Tata Trust, a friend of mine, Usha Mukunda, who's a children's librarian, and we conceptualized a course called the Library Educators course, which is a 7-month certificate course to really enable the educator aspect and the library aspect to come together. So it's in its 11th year in Hindi and its 6th year in English. And we each take a batch, each language takes a batch of about 30 people. I feel confident for the next few years, and we now need to locate it in some universities and make it fly.
And have you seen like a greater enthusiasm or demand for this kind of for people to learn and for them to go out?
Yeah, so the first year we actually had to write to people we know and say join. This year, for 28 seats, we got 99 applications.
Wow, that's amazing.
So it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. And there will be alumni here. They follow me.
But then there is also that aspect of libraries and librarians being gatekeepers of certain ideas, certain books. And sometimes it doesn't go according to plan of the publisher or the writer. And that is something I think that we need to address at some point, is the concept of who decides what books stays in the library and what books do not come into the library, and what impact does that have? Dhulika, you had a lot of thoughts on this.
So one of the things I wanted to bring to our discussion today is we've really heard a lot about how library spaces create social beings or socialize people, socialize as readers, socialize the community, reaches out to the community, so that books are kind of embedded in the hands of the readers, but it's also embedded in the communities. It's not going to work unless the system works together, right? In Paro, your example of the Kashmir reading, it's the teacher, it's the school, it's the children, it's the fact that you even went there and read to the kids. It's a whole ecosystem around reading that exists, the same as your work that you're doing, you know, to get the books in the hands of everyone, because they all are really on that essential same page. We need the library. The library is functional, whatever we may think of that functionality aspect, and that we want readers, right? So these are those kind of basic precepts of what we're talking about. But I kind of wanted to, you know, push the boundary a little bit, because we are reading in the newspapers now about different places in the world where that's not happening, where you have books that are like Mouse in the US, a Holocaust story, that has now caused a lot of controversy, that's now being pulled from library shelves, banned from school libraries. Or I read of a story, and I'm sorry I don't remember the exact state, where the local community, because the library was not comfortable to pull the book off the shelf, decided to cut the funding for the library or decrease the funding for the library. So what happens when books cause that kind of community disruption, or communities come in and kind of gatekeep about what is allowed to be read and not read? And this is not a small history, it's an ongoing issue, but I thought it was an important one to be addressed, and maybe you all can enlighten me about how that plays out here as well.
Yeah, Paru, I mean, as a writer, you have faced it firsthand.
Yeah, I have. This is a book, Like Smoke, which won the Sahitya Academy Award for children's literature. But when a particular school recommended it for their students, and all the students went home with their copies, a group of WhatsApp parents got together and protested and threatened the school so violently that actually the school had to withdraw the book and replace it with another safer reader. These were definitely parents who hadn't read the book. But there were, you know, I mean, there was a Muslim boy and a Hindu girl who exchanged a brief kiss. And that was what had really upset the parents. But if they had read the context in which it happened, why was this essential to happen? Because of the way this girl was brought up. But what the librarian did was to retain a couple of copies of the book and keep them in the library and just leave them there. And she says, I'm not making a noise about it, but the children have started borrowing it and reading it in school and then leaving it in the library. They're not taking it home, but they're reading it. So I think sometimes books just have to be a little subversive. There's nothing subversive in the book, actually, but just that you have to overcome. And I just wanted to say here that children have never, ever objected to any of the books that I have written. The objections that I have faced, and those have been many, because of what I write and the subjects I write on, have been from gatekeepers, whether parents or libraries or teachers or schools, but never children themselves.
Sujata, you deal a lot with different libraries in different parts of the country and in different, bigger and smaller community libraries. Have you ever faced something like this?
Yes, in small and recently really big ways as well. So the resistance is always with the adult. I fully support Paro, but recently, so we've, and that's possible to overcome in my mind, with a conversation, with explaining why we have a book. It's possible when it is one-to-one. But recently, a couple of months back, we made a recommended book list for particular grade, which included this, I urge you all to read if you've not, lovely graphic novel called Shaheen Bagh by Ita Mehrotra, and it was on the list. And I suspect, just seeing the title on the list, there was an objection from the parents, and the school ignored that, trusting the recommendation, trusting that the book had to be there. So this, within a matter of 15 days, became almost a political act where, then there was, some kind of threats to take it out, and then there was an inquiry, and then the school was ordered by, the Department of Education, which is the regulatory body for many state-run schools, to pull that book out because it was not suitable. Now, on what basis it's not suitable? Who decides? Is it just the title that is terrifying us? There's no space to talk about this,
Right.
but it's happening. And so it's not just it's happening in America, it's at our door.
Yes. But I think one of the reasons why books get banned is that we as adults feel a bit nervous of the questions that will come from children, and we don't know how we're going to answer them.
Is it a question of the ones who are doing the gatekeeping not reading enough or not being able to communicate with the children about, what something actually says or means, or, or maybe they don't really need to communicate, they just need to give the books out, but that confidence is not there.
I think if I can just speak to that, I think what I've seen amongst parents in all the schools we've been a part of is that, the basic question then becomes, have you read it?
Yeah.
It's a really simple...
I had spoken about this a little earlier, that with parents, they kind of wrap their children in love, and they also wrap them in a 360-degree net, which is the worry net, because they're always so worried about them and their development, and are you doing well in school? What did your teacher say? Did she say you're writing enough? Did she say you're singing well enough? Did you get a part in the school play? There's so many expectations, and it's only natural that one would want the best for the child. But with the grandparent, there are zero expectations. You just want to love the grandchild and do whatever they want. You want to spoil them. So it is a very special relationship, and it's a relationship of a lot of trust also. The trust builds up, where you know that here's a confidant, you can tell them. And it's not just with grandparents, it could happen with an aunt or an uncle. And it is really a relationship you should actively encourage, because they will be able to share things with their grandparent and not be worried about being judged. And say, why did you do that? If somebody hit you, you should have done this, you should have done that. They probably just give a listening ear. And nowadays, children's lives are so overscheduled that a grandparent or an aunt can just offer that time of just doing nothing much, but just spending a nice time together, listening to music, reading a good book. So I think this is like one section of our families or our communities we've not used, and I would even use the word exploited enough, and we should do it more.
Adventures of Mooley and the Blue-Legged Alien. There's a site called Way Outs, and for things that no one's ever done before. So how did you come up with that idea of Way Outs?
Yeah. So actually, I think that is the only series of mine. There's a series of books called The Adventures of Mooley, and there are 2 children in it. And one summer, one parent gets an idea. He stumbles upon this website called Way Outs, which is world's as yet original, untried tricks and stunts. And typically, no parent would ever encourage their children. But here there is a a work from home dad. So he tells, one day the children are troubling him. So he said, why don't you all try to win a prize on this? So that actually is my only series where I've given parents their time, in the sunshine. Because people who've read it say, wow, what cool parents you've had, these two have, and I really don't know how this idea came to me and how I didn't follow my instinct and just cut parents out of the adventure. But in this particular series, you're very right. I give parents their day in the sun, and they're cool, and they're happy, and they have a nice time with the children, right? Have you read the books? One. Okay. So, sorry? Okay. Which one is that? Sticker is the third one. So, thank you all for listening patiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your sweet session. We now have a performance of Pishi Mashri, a Marathi story written by Vrinda Karankar and performed by Ghosh Tarang. Remember to silence your phone and enjoy the amazing storytelling. Can everyone please sit on that side of the room?
Hello. Check.
लोकांना येऊ दे.
आणि कुठलं गाणं गावं? तिकडे पण लोक आता नाहीये, माहित नाही आता ते कुठून येतील. पण
Really, please, let's leave. And we didn't. And also that a public library, the way the government imagines, is kind of a grand word to use for the government. But the way the government feels that a public library should be, all the books are in dark blue or brown binding, with only the spines showing. How does a child negotiate that space and choose one book to take home? It's impossible.
But Paru, I really feel we can have this conversation when we're part of that system.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah, so I'm saying we know it is dark and terrible. We can join and then start negotiating. My child wants to read something, then go and see the director. Because we have the privilege, the power and the position to have those conversations. That librarian, poor thing, she's a part of the cog. Na? She's going to bind her books, protect them, record keep. Absolutely, yeah.
Do we have any more questions? I had one question. That is there a space for any individual efforts? Like, and like as someone who started a library with another friend and, we've kept it going for 6-7 years, we get asked this a lot. Like, I have books, but I want to start a library. How do you see that working, Sujata, especially? Because I think a lot of that is, like, a lot of individual efforts are coming up all over the place. So where do you see that going?
I really believe in the power of the one. And so I'm a big advocate of individual efforts. My own work started as an individual, and it's now an organization. Yeah. So we don't know where it will take us. And this is a country of 1.3 billion people. Can we ever have enough effort? To me, no. So we should all start little libraries.
In Arunachal Pradesh, we had set up some libraries, and these were through schools. So a child came to me and said, but you've opened this library in a school, but at the time when we can really read, which is during the holidays, during when the monsoon break happens there, at that time the library is closed. But that's the time that we need to read. And so we made an exception for there, and it worked very well, that senior students became librarians and took books home and would, in their own neighborhoods, run libraries. And that actually worked.
My answer to that question is just do it. Go out there, figure out ways. If you're passionate about reading yourself, don't just worry about your own kids and their reading levels. Go out and be helpful in whichever small or big way in the communities that you belong to. Join the public libraries, ask for things, take out the library cards, go to school libraries, be a volunteer, volunteer to help organizations that exist to be a reader for a little while. I've seen that in many places and in Bangkok. So we have a tie-up with our school in Bangkok, which is the kids from high school actually go out as a public service and read to the local children regularly. I think there are many, many ways for anyone who cares about expanding the reading sphere to ensure that free speech, going back to that question earlier, continues, that we can each individually do one thing. And I just want to add that on the way to our panel, I was walking down the stairs on the first floor, and I don't know who's allowed where, so don't quote me that you can go up there. But there's a big poster with Einstein's face who says, the only thing you need to know is the location of the library.
I think that's the perfect note to close this panel on, and it brings us back to where we started, like the perfect circle, that libraries are essential. Librarians are much needed creatures, and do support them, do visit them, and do whatever you can to bring more books to the hands of readers. Thank you, Paro, Dhuleka, Sujata.
Give me a place to read, a whole new world to see. Reading is the best, not just for a test. Reading makes you smart, it's like food for your heart. Reading can make you kind, it's like jogging for the mind. I love to read, I read to love. I love the words that make a song. I love to read, I read to love. You love to read, come read along. I read every single day, the world has so much to say. Even when I'm feeling sad, it's not so bad. On the way to school, between breaks or on the move, we can share a dream, cause we like to read. I love to read, you love to read. I read to love, you read to love. I love the words, love the words that make a song, that make a song. I love to read, you love to read. I read to love, you read to read. Come read along. You love the words that make a song.
पण प्रत्येक एकादशी रकाच खाते किर्र रात्री सुंदरानी सर्रवारा भुर्र पाणी शारवाडा गार भिंती दार त्याचे हस्ती दंती कोळाले 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 दार आपोआप खोले. आला आला महासमंद महासमंद त्याची चाल संत 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 संत. आला आला महासमंद त्याची चाल संत संत. त्याची उंची 10 फूट 10 फूट 10 फूट. अंगावरती काळा सूट काळा सूट काळा सूट. त्याची उंची 10 फूट, अंगावरती काळा सूट, डोक्यावरती हॅट बीट, तुम्ही फसाल पहानी. वळवळणारे गळ्यात काय, नागोबाचा लंबाटाय. किर्र रात्री, सुन्न राणी, झर्रवारा, भुर्र पाणी, शारवाडा गार भिंती दार, त्याचे हस्ती दंती, कोण आले कोण आले कोण आले.
Okay, so we have a joking grandpa, cooking grandma, and a singing grandpa. All right, yes, please. Dad who kisses with a mustache. Okay. My dad has cats a lot and a lot of children. Are any of them good? Or some of them, yeah. Some are very bad, some are very good. But this eagle, no long answer. You can just say, Mom, that's really funny. See, I won't tell your parents, so some of your parents are like that.
आला आला पिंपळावरून, एक मुंजा संध्या करून. आला आला पिंपळावरून, एक मुंजा संध्या करून, त्याची पोथी चालत येते, हळूच त्याच्या हातात जाते, रक्तासारखी पाने लाल, खुणेसाठी असते पार. तीच पोथी ऐकण्यासाठी भूते आली झाली दाटी. तीच पोथी ऐकण्यासाठी भूते आली झाली दाटी. पाल लागली चुक चुक करू, पोथी वाचन झाले. दार हसले, बंद झाले. थँक यू. पोएम पिशी मावशी, पोएट विंदा करंदीकर. थँक यू.
Thank you so much for that amazing performance. I thoroughly enjoyed.
So you've just told me a little bit about your books. So what do you think that other Indian authors can do to expose the world to India's culture? You've done that with some of your books.
I think there are enough and more good children's authors in India who are already doing that. And I feel that the literature, the children's literature, especially in India, is very rich. And it, in some ways, is more evolved than the children's literature in the West. Because there you are mostly talking about the blacks, which is great. But here it is more nuanced. We are talking about a lot of issues in India, the children's author community here, which, you know, many people are not talking about. So I think we are doing enough in India. And always, I mean, it's never enough anyway. You can always have more and more good books.
So in your panel, you spoke to us a little bit about misconceptions that people have about the environment. What role do you think that authors have in building that, and what can we do to make sure that they're not becoming very widespread?
Right. Well, authors, my father always said that, to sensitize children and adults to environment should not be through preaching and teaching. It has to be through stories, because that is what you like. So that is what authors like me and others can do. Write more stories on nature, write more, about nature in a fun way, so that you feel connected to nature, rather than always painting a doomsday scenario and about climate change and everything, which is extremely important. But it should also be presented in the form of stories and in the form that children get connected to it.
Okay, so my last question is, why do you think it's so important for events like this that celebrate Indian literature to happen?
It is extremely important, because even when we were growing up, we grew up reading foreign authors when we were children. And now it is heartening to see the kind of good literature for children coming out of India. And these are the few venues through which you can actually bring it to the fore, to the readers, and to the parents and children alike. So Neev is doing a great job doing that. And yes, so it's fantastic to come and attend this event and be back here after 2-3 years.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
If I can find the page, yes. So this is a story called Milk. What does milk mean to you? What are the images that come to you when you hear the word milk? Doodh, milk. White. Comfort, motherhood. Sleep. Childhood, innocence, right? Protein. Okay. No, yeah. Is that better? Better. Okay. So childhood, purity, white, motherhood, innocence. These are the images that come to mind. So where does a word like milk fit with conflict literature? Really? Good news! Good news! Amber shouted, racing up the stairs, his shirt coming untucked, his hair standing straight up. Good news! Good news! Riots have broken out! Riots have broken out! Good news! Marjani? Ma called, rushing out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on the corner of her kameez. What nonsense you talk! What are you saying, Amber?
You've had a lot of your books translated into other languages. So I just wanted to ask you, do you think that's an important thing to be able to translate into different languages? Like, how big of a role does that play today in India?
Yeah. I've had my books translated into many Indian languages and many international languages. And I think that is the best way for books to reach wider cross-section of readers. So I think it's very important, and there are some publishers who take this up as a special focus, like Pratham and Children's Book Trust. So I think it's really important.
So how do you think that helps in increasing the reach of these books? Does it really help it get to more people? Do more people end up buying it at the end of the day?
Yes, because there are readers who don't read primarily in English. And there are lots of schools which are local language medium schools. So if they have access to books in their own languages, it helps them to read, and then they may transition to English.
So So how important do you think these kind of Indian children literature books are in a child's life today? Because there's so many other mediums they can get information from, right? So why a book at the end of the day?
Why a book? Because I think that is the best way to really pick up the skills of reading very well. So if you've learned to read well, you can read whether on a book or on a device or any other thing. And what more enjoyable way to pick up the skill than to read a book? Yeah.
Also, final question. How are you enjoying NLF so far?
I am enjoying it thoroughly. I have attended many of the sessions, the storytelling, the music, the author talks. I've been enjoying all of it.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming and thank you so much for agreeing to the interview.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
They ran up the stairs. The breeze was cool and just right for kite flying. As they prepared their kites for flight, Sharan asked his elder brother, "Bhai, what are riots?" "Riots? Oh, it's when people kill each other and loot their things, homes, shops, whatever they can find, whatever they want." "But why, bhai? You won't understand, you're such a baby." Actually, in truth, he himself didn't know. But he wasn't going to admit that to his younger brother, right? "Are they robbers?" persisted Sharan. He couldn't figure this out at all. He also felt a flush of guilt because he remembered stealing money. He would never think of killing her. Hi, of course not. But why would they kill them? Oh, stop asking so many questions. Hand me the chepi. Sharan handed him the brown sticky tape to stick on the kite to balance it. He was puzzled. He knew people robbed other people so they could get things they didn't have. But why kill them? Bhai, why kill them? Who? Why are these people killing them? Why not just take their things if they want them so much? That he could understand. Because they are Sikhs, stupid. They're Sikh, they're Sardar. So, Amar Praji is Sardar, he told me so. We're not killing him. We're not even taking his things, although he has so much more than us, he's so much richer than us. Things, although he has so much more than us, he's so much richer than us. Look, you want to have a political discussion? Or do you want to fly kites? You're too nosy for your own good. Mind your own business. Of course, he wanted to fly kites and not have a political discussion. Amber had the kite ready. He handed it to his brother and motioned to him to step back. "Okay, now when I tell you, hoist the kite. Give me a good hoist, okay?" Sharan moved towards the railing. He was dying to fly kites, but it was still bothersome. What was happening? What was all this about? And school didn't close every time someone's cycle or scooter was stolen. So why close school now? And why only Sikhs? Why only the Sikh community? Why not anybody who was richer? But he didn't ask any more questions. He didn't dare to. He held the kite steady, ready to hoist. But just then, the sound of running footsteps distracted him again. He peeked over the railing and was amazed to see Sukhbir Dada, the milkman, running. They knew him well here. They saw him every day with his big milk can on his head. Sharan started to laugh. He couldn't help it. It was such a hilarious sight. the slight elderly milkman, Sukhbir Dada, scurrying with a drum almost as tall as himself. His gait was stiff and awkward. Some milk spilling out of the lip of the drum. Hey, pay attention, snapped Amber. Sharan, stop looking here and there. But look, bhai, just look. What is Sukhbir Dada running from? He'll spill all the milk. Amber joined Sharan to see what the fuss was about. The kite forgotten on the floor. Looking over, Amber shouted, "Hey, Sukhbir Dada, dodo, dodo, run for your life, run as fast as you can." And both the brothers are shouting, "Run, dodo, dodo, Sukhbir Dada. Oh, quickly, quickly, you are going to win the race. But hurry, everyone is catching up." Sharan and his brother laughed and cheered. "Run, Sukhbir Baba, run! They're catching up to you!" For sure enough, a huge crowd was running behind the milkman. Some carried sticks, others what could be bricks or stones, and still others with old tires from trucks and cars. The brothers on the roof were cracking up with laughter.
For that lovely introduction. I have to say that this is the last event of this festival. And when I first saw that it was going to be the last event, I was thinking, oh, everybody would have left. But there is one very major advantage to this, is that after 2 days of hanging out together, I don't feel like this is going to be a panel discussion. This just feels more like a conversation between friends. I mean, we've eaten together, had migraines together. And so now I think I'm going to almost shed this paper and let the chemistry that we've all shared over the last few days just take over. Right, so we are talking about a dose of optimism, and I can't think of a more optimistic way to begin this discussion than this lovely space that we've been in. So welcome, everybody, to a dose of optimism, and I'd like to open with a little quote which I came across. It was an article by Matt de la Peña. "Why We Shouldn't Shield Children from Darkness" is the name of this article that he wrote. And he says, "There's a power to seeing this largely unspoken part of our interior lives represented. And for those who've yet to experience that kind of sadness, I can't think of a safer place to explore complex emotions for the first time than inside the pages of a book, while sitting in the lap of a loved one." And I think that is the crux of it, is that with children, you have them in your lap when you tell them these stories. And so let me just go, put the first question to you, all of you. Growing up, does any book or any story or any character stand out in your memory that actually touched upon an issue, helped you to resolve it, or made you more aware of it? Devika, would you like to start?
Yeah, actually, I do vividly remember this book that I read, I think when I was around 10. It is called A Tree Grows in Brooklyn by Betty Smith. It's a classic. And I loved the story and I was enjoying it, and suddenly there's a death in the middle of it. And I remember being so shocked by that it took me a while to get back to the story, but the way in which that girl, the young girl, handles that death and how she moves on with her life, and how she understands that this is a part of life and you just move on, and it is hard, but you come to terms with it eventually. It becomes a part of you, and you grow around the grief. I think that really stayed with me for a while and helped me resolve some questions in my mind.
My answer was the same book. Yeah.
Yeah, I was also thinking of A Tree Grows in Brooklyn, but I read it not as a young child. I read it when I was a little older, but that was a book that stayed with me too. And, you know, not entirely for all the reasons that Devika mentioned, but also I was thinking of writing as, you know, developing writing into a career. And this seemed like the sort of book that I could just, you know, sink myself into. I could be one of the bystanders in that book and see life go through, you know. So this, you know, the book that I was also thinking of was A Tree Grows in Brooklyn.
Because it made you the observer?
Yes, and also because I wanted to write like that. I wanted to, you know, put myself in a place where I could, you know, present a world, but also, you know, I didn't want to, I don't know how to really put this across, but this was a book that stayed with me for a very long time.
In a strange way, I'll have to say the Mahabharata, which is probably why it ended up, a retelling of it is what I was drawn to doing for my first book. And I think the reason, there's a lot of, the Mahabharata, if you ask me, is actually quite dark.
Very.
Very.
And very layered. Yeah.
Very layered. And the character that I was most drawn to was Karna. And Karna has that insider-outsider perspective. And I think for me, that was a very meaningful character and a character that pulled me through life because I felt I too was some sort of Karna. I was this Indian, particularly when I was around 8, I had come back from Pakistan and come back to India, and I went to school and I made the mistake of telling everyone I had come from Karachi, Pakistan, and that was a time when tensions were running high. And that was the wrong thing to say, and immediately you're the new kid, you've come from Karachi, Pakistan, that's all over the news, and you're kind of ostracized. And I really felt like a Karna. And the fact that sort of Karna, you know, I read the Mahabharata, and Karna managed to go on and do certain things and live a life of integrity, huge integrity and courage, was very inspiring for me. This is the character I projected myself onto. So in that way, though the Mahabharata is a very dark text, it also gave me this sort of sense of, this character gave me certain kind of courage.
No, that's amazing. I mean, and the fact that you said the Mahabharata, because there's so many characters and they're so layered and everybody has a point of view, and I've actually debated with myself, was Duryodhan right? I mean, from Karna's point of view, Duryodhan was the hero, the brother that, you know, that accepted him, right? And so in that sense, it's completely amazing. I mean, it's interesting to know that you actually chose, at that age, you chose a male character, you know, and sort of used him as your inspiration. And so as writers now, how do you see this thing developing inside yourself, or having, you know, written? How do you see it translating into your writing? Do you actually choose a message to put out there, or do you think that it happens inadvertently in the course of the writing? Do your characters just go out there and speak for themselves? Anybody, whoever would like to.
I can go. I think for myself, I don't really consciously sit there and think of a message. I know there's a need that motivates me to tell the story and put it out there. And I think it's different for every writer. The message sort of evolves as I tell the story of this character. Perhaps it's not something I'm even aware of, but through writing the book, I'm aware of what I'm trying to communicate. I don't sit there and think, oh, I have this message I want to communicate. It's more like I have this character within me who needs to say something, and it's only by the act of writing that I can discover what the character has to say, has to feel, has to think, and understand who this character is.
So what you're saying is that in the course of writing, the story develops in your mind and the message becomes clearer to you?
Yes, and then I have to go back and refine it and make it more cohesive, but for me, the process of writing is also the process of discovery. What is the message that I want to tell? Why do I feel this burning need to react? Why do I feel inspired to write? And that is unconscious, but it becomes conscious through the process of writing.
Right, or subconscious in your case, I think, right? Yeah, Devika, do you want to?
I think in my case, the choice of story is the message, because I don't really try and push any message through the narrative, but the fact that, for instance, the Queen series, where I'm choosing to write about a woman ruler who's been trivialized and, you know, pushed away due to the male-centered narrative, the message is right there. So I think, yeah, I don't, the story for me is paramount. It's the message that it just gets conveyed by that choice.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not a conscious decision for me in any way. It's more of like Samhita was saying, I write the story that I feel needs to be said, and if there is a message, then it kind of I try to make the story entertaining enough that the readers will absorb the message without even realizing that they've absorbed it. You know, so I mean, the moment, especially if you're talking about young adults or children, the moment you tell them that this story has a nice message, a nice moral, that's a first way to make them put away the book. So for me, writing has always been about entertaining people, telling stories, and if a message does get conveyed, you know. Like, for instance, a lot of my stories do feature Muslim protagonists. And I've been told that, you know, by doing this, I'm normalizing everything, which is a good thing. Yeah. But I don't think of it as that, because this is, you know, this is my lived reality. So, and if this is what the message that people are getting, then well and good, because, you know, this is obviously that they need to see Muslims as normal people, then it's, you know, it's done the job which I wasn't even trying to do in the first place.
No, and it's very unforced. The way you treat your characters in your book, Sandalip, is really unforced, and they become felt and experienced because you have experienced and felt it. So it's not, it doesn't take a leap of imagination, even for the reader, because somewhere they align themselves with the eye of the writer. And so I think that this is a wonderful way to sort of make, to bring others into our own spaces. Whoever
it's
it is
not
that
deliberate, you know.
as,
I mean, I don't see why I should. It's a kind of responsibility. I don't want that, you know, to be the one who brings Muslims into mainstream. I'm like, but why? I'm already in the mainstream. I've always grown up thinking I'm in the mainstream. I've never thought of myself as the other. So that's, you know, those are the kind of things that creep into my books without me realizing. But it's never been a conscious decision.
Right. And illustrations. I mean, so first let me ask you, what, for each of you, what has that one or two things been as writers to sort of bring in this thing of hope, and to, because all of you write very feisty characters, very intelligent, independent, strong women, and regardless of the era, I mean, it can be Sita, or it can be, you know, the queens, or your contemporary characters. And I was just wondering how, you know, what is that one thing that you do to bring that into your writing in order to sort of foster, to go back to the subject, I mean, to the topic, to foster courage and to also, you know, sort of dim hopelessness and the kind of despair that we see in many, many communities in the country, or around many issues.
So, shall I go first?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know, the trajectory of my characters' lives is itself a saga of courage. So I don't use particular points to show hope or whatever. In fact, Queen of Earth, the second in the series, actually ends on a very ambiguous note. And I sort of indicate that things might not go well in the end. So I don't want to inject a false note of hope when it's not required. It's just that I'm telling a story where the circumstances of a particular person's life is leading them towards particular decisions and towards a particular end. And so I think the courage and the hope just comes through in the way they deal with those circumstances. In my case, you know, writing stories of women who are in a male-dominated environment and who need to contest boundaries every single day with every single action. So I think that is what, I mean, they're not always successful, and I don't want to minimize that fact. Yes, they do fail, but the fact that they do try is for me a testament to courage.
No, that's what I was looking for actually, because if I take Vidya and the fact that she has a physical handicap and she's, you know, and then she's a woman in a male-dominated world, and the way you've done it without any obvious sort of, you know, references or tropes, as we call it, the way you've initiated her into her power and her courage is very largely power, and the same for Sita, I should say, is very largely the power that, as the writers, I've seen you all invest in the person rather. So, you know, I think power is of two kinds. One is that which is born from within, and the other which depends on the outside world to give us. So if you are a president, a prime minister, a teacher, a head of anything, you still are counting on your position to give you that power. But then I've seen that all the three of you build the power into your characters from just what they are and how they deal with the circumstances and the difficult circumstances around you. Andalip, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I think I just want to add that for me, growing up, I had a more or less normal and easy childhood until my father passed away when I was 12, and things changed overnight in the sense everything was different now. Whatever I was taking for granted was taken away. But it also made me kind of turn to my writing as, a sort of creating alter egos about girls who could do things that I couldn't do. So none of the girls that I write about in young adult fiction are like me, because I wouldn't say I'm timid or anything, but I definitely am not as fiery or feisty as them. But these are the girls that I wish I could have been. So this is the sort of thing, that I try to portray in my books, and also try to pass on the very subtle message to young girls that, that it's perfectly fine to be like this, and it's okay to ask questions, it's okay to ask uncomfortable questions. The things I wouldn't say I was afraid to do, but I was not allowed to do in certain parts of my life, which I'm not saying that, I've lived that part of my life, so I can look back on it and I can talk about it easily. But when you were going through it, it felt like everything, very dramatic, extremely life-changing. So like in the sense, I got married early. So those kind of things which, a lot of, no one would really relate to it. If I would say, not many young people would relate to it. So when I write, I try to, bring in that. That is the only conscious thing I do, that, writing characters of the girls I could have been. So, yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Samita?
Yeah, I think sometimes I'm also writing because I don't feel quite as courageous as my characters are. And I'm in imagining them somehow, I can channel their courage.
I was actually going to ask you whether you are writing yourself into your, or rather you're seeing yourself in your characters.
Not necessarily seeing myself, but I think, of course, I am writing characters, we write in a way acts of inspiration, right? So your character has to somehow transcend circumstances to be a character worth writing about. So yes, I live a normal life.
No, but if you had been Sita, was that how you would have reacted? Is that how you would have observed? Is that how you would have lived out that part of your life?
Perhaps. I can't say. I'm only as a writer trying to see it from her perspective,
right,
and to empathize and to show a different point of view.
Right. And when you do this, and I'm asking you, Samita, because your illustrations have been so powerful, when you write your works, how much of the illustration is already in your mind when you're writing, and how much of it is takes you by surprise? Because, the question that I actually had was, do you think that illustrations actually help in this process of touching about things that sometimes words can't say, or how does that work? So there are two questions in there actually.
Okay, so my first book, the Mahabharata, I illustrated. My second book, Sita's Ramayana, was illustrated by Moina Chitrakar. And for that, when we worked on that, the illustrations actually came first.
Oh,
I wrote the text to complement the illustrations. So then I think there were certain instances where the illustration spoke far better than any words could. There was a moment, and I remember this image very clearly, and it still shows up in my mind. It's after the Lakshman, Moina had painted this, right, after the event of the Lakshman Rekha, and she had shown Sita's face sort of covered in bars, and like as if she was in a prison cell. And that was so evocative. That's all, I didn't even need to say anything. The choice instead was, let us zoom in on that, let's magnify that image so that it speaks out very clearly to the reader, and it says something that I'm not going to say.
In words, yeah.
In words, and I think it also relates to this question. The Ramayana is such a text, it's also such a polemical text, people are very contest the way you retell it. But if you use an image, sometimes you get past that. You're not saying it directly, no one can point to that word where you have said it directly. but that image is a metaphor, which is very powerful.
I haven't had much
No, it
experience
doesn't have to
with.
relate only to your books, because I know that both of you
Yeah.
don't do. But in your observation, because you're lucky in readers, in your observation, how do you see text versus illustration, and how much do you feel that illustration comes in and is able to touch upon stuff like this? I mean, difficult.
No, I
issues.
did have one book which Pratham brought out last year. It was about this old lady who's really annoying, and the neighbor of these kids whose cricket balls keep falling in her compound. And it was a story which Bijal wanted me to write for fraternity. So I kind of made that story, and it was a very different experience because I've never done picture books before. So I had to condense the story really short, and when the illustrations came out, it felt like magic. Because it really felt like magic, that the words that I put out there and the illustrators just kind of got it. Like, the setting, which I didn't even write. So I'm like, this is magic. How did she know the setting? Like, when I was thinking of the setting, but I didn't have the space to write it. So I think illustrators are magicians, I mean, if they can pluck those words and create them into something that, like Samhita was saying, the picture says so much. And, words kind of seem like additional noise, visual noise sometimes.
That's an interesting. Visual noise is a really interesting phrase. Yeah.
So that's been my experience.
I think I'd like to borrow Andaliv's word and say, yes, illustrators are magicians in my opinion, because for me, I cannot think visually at all. So I only think in words. And for me, I was asked, in fact, for each of the Queen books, what I would like to see on the cover, and I always drew a blank because I had no clue. But and I had very little sources to actually provide to the illustrator, Tejashree Ingavali, who's done all the covers. And I gave her very little material to work on, and suddenly she's captured the essence of what I'm trying to say, just by this illustration. So in Didda's case, actually, it's somebody who doesn't really have, doesn't have eyes, and, it's not a fully formed, facial feature kind of face. And I mean, I don't know if you all say, you can see it. The same with all of them. And it's also, and she's somehow captured exactly what I wanted to say, that, here they are, and they're looking really, powerful in the illustration, but they're sort of faceless, and that's exactly what's happened to them, in the course of narrative history. They've suffered this treatment of being invisibilized, and she somehow so beautifully captured it that I'll be eternally grateful to her for just drawing out what was in my mind, but I was too stupid to actually utter it in words to her.
Devika, you know something? I saw it a little differently when I saw the three books. And of course, that's the most immediate thing that you see is that there are no facial features. So how does, how does Didda look? How does the Rani of Jhansi look? And what really struck me about the fact that there were no facial features is that this could be any woman, because this is woman power. The power of the feminine, is just so universal that it did not need a specific facial feature, because how do we even know how they looked specifically? And it doesn't even matter, because if they can do it, it's there and it's all over the place. So I think I saw it a little...
That's a great way of looking at it too. Yeah.
But Devika, have you come across in your reading, and this is for all of you, have you come across in your reading of children's picture books, not necessarily just in India but across the world, manners in which writers and possibly illustrators together, or just writers, and not necessarily just Indian picture books, but I'm talking about children's books in general. Have you seen ways in which, does anything particularly stand out for you? The manner in which it has been handled? So this is a question that I'm asking specifically to writers, not to the reader in you, but the writer, because a writer will be able to discern and say, oh, look what she did, or look what he did, that author, and look what that illustrator did. He just took it out of the author's hands. So is there something that you've come across in your course of reading and, imbibing that stands out in your mind? Samhita, go ahead. Yeah.
The one, The one example I can think of is Sean Tan's work. And I particularly like The Arrival. I'm not quite sure that's not for children, but I think anyone above the age of 12 can really access that. And what I particularly like is sometimes when you watch a movie or a film, everything is told to you. But Sean Tan is not using any words in this graphic novel, but you have to read the image. And this is really interesting because there are all kinds of details in the image. That you have to kind of sit with the image for a while to pass it and understand the narrative. It flows beautifully, but there is an act of thinking and imagination that is involved, which I think is what separates reading from other storytelling mediums. You really have to imagine, you have to do that work in your head. And the fact that Sean Tan can translate that act of reading to an image is what makes him, I think, a genius.
Right.
I was going to talk about this young adult novel that I finished reading recently. It's called The Iron Widow, just Iron Widow. And it's by a Canadian-Chinese first-time author. Her name is a little complicated for me to pronounce. It's Chinese, and it's a Chinese name. And so this book is written, it would have been fantastic as a graphic novel. And also, I think it would have been easier to understand because it's the sort of story, it's like Hunger Games, but set in medieval China, but also with robots. So it's crazy, it's brilliant, it's amazing, it's very dark. Yes, it's really good book. And I kind of went after, sometimes when you really get caught up in a story, on a book or something, you go looking for that author, and I went to her website, and so there were these illustrations, and there were these pictures of people who would most likely resemble the characters, and you just feel that thrill of connection. So this was a book that really struck it home for me. I loved it. It's a duology, so I'm waiting for the second book to come out. It ended on a very cliffhanger sort of thing.
And what dark aspect or what difficult subject did it touch on?
So the story, I can't tell most of the story here, but so there is this fictional country sort of thing, and they're being attacked by outsiders, outside robots, and so it's a bit like Transformers also. So these people defend with these robots sort of thing, and they're operated by a boy and a girl. They have to. It's the yin and yang. They're called the yin and yang seats. And every time these people go out, the girl dies. So so the boy absorbs all the power, and they kill those other robots. And in this one, the one that survives, the boy always, he manages to stay alive. And the heroine is the one who stays alive at the beginning of the thing. So that's why she's called Iron Widow. The boy dies. So she's extremely angry, She's really angry. She's furious. And there is a brilliant line, like when she comes out of that chrysalis, it's called. So she says, all this while you have been dreaming. So she carries the body of the dead pilot. And she says, welcome to your nightmare. So it was chilling, I just loved it. So this is a sort of story, and the cover is brilliant. The cover is really brilliant. So I really wish it's an option for, I don't think any movie or TV show can do justice to it. So this should have been a graphic novel, I feel. I would have really loved it.
Yeah. Wow, Anjali, when you're talking about it, you just sold on this to me. Like, I'm going back and ordering this immediately.
No, and I want to know now, who is this unpronounceable Chinese?
Her name is, it's Xiran. So it's Shiran, I think, I'm not sure.
Shiran, yeah.
Yeah. So
Xiran, okay.
Xiran, Shiran, J, Zhao or something.
And the name of the book is again?
Iron Widow.
Iron Widow, okay.
So I'd like to talk about this Australian young adult writer called Jacqueline Moriarty, who's her sister's probably better known as Leanne Moriarty, who wrote Big Little Lies, whose lies which later became whatever next Netflix series and so on. And she uses really innovative ways to get into the young adult world, particularly high school, the high school world. And I remember reading one of her books which explores the lives of these 6 friends through their school leaving essays, where they have to write about some event that impacted them. And it's through those essays that you actually get to know what the story is all about and how it unfolds, and that actually sets the pace for the rest of the series. So it was to me a really, I mean, sometimes we end up thinking very straight-jacketed ways about, okay, this is the way we have to write. We cannot actually, there has to be a linear narrative, there has to be this way, and this is, for me, such a out-of-the-box approach to writing that it really excited me, and then I went and bought all her books and so on. I haven't read all of them, but yeah. So.
I have a question for you, Samhita, specifically. I read that, for you, Silapadikaram was a product of what happened. So the Nirbhaya rape case that happened, right? The rape and murder, and I remember how shaken the country was. I mean, it was the most disturbing thing, I think, that had happened in many, many years. And God knows there are plenty of disturbing things that keep happening in our country. But I read that Silapadikaram was your way of addressing it. And in other respects, it is a gentler story because Kannagi is a gentle soul with a steel, I mean, like she's got a steely sort of a courage, but otherwise she's a gentle soul. So I was just wondering how this worked for you, and was it catharsis that you were looking for, or were you trying to express something, and how did that work out?
I think, so thank you. This is a wonderful question, Aditi. I think particularly because I've dealt so much with epics, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, these are always told as stories of men, specifically princes, and this is how culture comes to be. And it is the quest of the prince, the hero, and his attempt to gain his rightful place as the king, which is the Ramayana, which is the Mahabharata. That's the same kind of, that's the basic plot of both. Sorry to simplify at that level. But where are the women and where are the common people in the story? And all of these stories are sort of dictating what is a just king, what is the king's duties. But at the same time, for me, it always disturbed me that the heroes of these epics were men. Where were the women? Where could I was always, if I projected myself into these stories as a young girl, some peripheral character, or a Sita, or a Draupadi, not somebody with a lot of agency. But when you read the Silapadikaram, here is a woman contesting what the king has said and demanding justice, and it is the king's duty to deliver that justice, and he has failed, so he drops dead. And I think for me that really spoke to what was happening in Nirbhaya, that moment where a lot of women were feeling angry afterwards and demanding justice and demanding change,
right?
and the feeling that we are in. Kannagi feels rage in the Silapadikaram. It very much specifies that. As a girl growing up in this culture, I was often given sort of conditioning not to be angry. Anger was not an emotion that I was culturally, at least in my family, brought up to express, because that was not how girls felt. Girls could cry, boys could get angry. So for me, at that point, for a woman to assert her anger is also demanding change, because anger is the energy of change. Grief sometimes is that of accepting loss and resignation, but anger can change. And so I think for me it was also permission to access my anger and demand change. Yeah.
That's amazing. The thing that stands out, I think, most for me in the Silapadikaram is how she tears off her breast and she throws it down and she sets the city of Madurai on fire, which is what happens in that story. And what is amazing is that the fiery fury of the heart of an overwrought woman who's faced so much injustice, not just from the king, but from the man she loved, who, deserted her for another woman, just comes out there, and the power of that fury and how I wish we could actually do that and, get our justice for the women who go through what they go through.
And if the anger or the injustice done to a woman is not addressed, it will destroy society.
Yes. Yeah. And the more you suppress it, the more fiery it's going to be. And that brings me to our last question, actually, is the Silapadika, not sorry, she distracted me, I'm sorry. She's the one.
She's doing her duty.
We used to have this, when we were watching, Doordarshan would keep conking out, you remember? And somebody would stand there with this board that said, sorry for the break.
We are the ones who could stand here in front of you. I would really like to thank the writers, the illustrators, the publishers who create such important and interesting books which can come alive and they can intrigue all of you again and again.
More explicit now. And I just want to know how much of this affects you all as writers, and is there any way, or it doesn't have to be specifically you, because I'm talking about the community of writers. Do you see people standing up and doing it, but in ways that are subtler, that would probably, I mean, let's just talk about censorship. How do you see yourselves and other people bypassing this?
I don't really know. For me, it's really important to be able to write. So I try not to do, so there's definitely self-censorship, okay, and I'm accepting it. Because for me, it's more important to keep writing than to write one thing that would upset or piss off people and have them ban me or ban my writing, or, it's not, for me, I don't know. I feel that I'm doing my job as a writer, so let me keep doing my job as a writer. So I just, I toe the line, like Kapil was saying a little while ago. So, I try to do that in my, I try to, whatever I want to do, whatever change I want to bring, try to do it in a very subtle way. But there is a lot of self-censorship involved for me because as an Indian Muslim woman writer, there are a lot of labels here for me already. And for me, the primary thing is that I don't want to stop writing. So that, is primarily, I don't want to say that this issue is so big that let me jump into it and then, get called out and my family says, look what you got us all into. I have to consider all that, I mean, being a person of privilege, but also being from a marginalized community, I have to think of all that. So there is a lot of self-censorship involved, which I'm okay to accept it as long as I keep doing my job, as long as I can keep writing and, inserting what I want, right, in a way that is not obvious, but still gets the, sends the message out.
Andalip, that was very honest, and I have a lump in my throat. Yeah. Devika?
Well, when I started out writing, and I was saying this in the previous session, when I started writing Queen of Ice, I knew it might just, not get past the gatekeepers because there's a lot of violence in Didda's story. And then I expressed this out to Shayani, my publisher, and she was, wonderful enough to say, just write, we will market the book, and you don't have to worry about it. So since then, I've lost my fear. I have very strong views on gatekeepers and censorship, which can get my blood boiling like in 2 seconds flat, but that's the subject of another session. But I have come across a lot of adults who say, oh, there is violence in this book, and is it suitable for a 15-year-old, which is a ludicrous statement. And anyway, my only diplomatic answer is this happened in history, it is a fact. So you cannot whitewash it. That's the only way I can address it, but I am
And if it was a current event, would you still be able to deal with it with the same candor? If you didn't have history to
Probably
back
not, because then now at least I can take refuge in the notion that, okay, this happened in the past, so, I'm actually just bringing the past before you.
Yeah.
But probably it might take a different turn if it's a contemporary situation, then it would get more complicated, yeah.
Right. Samhita?
So I think the way I'm going to respond to this question is, yes, one is concerned about censorship. Specifically when one is dealing in a time when you're writing about epics, and epics are kind of in, contentious political territory.
Yeah.
But I think, one is still writing fiction. And the other thing is what an Iranian poet told me a couple of years ago. I met her when I was on a fellowship in the UK. And I was asking her about this issue of censorship. And I was saying, how is Iran producing this amazing art, in filmmaking, in literature, in poetry? That is very revolutionary and rebellious and is really dealing with current issues. And she says, well, I take it as a challenge. I know someone is going to censor my poem. So my challenge is to outwit him in a way. He figures out what I'm saying, but there is no way he can catch me on that. And I thought that is a great metaphor for how we can, this is in some ways, take it on as a creative challenge. How do we still say what we want to say, but the gatekeepers do not have a reason to scratch it out or to put it out. Yeah.
That's very well put. Yeah. I think we'll have to wind up because the oracle has spoken. So if anybody has any questions, please don't ask them.
Censorship.
Censorship. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions. If anybody had anything that you'd like to ask or say, please do so now or forever hold your peace. Shall we close with this? thank you very much. I know it's the end of the day of a 2-day packed festival, and we really, really appreciate all of you being here and sitting through it, and for listening to us. And thank you, all three of you, so much.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
feel like I
Aditi.
know you all even better. And just when I got on stage, I thought, oh, I know these girls. This is great. We're friends. But now I just feel like I know you all a lot better. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neev.
And thank you,
Thanks,
Aditi.
everybody.
Give me a place to read, a whole new world to see. Reading is the best, not just for a test. Reading makes you smart, it's like food for your heart. Reading can make you kind, it's like jogging for the mind. I love to read, I read to love. I love the words that make a song. I love to read, I read to love. You love to read, come read along. I read every single day, the world has so much to say. Even when I'm feeling sad, it's not so bad. On the way to school, between breaks or on the move, we can share a dream, cause we like to read. I love to read, you love to read. I read to love, you read to love. I love to.
Wow, this has been 2 very long days, amazing days though. I'm totally buzzed, okay people, I'm like completely dead. But before we kind of really close the session, I wanted to thank the people behind this. I know I've been only limited to this venue 1, Kapil Ki Kathashala. But for all the young people, the children, the amazing teacher coordinators, you've been absolutely brilliant. You have been, I mean, this place has worked like clockwork. You ensured all sessions happen on time. You've red flagged, of course, as fairly often, me as well. I know I was prepared for it today. But this was amazing. This was truly amazing work. Hats off to you. Please take a bow. Amazing. And to the audience, of course, you've been really, really accepting of whatever has come your way, and very active audience at that. So that is also, I mean, a sign of a very positive, very hopeful. When I go back tonight, go back to Delhi, I thought, I mean, the best way really to end would be to kind of just reflect on 3 things actually, 2 things, 2 maybe plus 1. One, how we began, and just so that we get some of our energy back, just to check. When we began with rowing this boat of stories. Yeah? How many of you rowed the boat of stories? Quite a few, but not all of you. Okay, so I'm not going to row it, you're going to row it yourself. I'm just going to give you the count so that we all do it well, but let's do it well, okay? For the ones who do not know. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, go. नाव चली, कहानी की नाव चली, हमारी कहानी की नाव चली लंबे सफर पे. सामान घर से निकाले गए, इधर से उधर से निकाले गए, कहानी के घर से निकाले गए और कहानी की नाव में डाले गए. Once again, 2, 3, go. नाव चली, कहानी की नाव चली, हमारी कहानी की नाव चली लंबे सफर पे. सामान घर से निकाले गए, इधर से उधर से निकाले गए, कहानी के घर से निकाले गए और कहानी की नाव में डाले गए. Lovely. So this kind of, since you've been on this boat ride, not just here but through the festival, of perhaps collecting stories and telling stories, one thing that we talked about this morning is, once you have this bag of stories, once you are on this journey of stories, once you row this boat of stories, the one thing that you have after that is that you've got the world in your hands. Yeah? So we're going to do that as well. We're going to sing this line. All right. We've got the whole world in our hands. 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 One more time. We've got the whole. We've got the. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got books and stories in our hands. We've got books and stories in our hands. What else have we got? We've got rhyme and reason in our hands. We've got rhyme and reason in our hands. Anything else that you've got in all these 2 days you want to talk about? We've got memories. We've got memories in our hands. 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 What else? We've got jingles. We need one more word. We've got, what else? We've got poems and jingles in our hands. 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 Anything else? We've got, of course, yeah, nothing goes without it. We've got joy and fun in our hands. 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 One last time. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. And then, once you truly believe that you have the whole world in your hands, all you need to do is to dream. As in your dreams will you find the recipe to change the world. Yeah? And this one now, I'm sure maybe some of you know this song as well. So please, if you do know, please join me. This one is for dreaming. And since we had invoked, some of you might have been here, we had invoked Rag Yaman in the afternoon today. This is a song by another wonderful gentleman. His name is Swanand Kirkire. And it's a song in Rag Yaman. And it is for dreaming. बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बावरे से मन की देखो बावरी हैं बातें, बावरी सी धड़कने हैं, बावरी हैं सांसें, बावरी सी करवटों से निंदिया क्यों भागे, बावरे से नैन चाहे, बावरे झरोकों से, बावरे नजारों को तकना, बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना. Join me. बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बावरे से इस जहां में बावरा एक साथ हो, बावरे से इस जहां में बावरा एक साथ हो, इस सयानी भीड़ में बस हाथों में तेरा हाथ हो, बावरी सी धुन हो कोई, बावरा एक राग हो। बावरी सी धुन हो कोई, बावरा एक राग हो। बावरे से पैर चाहे बावरे तरानों के, बावरे से बोल पे थिरकना। बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना, बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना। बावरा मन देखने चला एक सपना। All right. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful year ahead, and I hope you have many, many more of these, not Kapil ki Kathashalas, but many more Kathashalas and many more festivals up ahead. Thank you so much once again, people. Thanks.